mistakes, make mistakes, make mistakes. This is my light, you won't dim it. And this is my life, you walked in it. Sit back and watch me push the limit. I'm pushing the limit. I'm a boss, yeah, I'm fully in it. You can't take me out 'cause I'm on top, and I'm making it loud. I'm pushing the limit. Make 'em fall in line by the minute. You can't take me out 'cause I'm on top, and I'm making it loud. I'm pushing the limit. I'm a boss, yeah, I'm fully in it. You can't take me out 'cause I'm on top, and I'm making it loud. I'm pushing the limit. Make 'em fall in line by the minute. You can't take me out 'cause I'm on top, and I'm making it loud. Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Oh yeah, life right now is a 10 out of 10. Got a big old house, I got so many friends. Got a little pink whip, but my fits are crazy. Feel like I'm dreaming, nobody wake me, nobody save me. Did it all myself, a hard to go, baby, that's true wealth. It's the perfect time for a good old time. So grab the ladder, 'cause we drinking top shelf tonight. I feel amazing, top of the charts. Everyone I walk past, feeling the spark. Yeah, you heard about me, word of mouth. Now soak it in, baby, and check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. I'll give a spin. Now check me out. I'm with it again. Check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. Oh yeah, I look good, huh? Catch me in the sauna. Vacay in the Bahamas. Yeah, I'm living that life. Yeah, it feels right. Breaking up the dollars. I ain't got no stress no more, no. Barbecue in the back playing cornhole. Yeah, we got enough to eat, we got enough to drink. And you know my girls get loco. I feel amazing, top of the charts. Everyone I walk past, feeling the spark. Yeah, you heard about me, word of mouth. Now soak it in, baby, and check me out. Soak it in, and check me out. I'll give a spin. Now check me out. I'm with it again. Check me out. Soak it in,
hustle, count the money, eat the truffle, beat yourself, they gonna love you. Foreign car came with the sunroof. Now the drive-through, fine dining, perfect view with divine timing. Your Highness, you can call me. I got it, it's all me. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. They know me. Oh yeah, they know me. They know me. They know me. Now we vibing, getting louder. I'm the one day after. Break a sweat now, don't be boring. I'm the one day, they adore me. Name branded, yep, it's a passion. Lights, camera, action when the plane landed. All my men handsome, begging and crawling. I got it, it's all me. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. They know me. Oh yeah, they know me. 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 Oh yeah, they know me. They know me. They know me.
Cause it takes a little time, takes a little time, takes a little time to put things out. It takes a little time, takes a little time, takes a little time to do what's right. Wow, life goes crazy fast it seems. Take a little time, take a little time. Ooh, oh, oh, you gotta take it easy. You wanna do it right. With this crazy, crazy, crazy world we're living in, yeah. Whoa, moves faster all the time. Takes a little time, takes a little time to put things on. Takes a little time, takes a little time, takes a little time to do what's right. Wow, life goes crazy fast it seems. Take a little time, take a little time. Ooh, oh, oh, you gotta take it easy. Ooh, oh, oh, we're cruising through the neon light, moving faster than the speed of light. Oh, gotta take it easy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Your Clash Royale League World Finals! Here they seek the ultimate title. This is what you want. Champion versus champion. That is huge domination. Now, Barrel on the left-hand side. GG, well played, is dramatic. Oh my word. Takes it, 11:07 to 10:10. He just hit the nail in the coffin. This thing just switched on its head in a matter of seconds.
taking the most important best of three we've seen today.
CRL World Finals starts now! The biggest event in Clash Royale every single year has been all over the world. We've been to Tokyo, we've been to Finland, we've been to Los Angeles. Today, we find ourselves in the city inside the trees, Atlanta, Georgia, for DreamHack 2025 for the Clash Royale League World Finals. Hello, welcome, I'm Rich Slayton, that's my brother Andrew Guy. We got Joshua AC Sharon, Jackson Juicy J Walda here to bring you the premier event of the Clash Royale season. And Andrew, I know I am absolutely pumped for this field we have today.
Oh man, that opening video gave me chills. I am so excited to be here. What is up, Atlanta? We have a killer crowd behind us, and the lineup today is absolutely through the roof. 3 days of action, 1 champion, $500,000 on the line. We are so ready to go.
We can't wait to get into it, and we have 12 of the best players on the planet. It feels like every single year we say this, that the field gets is the best one we've ever seen. If you look at these 12 players, across all of them, we have 37 total World Finals appearances.
37 in... That is absolutely insane between these 12 players. You have Mohamed Light making his 5th appearance in a row. You have both of our 2-time champions in Mo and Mugi here. We have a former world champion in Igor, and of course, the new players that are being thrown into the fray that have never been on the CRL World Final stage before in Ian and Frontier Guard. I cannot wait to see what everyone brings to the table.
This is going to be absolutely insane, and of course, they have to go through the gauntlet. Andrew, walk us through our format.
That's right. 12-player double elimination bracket. I love the format. The top 4 players in points get that ever-important first round bye, which goes so far when you talk about World Finals and how steep the competition is. Best of 3 duel mode. If you don't know what duel mode is, you can't repeat any cards through any said set. But we also have best of 5s in our lower bracket, upper bracket, and our grand finals. So you have really got to put in your work. You've got to work that decksmanship. And of course, the last player standing is crowned the greatest in the world and a fat $200,000 paycheck to go with it.
Of course, all of them want to hoist and wear that crown, but the prize money is serious here. And as you see, the step up when you get into that 3rd place match, that 2nd place match, that 1st place match, a single best of 3 or 2 of those if we have a repeat for $100,000 to hit that $200,000 grand prize. And of course, the Pharaoh himself, 2-time world champion, knocking on the door of $1 million in total prize pool earned in his career. He could do that here this weekend.
It's just crazy to think that your 3rd place match is worth $50,000 and that 2nd place match is $100,000 in just 1 or maybe 2 best of 5s. Absolutely insane when you talk about the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is mounting. Of course, we have lots of players who have kind of big milestones in front of them. As you mentioned, Mohamed Light, 2 world champions, but there's also another guy with 2 world championships here, and that's Mugi.
That's right. Mugi has been so impressive. He's been grinding. He's been playing more than he ever has in preparation for World Finals in the past, which is a really scary thing to hear when you talk about a guy that, as we just said, has already won 2 World Finals. He took a year off. He is back. He's better than ever, but of course, he's got to go through the Pharaoh and our absolute elite stack of competition. I mean, the competitors here, like you said, we say it every single year, but I do believe this is the steepest it's been.
It is definitely steep. Even when you talk about the players who haven't been here before, Frontier Guard qualifying through the China tournament, every single pro here says he's at the level to compete. And then you have playing on home turf here.
That's right. That's
finally a world finalist, Ian77, a part of this tournament at last. And I know there's a lot of fans here tonight who want to see him go off.
Yeah, the man on his home court, he came up to us last year in the lobby in Finland. He goes, I'm going to make World Finals next year. Here he is, first man in with the golden ticket. As you guys can see, those are our 4 players with the first round bye. Mo Light, Sub, Ian, and Pedro. They'll all be waiting to see who they have to face off against, but being thrown right into the fire. We got Casualty or Igor, our former world champion, going up against Sandbox, making a return to World Finals. Frontier Guard, who you were just talking about, who has been very impressive all week long. Vitor, who has made 5 of the last 6 years of World Finals, which is so impressive. He squeezes in the LCQ. And then, Rich, we got 4 more guys here in this lineup.
I am so pumped for match number 3, Adriel and Mugi. That one could go either direction. Of course, 2-time world champion against now 3rd appearance here, or 2nd appearance here at World Finals. Adriel has been so good for so long. And then maybe the most exciting matchup of the day, the most unpredictable one. Lucas and Sam. We go old school to the hair that don't care against the mad scientist himself. That one is going to be an absolute banger.
I mean, when we're talking about the meta right now, everyone's talking about how heavy it is, how beatdown is the best thing out there, but that's not exactly true. There is great cycle out there. There's great control out there. Beatdown might be favored in the moment, but there's so much new in the game. When you talk about evolutions, you talk about tower troops in the competitive scene, there's just so many variables. I don't envy the coaches. I don't envy the analysts. And you talk about coaches and analysts, that last match, they don't have coaches, which makes it even crazier. I absolutely absolutely love it.
Well, of course, Lucas, the only player to go back-to-back monthly finals without a coach. So we'll see how he does with that one here. But, you know, you talk about that meta stuff. Remember, this isn't ladder. This isn't ranked. You have to play dual mode. So as you go through, you start burning cards game over game. The meta shifts. We see how day by day mini metas form.
Absolutely.
And Cycle's going to be a significant part of that.
Yeah, when you talk about the competitive scene, the meta out in the world is not the same as one in the competitive weekend. It always changes, and I'm very excited to see how it evolves as we get into our very first match at our 2025 World Finals.
Let's get things kicked off. I cannot wait. Let's hear it, Atlanta. We're going to start things off. Igor and Sandbox.
Introducing the best Korean player in the world. Everyone, give it up for Sandbox! And Igor's opponent, the best Korean player in the world. Everyone give it up for his adversary, Sandbox!
And to start things off for this World Finals, you could not have two players who are more different in personality, in mentality, in gameplay style. Andrew, you sat down with both of them, and you know firsthand how different these two guys are.
I mean, you could just tell by their walkouts, right? Igor stone cold, staring down the barrel, ready to go, ready to get in front of that phone. Sandbox on the other side doing what he needed to do back in 2022, or back in 2023, when it was like, I need to get more confidence when I'm on stage. I need to figure out a way to build that confidence so that I'm just doing the thing that I do best, which is play the game. And you can see already he's hyping up the crowd, he's feeling himself, and I absolutely love these answers from Igor. I mean, it just kind of punctuates what we're talking about.
How do you prepare for high-stakes matches? I don't. What do you believe sets you apart? Nothing. Right? This dude, seriously, we have been talking about it all week. He is so ice cold, does not care about anything, and yet that translates to his gameplay. When you see him on stage, there's this complete lack of kind of registering anybody or anything around him. It's just, I'm gonna do what I do, AKA Mortar God.
Absolutely. You sit here and you talk about Sandbox, you know, talking about his practice, talking about Royal Giant. A lot of people think that Sandbox is a beatdown only player. RG's very strong in the meta right now. It showed up a lot in the 20-win challenge, but he told me he's been working Cycle. Both of his 20 wins that he got, he did with Cycle decks, he did it with Minor Control. And yeah, Igor on the other side of it. We gotta see if we can kind of get through the bullheadedness of his deck picking. He's a guy that has always been, I'm gonna play what I want, when I want. I don't care if you know what I'm gonna play it, and I might beat you with it. But this is not the place to do it at World Finals.
And those of you at home who don't have the same experience with the CRL history that we have, yes, the name on the screen might be Hazard with a K and a Y, but that's Igor. That's Igor from 2019 World Finals, who came out on the live stage for the very first time and swept King of the Hill, shut it down the whole way. That's the guy who came out and did that at Worlds.
And you want to talk about being involved yourself in World Finals. Well, you can't qualify anymore, but you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to get in your predictions, just like we got in our predictions. And of course, we know you guys love it. There will be rewards out there in the world for you. And as you can see right here, Igor or Casualty at 36%, Sandbox at 64%. So the recency bias of how much more Sandbox has shown up over the last couple years, whereas Igor has not been at World Finals since 2021, where he got third place, which I feel like a lot of people forget that he got third place in 2021.
Behind just Mohamed Light and Mugi. So you talk about that top three in solo at that time. Let's take a look at our predictions here, who we're picking for our first one. I think we got your prediction up first, Andrew.
Boom!
Yep.
I am going going back to, I mean, first of all, I will never, ever root against the Mortar God. I was there in 2019. I saw the 1 HP match, and I saw him come out and absolutely blow the world away. I'm going Igor.
Let's go ahead and see mine real quick. And yep, we're both going Igor. No slight here on Sandbox. Sandbox is an absolute killer, but in this case, you got to take that mentality. You saw the walkout. You saw what we saw. The big question for me is, has Sandbox calmed those nerves? And we'll get into it in a minute. How do they prepare for this match, since Igor says, I don't.
I don't. And as you can see right here, we all went with Igor or Casualty, other than Juicy, who was actually pretty surprised that that he was the only one to pick Sandbox. Now, in recent history, Sandbox has actually had the edge over Igor. You talk about them meeting all time. Igor's only won 37% of their matches. Sandbox has taken those points. He's taken it even this year in CRL. So, you know, recency bias confirms that.
Absolutely, and we'll see, of course, in just a couple of moments how that bias comes out to everything as we've got our first match. I believe we're ready. So let's go ahead and kick things off with the opening match of the 2025 World Finals, Igor and Sandbox.
Let's go!
And here we go. Game number one. Now, looking at what Igor's been doing in gameplay for a while, my suspicion is that Sandbox and his coach are going to plan to do two things. To cover Cycle, of course,
yes,
but also cover Royal Hogs. Royal Hog's Fireball bait has been one of Igor's go-to opening decks, so I would not be surprised, even though it's not his usual style, to see Sandbox maybe having a Mega Knight in here, but now that I see those two cards, might be going RG.
I mean, they're both going Comfort, it looks like. Yeah, Mortar coming out right away. You see that when you see the Cannoneer and the Minions, of course, trying to get that Mortar cycle so you can get the Evo Mortar in cycle as soon as possible, and there's the RG. You see that with the Hunter. Hunter not really paired with much else out there in the world, so very excited to see the two guys play their two Comfort decks in game number one. It's a great way to kind of pacify those nerves.
And we'll see, yep, Evo Ghost. First look at it in today's World Finals, and the Evo Royal Ghost is an absolute monster.
Yeah. And I really enjoy this deck. I also really like the fact that recently things have changed in Clash Royale where you can have more than just one champion on the board. Obviously, the most recent placed champion is the one that has the ability. But this has made the Goblinstein come back into the meta a lot more. This has made Archer Queen pop back in. It's been really, really great to see multiple champions on the board and then watching the best in the world use that to their advantage.
And a slight swerve here from Igor, as the ladder deck he's been playing was also a Mortar Miner deck, or we haven't seen a Miner yet, obviously. He was playing Mortar Miner Skelly King with Poison, also a Musketeer in that deck. So a little surprising to see maybe this adjustment, but also it's World Finals. You want to be less predictable.
And with the Lightning in here, this is not my favorite matchup if I'm a Mortar player. You know, that Lightning is going to get a lot of value on the Mortar. Then you have to think about, well, how do I stop that RG? Well, if I'm able to get my Cannoneer down or my Cannon down off of its wheels. So there's just a lot here for Igor to think about when he talks about this first round matchup. Although, knowing he's going up against someone like Sandbox, he was probably thinking about RG being a possibility.
And there goes the Miner going to work on the Hunter, and the Fisherman is not going to get the Goblinstein that far away. The monster dies, but no ability usage here.
And you have to use the arrows on that Evo Royal Ghost. Just does so much damage when it is not touched. And the good thing, though, when you talk about Igor's matchup are the minions. The minions are going to be really, really difficult to get to when you're talking about how Sandbox is going to be able to break through. Minions are almost a free defense against RG a lot of the time, but if you have a Hunter plus an E-Spirit, the Hunter doesn't have to be too close as long as that E-Spirit jumps well. So there you can see right now, minions on top of that RG. Doesn't have to spend any more. E-Spirit comes down, but Hunter's out of cycle, so you see a very, very clean defense from Igor.
And that Fish Boy going down. Back to another one here in the middle. Miner to the outside. Monster pulled to the center. But that cannon cart on the left-hand side has to force out that Royal Giant. Little shake of the head from Igor in that interaction.
Yeah, I mean, I think Igor probably was getting a little more focused on this defense than he wanted. He would have loved to hit that ability on the right-hand side because that monster got to the tower, but he knew he was maybe down a little bit in Elixir, and if he had done that, he'd be hurting. Just kind of as he is right now. He's having to spend a lot defensively.
2481, the mark on the top right-hand tower of Sandbox. Now the left-hand side starting to get some work from the Ghost. There's a King Tower activation, which could limit some of the damage from those miners as we go on.
This deck that Igor is running a lot of times has lightning in it instead of arrows. Obviously, this is going to speed his cycle up a bit. We saw the arrows come out earlier to save that Royal Ghost Evo, but when you talk about the Lightning, nice to clean up the Hunters. So Igor's just kind of have to pick and choose where he wants that spell value to come through as one of the first and second, maybe third. There it is. Third RG shot comes in. Now arrows come down. RG opposite lane. And Sandbox has taken control of game number 1 with only 1 minute remaining.
The risk-reward play does not pay off for Igor. Now, he might not have been able to get to that mortar in time for the RG, decided to go to the right-hand side instead. But as we go into the triple elixir final minute here in a mortar miner deck, Igor is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, basically you're counting only on minor damage. You need that mortar to defend. And then, like I said earlier, this deck runs lightning a lot. That lightning helps you take care of the fish boy. When you got that goblin monster coming across the bridge, if you can lightning the fisherman as soon as he's dropped, then you can actually get damage on top of tower. Having arrows, you don't have that ability.
Final 30 seconds, lots on the left-hand side. Igor is forced to play defense here, cannot do much on offense, and I don't think there's a significant way for him to get this damage back.
No, I mean, there really isn't. Sandbox knows it. He's just got to keep up the pressure enough to where Igor cannot get a big push going, and that fisherman just completely controls the board. It is such a nuisance, but if you, again, you talk about the lightning, which is usually paired with the Goblinstein in this deck, not having that has been brutal in game number 1, and now our former 2019 world champion, our former 2021 third place finisher is going to have to find a way to turn this set around.
Big opening win for Sandbox to kick things off here. And you see him going to his preparation sheet. Sandbox working with Game Saver as his coach. Saver not known for trying to snipe one tricks that much in the first round. Went with comfort, but also covered mortar at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really, really great pick because you talk about not sniping one tricks. That is not a fun matchup for a mortar player. And as I know I'm just like beating a dead horse here, but also the idea of having the lightning out and the arrows in just made it so much harder for Igor to break through. There's not really a way to get that damage back with just the miner and only playing mortars defensively and only defending against the RG, because then your opponent's just going to put together a huge downhill push, kind of as we saw. And then we saw Igor go risk-reward, and it ended up being risk.
Well, risk indeed. And now the question is, where does Igor go next? Right, so he has been playing a lot of that Piggy's Fireball bait deck with the recruits. From the beatdown side, he has done some Golem, done some RG, but I'm very curious to see where he goes here and if Sandbox and Game Saver go their normal pattern or try to cover. Yeah,
I mean, I think if he's been running it, maybe just go heavy on beatdown, right? Slow the pace of the game down. You've got the lightning in hand. Maybe you start to use that on the defensive buildings. You know, if Sandbox is thinking about facing beatdown, you know there's going to be, maybe even pull out an Inferno Tower in game 2. I know he's not trying to snipe anything, but when you think about how game 1 went, he's playing his comfort, thinking about what's out now, Fisherman being out, Hunter being out, that's a lot of DPS, that's a lot of map control. Maybe there's a way for Igor to slow the pace down, break through, use his spell power, just try to put together those great pushes that you want with a beatdown deck.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. This is the hard part. For those of you who've never watched live CRL before, this is the part where both the coaches and the players really make the difference.
Yes.
That picking process, and it's so stressful up there. Most of the year, these players do it with their coaches, often in a call.
Yeah.
This time you saw the sheet that we saw Sandbox going to. He has progressions listed there, ideas, all things that might play out, and this is the make or break moment.
Yeah, and you've talked to, we talked to coaches a lot this week, we talked to players a lot this week, and Sandbox is a guy that is known for being very good at picking in the moment on live stages.
Yeah.
Igor, on the other side of it, it's not that he's not known for doing it well, it's just kind of that thing that I talked about at the beginning of the day, where sometimes he just runs what he wants to run, regardless of whether that's the greatest thing, despite what's out, right? A lot of people look at the 8 cards that are out from their opponent, they build from there. Igor might just be like, I really want to run X in game 2.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way he'll go sometimes. Back in the No Tilt World Championship in 2020, he ran the same deck. It wasn't duels then.
Yes.
4 times in a row in a best of 5, and that's the exact kind of thing we're talking about with Igor, or going back to World Finals 2020 or 2019 when he came out against Dandelion and ran Mortar game number 1. Said,
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and again, I really like that they went comfort both here in game number 1. They both went their strongest deck. A lot of nerves. Day 1, first one's out. We got a huge crowd here in Atlanta, so going comfort makes sense. Now it's all about where you make your money, and that's bouncing back in a best of 3.
So players getting themselves ready for our game, and here we go, number 2.
And back to 2 Princess Towers, which feels pretty much like the number 1, Cannoneer maybe number 2, although
And
that Chef does cause problems.
Berserker out first, Hog for Sandbox. So Sandbox flexing some of those skills he said in cycle early on.
And Igor with the Fish Boy getting a nice King Tower activation to start things off. Obviously going a little bit heavier here right out the gates. And the Monk. Monk finding decent targets so far. Obviously with the minions, that is a projectile. And when you talk about that Evo Furnace, it does okay.
This Monk variation of RG, not as popular these days. It definitely has kind of gone to the wayside, but as we just saw, Igor playing the Royal Ghost in game number 1, which has become kind of the dominant version of RG, not available for him here in game 2.
Yeah, but I like his options. He's got the Hunter, he's got the Evo Hunter, he's got the guards with the E-Spirit, and he's got the Fish Boy to all kind of control that Hog. This Prince is an interesting pick, and I do like it. He's got strong single target DPS, but Igor does get a handful of shots in here. 1937, lowest tower on the board for Sandbox. Igor's only got 7 elixir to deal with this.
Hog in, gonna get a few. King Tower will limit that, and the DPS shuts it down early. 2369 to 1937 along that left-hand side as we've passed the first half of our opening 3.
These guards are so great for Igor in this matchup. When you talk about being able to deal with the Prince, surround the Mega Knight, get DPS on top of the Hog with the E-Spirit, these are all great ways to control what Sandbox is throwing at him.
Furnace sets up in front of King Tower, will finish off that Barbarian as he pops out of the barrel.
And I am excited for the moment when Igor does pull the trigger on his spell. It's something that Sandbox has to be very aware of. Guards to protect.
And just going to pull this all apart right now.
Yeah, that's perfect. You
Yeah.
get the ability in, Prince can't do anything, minions are off the board. Now you got an Evo RG coming across the bridge. Fishboy should be back in cycle to deal with the Mega Knight.
Final 30 seconds regulation. Evo Mega Knight comes and is going to knock that RG out of contention over and over and over again. Here we go, push on the right-hand lane. Nothing there for it.
E-Spirit up high, guards down low. And luckily with that King Tower activation, those minions, with the increased range on minions, they're going to stay off to the right there. Sandbox takes the lead.
A lot of damage as we go into sudden death overtime. Now the lightning comes out. Pretty healthy Fish Boy. Can it survive? And it will to back up. Here we go. Royal Giant down. Big moment for Igor.
And MK's there, but obviously not the Evo to MK. We should be able to get a couple shots here from the RG. There's the second shot, and this should be pretty easy cleanup. Hog Rider behind.
Yeah, just pulling the Hog Rider out is going to be difficult. Monk maybe gets a couple of punches here, does disrupt once, and Bar Barrel has to come out. Hog gets the shot very close. 14-17, 10-37, about 400 HP, separating these two in the final 90 seconds.
And does get that ability just in time. Going to help with that Furnace, going to help get some damage on tower. Furnace is off the board, so you don't have to worry about those Fire Spirits when you got the Princess Tower. Really nice stuff there for Igor when you talk about interactions.
Setting up the Prince in the back. Sandbox has been getting good value out of dual lane pressure. Fisherman's out early here.
Perfect.
And beautiful.
And you got the Fish Boy to help here with the Prince. So right now, Igor has all the answers. Just get that lightning in.
Yep.
Don't need to get the damage in. You don't need to force the RG, but he still can get the RG down to create some more pressure. The big thing is you don't want to do that and then lose to a Hog plus minions plus whatever push on the opposite side of the board as we're seeing right now.
EQ in, there goes the Hog. E-Spirit to hold. Guards get wrecked on. And wow, the arrows reflect. Huge for Igor.
Yeah, Sandbox was trying to read it. He was trying to get the arrows in, then the E-Spirit late to clean up those guards, knowing that that would be the way for the Hog to break through. And that's exactly what you want in our first set of the day. We're going to game 3. Igor evens things up.
And you know, it's interesting. I wonder if Sandbox and Game Saver were trying to cover some variation of Fireball bait of that Pigs deck. They brought the Mega Knight out in that one. That is a possibility what they were looking at. Obviously, didn't get the matchup they wanted. The big thing is we saw that Evo Mega Knight shutting down the RG, but you didn't see any other real way to stop a Royal Giant.
Yeah, or really create a scary offensive push, right? The biggest ones when it was MK with minions, with Hog all on one side. We saw Sandbox try to break through it, but guards are just so good in certain matchups. We saw them work time and time again, whether you're talking about the DPS, the direct DPS on top of the Hog Rider, dealing with the charge from the Prince so you can protect the Monk, and then honestly the Monk pool. I really love seeing the Monk. It was great to move the Mega Knight around, obviously deal with those minions. Really nice deck choice here from Igor in game 2.
And you know, you think about this situation, we talked about Sandbox flexing some of his cycle muscles here. This isn't a cycle version of Hog Rider. This is an average elixir of 3.9.
Yeah.
You don't get around that fast, and we saw those exchanges where he couldn't really punish. He couldn't outcycle the Fisherman very well. We saw that great catch with the Fish Boy on the Hog on the right-hand side, and he broke through a couple times early, but once that elixir started flowing, that advantage just evaporated.
Yeah, the big problem is when you have those heavier decks that are off meta, there's usually holes that you kind of can see in the armor, and Igor was able to kind of figure all that out early on, what he needed to defend, what was the biggest threat to him. When you have a deck that's more meta, even though this isn't the most popular version that Igor is running, it still synergizes really, really well. It has the ability to cover all things that you need. Oh, you can't get on top of the minions? The Monk can do that. Oh, you don't have a building? The Fisherman can do that. You know, there's just so many great ways to control because that deck is closer to meta than what Sandbox was running.
So now as we think towards game 3, lightning and arrows out on both sides. So you think about big spells, you're thinking primarily about Fireball, thinking primarily about Poison. Obviously Miner no longer available for Igor in that Poison variation. And we saw Barb Barrel. Igor has run a little bit of Graveyard. Typically you won't see Barb Barrel, a Graveyard deck, once that's gone, although some people are running it with Evo Snowball.
Yes, you can still run it. It's just not quite as good. It's really nice to have that Barb Barrel as a tank that can get across the river 100% of the time to tank for that Graveyard. I'm curious to see if Sandbox is going to go cycle. He talked to me about it in the interviews. He says that people don't think that he can. We've seen 2 pretty heavy decks from him. He's been grinding cycle. He does still have Miner available, so I'd be curious if that's where he wants to bust it out now. But remember, a lot of times in the highest level of competition, unless you're Pedro a couple years ago, when you run Miner control, Miner mortar control, Miner poison control at the highest level, it's really, really unforgiving.
Well, he has all the pieces for his primary Miner poison cycle deck. So let's go ahead and see if that's the direction that Sandbox goes as we enter game number 3.
Winner goes on to face Mohammed Light. Person that loses here goes down to the elimination bracket, where we will be saying goodbye to 2 players today.
Bomber and Valk against Drill. Great stuff for Sandbox picking here.
And I was just going to say, it looks like a Drill, you know, not necessarily mirror, but a Drill matchup. Igor also has a Valkyrie and Evo Witch to deal with.
And Archer Queen will do her job here in the middle. Ability activated.
I don't know what it is, but when I see a couple Archer Queens on the board, it just makes me nervous. The amount of DPS there, the ability being able, you drop that second one down, you get another instant ability basically, which is really, really interesting when you talk about how it works having multiple champions on the board.
So both guys slowing down a bit as we get to 10, Drill out, and Sandbox cycling that snowball, wants to get the Evo variation in.
Yep, and that's something that Igor is going to have to note and just recognize, okay, I have to keep track. Keeping track of snowball cycle when you are playing against Drill is the most important thing to do, period. You have to know what to drop when that Evo snowball is in cycle so that you can double drop immediately. He's going to want to cover with something like Ice Spirit plus Skellies, have his log available, or the Valkyrie available after that. Go cheap in the beginning so that you can get the elixir and have it stay on the board, right? If you use Evo snowball against Skellies and Ice Spirit as opposed to Valkyrie, it's just a little bit different. So I'd like to see the Valkyrie drop second, or the log drops second.
Evo Witch, Snowball gonna go try to put that more in the range of the Queen. Great Ice Spirit from Igor. And now Queen ability not a danger as she crosses the bridge.
Interesting with the Goblin Hut here. And oof, that log was almost early.
Into double elixir, final minute of regulation. So far, nobody's really broken through, just some of that Drill surfacing from the ground damage.
I really like this aggressive Queen at the bridge because Igor's gonna have to overspend. He's only got a really like Really, the Valkyrie is what you want to use to deal with the Queen in these moments, or if you have a Witch cycled early, but that poison is going to make him a little bit more wary about playing the Witch in the back. So nice aggressive play there from Sandbox, and here's what we're talking about. Ice Spirit comes in early, Log comes in early actually, and now Igor just going to eat some damage there as he's trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the board, but Evo Valkyrie plus Bomber, and there is very little damage done by Igor.
Sandbox having to go to 1 for this though, so now he's starting to build Elixir back up. We'll see if Igor can press the slight advantage.
Oh, and the Witch gets pushed back. So now she's got a tank, and now the Skellies are coming back out. Skellies are taking for the Witch. Witch is going to heal up, and she gets some great shots in. 2165, 2388. Evo Valkyrie activates King Tower.
Wow.
That is a great eating of damage from Igor.
You know, we talked about the risk reward not paying off earlier. Here it pays off in spades. As we go into sudden death, Igor with the lead and that very important King Tower activation.
2362, 2165, 100 seconds remain in the first best of 3 at our 2025 World Finals.
Guards to cover Drill, Archer Queen to the right-hand lane, Poison starting to chip, Sandbox really not making a decision here. He's just gonna go ahead and get dual lane pressure.
And Evo Valkyrie coming in at the perfect time. Log coming in to clean things up. 22, 82, 21, 39. Evo Witch does a great job on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that ability might be some elixir that Sandbox would want back. Bomber and Valk going to work there against, oh my.
The Valk pulling it away. Rocket gonna come in on top of the Bomber, and Igor is in the lead with a minute left.
What else would you expect for that last card? Igor, Rocket, a match made in heaven.
And Valkyrie in a great spot there. Gonna tank, gonna clean up the Drill, deal with the Queen, deal with the opposite Valk. And now Sandbox maybe feeling a bit of the pressure, just kind of dropping at the bridge. Obviously doesn't want to give any rocket value.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Archer Queen trying to clear everything off. Gonna get some stabs from the Goblins. Oh, those were huge.
Yeah, that's another mistimed Log there. We got to see something to get on top of that first Goblin, then the Log just a bit later. But Igor's okay. He knows he has the rocket cycle game. Sandbox is the one that needs to make something happen in 20 seconds.
Poison down. Evo Snowball to clear. Log.
The Drill! The Log is early!
Oh my
The Log is early! He has missed so many Logs throughout game 1, or excuse me, game 3.
He has to both cover and have the time for this rocket. Poison in, Log down, Ice Spirit to clear, Snowball in. That's gonna be it! Sandbox takes game 1, game 3, and the win!
Sandbox staying in it, feeling the pressure, trying everything he could. Opposite lane, dropping at the bridge. Big pushes on the left, poisoning, everything he could do to get damage on that tower. And then Igor with a slight misstep. The pressure from the stage, misses the Log several times, but he misses the most important one in the final 20 seconds.
And that last 20 seconds or so, maybe last 30 seconds, is the most surprising part of that match, right? I mean, maybe not, because we saw those mistakes early on, but here he makes a couple big ones in the worst moment, and Sandbox absolutely takes control, stays calm, gets it done. Let's go down to the stage. Juicy is standing by with Sandbox.
What a fantastic match. The first question I just want to ask is, like, how are you feeling? The first World Finals match is over. How are you feeling?
이제 그 월드 매치의 이제 첫 번째 경기가 끝났는데 소감 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
제가 지금 이번 연도에 연습을 많이 해왔는데 그것을 보상받는 것 같아서 굉장히 기분이 좋습니다.
I have practiced really a lot for this tournament and it seems like it's worth it, so I'm really glad about it.
Awesome. Let's go. Yeah, give it up for him. Let's go. My next question is, in the first match, you were playing against Igor with one of his best decks. How did you break through? How did you win?
이제 첫 번째 매치 때 일고님이 제일 최고의 데크를 꺼냈는데 그거를 이기셨는데 어떻게 이기셨는지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
저의 코치인 게임제트 세이버가 저 스스로 믿으라고 해줘서 이겼던 것 같습니다.
So during game, I like to keep in mind that my enemy is myself, so I just try to do my best, and I think that's how I won.
One more time, give it up for Sandbox. Let's go. Good work.
And Sandbox getting it done as our opener here. You know, there's already so much pressure at World Finals, but to be the first one out, that is always a little bit added pressure. We've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen, and let's go back to when Mohamed Light lost in the first match of that opening World Finals. And that happens to everybody. Here we saw Igor fall, Sandbox staying strong.
Well, back in 2021, Igor did a good job in that lower bracket when he got third place, so that's not the end for Igor. You know, maybe getting those nerves, those jitters out, first match out. Those were some uncharacteristic misses from Igor, and you got to imagine that's our standing room only crowd here, adding that pressure when you talk about Game 3, Match 1, Day 1, first one out, first one down to the lower bracket. And you can see right here, it's not a mirror matchup. They're both playing drill. They both have that Evo Valkyrie. We talked about the Evo Snowball throughout. It's something you just have to be so on top of. It's so much harder to track cycle when you have this live crowd in front of you, when you're standing on stage in front of the man that you're going up against. And it just feels like Igor was just a little bit off every time that Evo Snowball came in. You can see here, Igor going down to the lower bracket, waiting to see who he's going to play. Mohamed Light and Sandbox will be going up against each other here in just a little bit. To see the goated one and Sandy go head-to-head is going to be a great way to start our second upper round bracket.
And I'm fairly sure Igor's going to face, from that trifecta, the loser of Pedro versus either Lucas or OP Sam. So very interesting situation for him there. And that's going to be one of our elimination matches today.
Yes.
We're sending 2 players home on day 1 of World Finals. They can hang out, but they can't play anymore. Of course, that's a bit of a road down the road here today. Right now, we've got this great win for Sandbox, and one that I know has to feel good given his situation with nerves in the past.
Absolutely. I mean, he talked a lot about, you know, taking some time off and coming back to the World Finals stage, but a lot has happened in a couple of years. We've seen all these players kind of grow up in the evolution of CRL. A couple years can do a lot for you in terms of maturity and confidence, and as you can see, it really paid off for Sandbox up here. You know, you take Game 1, you lose Game 2 to your comfort, and then you come out Game 3 in a mirror matchup against a former world champion, boom. Game in the bag.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of that action, as it was pretty fun here to kick things off.
What's up, everyone? It's me, Juicy, here, and I have Frontier Guard with me. First question I want to ask you is, just tell me about the pride that you feel being the one person, the only person to represent your entire server.
我感觉我是千里挑一的那个人吧，整个服务器只有我一个选手，感觉挺自豪的，因为以前我都没有打过世界赛。
How does it feel to be one of the best in the world, competing on a live stage for the first time in Clash Royale League?
感觉有一点点小紧张 ，a little nervous. Yeah.
So who inspired you most on your journey to be where you are today, and why?
LC Up， 因为我觉得他是中国皇室战争最好的选手。
A lot of people are going to be watching this. Is there anything that you want to say to your supporters?
I will try my best. Yeah.
One of our 2 newcomers to the World Finals. He qualified through the CRCC competition. Welcome to Worlds, Frontier Guard! He's the winner of the LCQ. We know he can handle the pressure. He's the man with the kindest smile in the world. It's a Vitor 75.
And welcome AC to the broadcast. Good to see you, brother. And welcome Juicy J to the caster's desk, man. What a crazy way to start our day with that first match.
I know, it was amazing. I thought for sure Casualty was winning that first game, but Sandbox with a huge breakthrough was wild.
Yeah, and right now we have two players with two very different stories in terms of World Finals. Vitor making 5 of the last 6 World Finals. He's had great success when you talk about the World Final stage, but technically he was one of the last men in, just like Frontier Guard. So at least in 2025, their stories are very similar when we weren't sure who those last spots were going to be, and here they are facing off against each other in round number 1. And Juicy, two very different, I guess, histories with these guys in the sense of our familiarity with them.
Right.
Frontier Guard is something that we don't know a lot about. Vitor is someone we've seen for a very long time. What do you think about how these two match up?
Man, I've been talking to all the players about, what do we think about Frontier Guard? Is he good? Apparently he's been doing really well in practices, either going even or actually winning some of the matches in these practices. I also talked to Vitor. Is he prepared? He said he is very prepared. He's working with his coach, and he's also feeling confident. So this was a tough pick for me.
Yeah, Vitor goes through that lower bracket run at the LCQ. You can see right here, he's talking about mentally preparing for matches. Controlling his breathing is so important. It is very, very important when you talk about on that live stage. You don't want to overheat. You don't want to feel like you're hyperventilating. But he showed he has nerves of steel in that LCQ going through that lower bracket run. He was able to go through Coco, Wallace. He went up against Clown, who was an exceptional player. I mean, so was Wallace, so was Coco. And then, of course, going in back-to-back, he did an upper bracket grand final reset against Vipers. So when you talk about having to put it all together, Vitor is a guy that can do it. And you can see right there, okay, first of all, shout out to the graphics team. I absolutely love this. So you can see right there, 5 World Finals appearances here for Vitor, the veteran, going up against the newcomer, Frontier Guard. But he's no slouch. As you said, he's been getting a lot of respect from the players out there. He went 3-0 in his finals in that championship. So he's definitely a guy that can put it all together, but can he do it here on the live stage?
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the biggest questions. I was speaking with a Chinese translator before today, and he was saying that Frontier Guard was definitely feeling a little bit nervous, and that's something that Vitor, I feel like, just doesn't even feel anymore. I mean, 5-time World Finals. Yeah. He has so much experience. The only question is, can Frontier Guard handle the heat, handle the bright lights?
Yeah, people are talking a lot about how he loves to play bait. I'm not sure when you want to come that out with, but let's take a look at the predictions from chat. I'm very curious to see where you guys landed, and 63% to Vitor, 37% to Frontier Guard. Feels pretty appropriate, I guess. I actually thought it was going to maybe be a little bit farther in Vitor's favor.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think this matchup could be a little bit more even, but I mean, once again, this is Clash Royale. Anything can happen.
That's right. It's interesting when you don't know a lot about your opponent. So talking about their predictions, like we said, you guys can get those in event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Now our predictions, and I'm curious to see where we all lined up. I mean, I wonder if we all picked the exact same guy, or did someone go for the dark horse in Frontier Guard? Let's see it. What do we got? What do we get? Okay, yep, no surprise there. I did pick that for myself. Juicy?
Vitor, all the way.
Okay, and where did Rich and Josh end up? Did anyone go for the odd man out? They didn't. We're all going with Vitor, which makes a lot of sense. We've known him a lot. He's had a lot of success. I'm curious about what he's going to be playing in the meta. People have talked about how he's more comfortable with beatdown, but in general, these guys that we say are more comfortable with one archetype, or how this meta only favors their play style, when you've made this many World Finals, I feel like that doesn't really add up.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, online's one thing, playing your comfort, playing cycle, Frontier Guard, like you said, known for bait. I've talked to a lot of coaches. The idea is that it will probably stick with comfort, try to push off those nerves a little bit, try and get some momentum off of that. But you know, if you're Vitor, you also know that, and you're ready. There's a lot of mind games here.
Vitor back in 2021 got 4th place when they lost to Ponos, who had Mugi on their roster. In 2021, he ended up in the 13th, 16th spot. 2022, it was 7th and 8th, where he lost to Mo. And 2023, 9th to 12th, where he lost to Adriel. So you talk about who he has run into on his journey in CRL. That's a pretty steep competition. And here we go, game 1, set number 2, Frontier Guard and Vitor 75. Wow, let's go.
So excited. I love being on the desk, seeing what these players are gonna do. This is what it's all about. This is what we all came here to see. And both players leaking some elixir.
Yeah.
Waiting to see what the other will do.
Makes you think that they're going to go a little bit heavier. Probably not going to go bait for Frontier Guard game 1, which I like. You know, never want to play your comfort unless you're in that last match where they both just went comfort game 1, and it was a very, very great time. And you see wall breakers come out early, so maybe just kind of holding for a minute. Evo Ghost, no surprise there. Zappy's so strong in the meta right now, Juicy. They were everywhere in the 20-win challenge.
Yeah, super versatile. So it looks like maybe 1.9. No, he has the Miner. So Miner, Evo Wall Breakers, Evo Ghost. Vitor looking like Golem, actually.
I was just going to say, what an interesting combination. He's got the Mini P.E.K.K.A, he's got the Skelly Drags with the Zap. He's going kind of Golem control here, if you will. And that's going to be tough for Frontier Guard to break through. He's going to have to get a lot of damage in single and then rely on Miner damage, most likely throughout the rest of the game.
Both Barbarian Barrels coming out to defend the Royal Ghost. Very common idea. Positive elixir trade.
Yep.
Looking at the matchup in total, I do like it for Frontier Guard with the poison for the Zappies, but he needs to have perfect defenses and he needs to make sure he uses his Evo Wall Breakers actually effectively on defense to deal with those big pushes.
And there's our first Evo Baby Dragon on the day. That's going to be a double connection here with those Wall Breakers, and Vitor just opting to eat that damage, maybe Golem up in the back, and there it is. I can still do this sometimes.
Evo goes to the bridge trying to pressure with the minions.
That's a big amount of pressure there. Skelly Drag's coming to clean things up. Minion plus Ghost, that's going to basically be tower down here for Vitor. But we've seen this before when you talk about beatdown decks. You just don't want that Royal Ghost to get too much damage on that Golem.
And it spawns in more ghouls. Skelly Drags do take it out. Cannon on defense, skeletons, and there's the poison. The poison here is so strong defensively, slowing down everything while taking out the skeleton dragons.
5 elixir to deal with this Mini P.E.K.K.A plus Baby Dragon push. The retargeting though, not going to chase that wall breaker down. And here we go, just play it at the bridge, pressure at the bridge. Mini P.E.K.K.A gets 1, Mini P.E.K.K.A gets 2, and now we got an Evo Ghost on the board. This is a huge push for Frontier to deal with.
Mini P.E.K.K.A the bridge. Poison is missed. 28 seconds on the clock. The pressure's here, and here's the Evo Baby Dragon. Everything's gonna start moving really quick towards that tower, but the Barb Barrel, Andrew.
It cleans up everything, cleans up the ghouls, and you can see on Frontier Guard's face, he knows this is all but sewn up. Baby Dragon is on tower, but it's not gonna be enough. Big spell, not enough. 576, the newcomer takes game number 1. And the crowd loves it.
Wow, impressive stuff from Frontier Guard. You can see him with a little thumbs up at the end of the match there as well. He definitely looked a little nervous, but this is what we were talking about. That's the game plan.
I love it.
Play Cycle game 1, use your comfort, get a nice win under your belt, and now he's looking really good here.
So Juicy, talk to me about what went wrong there for Vitor when you're talking about goleming up in the back. Knowing, I mean, it was very clear. I said it on broadcast, he ate all that damage, and he's just trying to gain elixir there, and then his opponent sees, all right, you want to golem up in the back this early on, I'm going to go pedal the metal at the bridge. What should have been different?
Okay, I've been playing a lot of Golem over the last couple days.
Well, that's your problem.
Yeah, but I think the biggest, most common idea that I like to do is go Golem in the back in the opposite lane if you're gonna be eating damage. Because when you tower trade, you don't want them to be able to play cards on your side of the map. Like those wall breakers at the very end in order to kite back and stall for time. That was one of the biggest moments in that match.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the idea that you're going to lose that tower no matter what, then you go into a 2-tower game with Golem. Still not sewn up and done. Still not doesn't mean you're gonna 100% take it, but exactly what you're talking about. Being able to get those units behind, being able to kite things away, just not really having a Princess Tower to help, all those things being put together. Really, really nice stuff there by Frontier Guard, and then you wonder with Vitor, maybe the nerves, maybe just not knowing the matchup as well. I really like that call.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic match. Once again, anything can happen. Vitor's still in it. This is duels best of 3s, but I mean, once again, the momentum. Clash Royale is
Yes.
a game of momentum. Frontier Guard really has a lot of different options now. And, Vitor, he's kind of in a corner. He's going to have to make some really precise plays.
Yeah, and you talk about those nerves, right? Vitor coming out, even seeing that graphic with 5 World Finals appearances. It's got to be a weight off of Frontier's chest. He's also here saying, look, I'm here. I got here. I'm 3-0 in my finals. I'm going to take game number 1 here at CRL World Finals. The crowd loves it. And now it's all about Vitor bouncing back.
Yeah, now the question is, what do you do to bounce back? Vitor, he's very comfortable with a lot of different things.
Yes.
I was just kind of looking at the deck pools for both of these players. They're just so versatile. But the question is, what do you do when you are just a step away from going to lower bracket?
Yeah, it's one of those things where I was talking to some of the coaches and some of the players, and they were saying Vitor should take this set if he just goes comfort. Now, I don't know if this Golem deck is necessarily comfort for him. So maybe here in game number 2, which is coming your way right now, we'll see Vitor go a little bit comfort to even things up.
Hopping into the game. Both players focused. I honestly feel like Guard is a little bit less nervous. He's starting to kind of vibe out on stage. Vitor's starting with the Miner, Frontier with the Hunter Evo.
Yeah, most likely going Royal Giant. We don't see Hunter in a lot of other places. Can be in different beatdown decks, and then Vitor just going straight up control. Frontier maybe running what we saw Igor run earlier in game 2.
Mighty Miner in the back. This is an interesting matchup. It's fairly even, but the Tesla is definitely going to be helpful versus these Monk pushes, being one of the buildings that don't get deflected.
And just talking about that 3-card cycle not really existing anymore in Clash Royale, the ability to get another Tesla down is not out there. So you have to think of other ways to defend, other ways to think about that double RG push, or like I've seen you do many times on stream, just get that Tesla out early, cycle back to it.
Big pressure at the bridge. E-Spirit. Will we see a log?
Wow, double connection. No log in.
Crazy. Big connection. Vitor's feeling good, and this is what you were talking about. I think this is Vitor's comfort, right? You play some cycle, got some extra control with the guards and the Ice Wiz. Now, after seeing the Ice Wiz, I definitely feel like this is a very solid matchup for Vitor. It's really hard for Frontier Guard to break through. He almost needs a pre-log plus pre-E-Spirit to deal with the guards.
Yeah, we talk about outplayability with decks. A lot of times the heavier deck gets, the harder it is to outplay your opponent as games go on. RG's a little bit different because the way RG works, you can sequence that offensive push, as we saw Sandbox try to do earlier with the early arrows, then the E-Spirit to jump. But when you're talking about like what we saw in game number 1, it's really just put the golem down, put stuff behind it. Vitor has the ability here in game number 2 to diversify his attacks, change lanes, keep up pressure, get minor damage, get poison damage. I like what he does here in game 2. Play at my pace.
Frontier Guard with the Royal Giant Monk at the bridge. Monk ability is to flank the Ice Wiz a bit, but the Ice Wiz is still slowing everything down. And that is the power of the Ice Wiz versus the RG's pushes.
Great wall breakers there to stop the Fish Boy from pulling in. 20-45, 28-35, 45 seconds remaining here in regulation.
Okay, another Monk. So I'm just kind of thinking, like, if I'm Guard, what do I do in order to win this game? I think that, you need a double RG push.
I was just going to say, do you go RG in the back? Juice?
Right. Yeah, maybe. The other thing, you talked about the Mighty Miner change, the 3-card cycle change. The other thing that really makes a difference there is the fact that you can get multiple Mighty Miners on defense. And these wall breakers just continue to connect.
Yeah, another big connection there. Yeah, double Mighty Miner, great way to deal with these RG pushes. Monk, obviously a bit of a frustrating card to run into when you're playing the Mighty Miner. Now we see Frontier go Evo Hunter in the back opposite lane. Vitor goes, I don't want to deal with that. Poison it off the board.
And here we go, Roll Giant in the back. He's going to use his Fisherman in the middle here to pull the Ice Wiz and also try to pull the Mighty Miners as well. And he's going to try and get multiple Royal Giants to the board to break through. The question is, can Vitor handle this pressure?
And maybe a poison coming down at the river. There it is to help clean up all those support troops. That Evo RG get eaten alive. And Frontier opts to not get another RG down.
Yeah, no extra RG and just letting it get melted by the Mighty Miner is wild. You definitely, another big thing about this matchup is just getting your cycle complete in a way that you can get your Fisherman to lock on the Mighty.
RG in front of some guards, Juicy. What's the thought there? You think they're going to try to surround the Mighty Miner or something?
I think he was just trying to take out his opposing guards, but it doesn't work. And now another big counter push from Vitor.
High Miner. High Miner catch.
Wow.
Another connection. 10-32, 27-53. Vitor firmly in the driver's seat.
and we're heading into triple elixir overtime. We have not seen the last spell from Frontier Guard. I'm assuming it's going to be a lightning. I feel like if it was a fireball, he would have played in the Ice by now. And a pre-log in the E-Spirit. The guards come down. Will the wall breakers connect? No.
Guard so strong, so strong. One of my favorite cards. There we go. Hunter to deal with the Mighty Miner. So now the RG. They're going to expect the Tesla to come down here in the middle. No, he saves it to get the Tesla opposite lane. Love that patience by Vitor.
Fisherman does lock onto the Mighty Miner. A fireball comes through in the ISO, so it was fireball after all. This might be the first damage for Guard this whole game with 25 seconds left. It is a lot.
It is a lot. Not enough.
Oh, the wall breaker.
Away. Wall breaker connects. 18 seconds. We're going to game number 3 once again.
One last push. It's looking like a game 3 for sure. The Tesla is just cleaning up everything. The Mighty Miner's there once again. Wall breakers come through one last time with a pre-log for style points. Tower down. And ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Let's get it, Andrew.
Absolutely. You can see the calm on Vitor's face. No celebration yet. He knows there's one more to put in the bank. Gonna take a deep breath here after bouncing back in game 2, and that was real clean, Juicy.
I know. I mean, that is what we love to see from Vitor. I honestly, that's the difference between World Finals and an online event.
Yep.
You know, it's not just about the mind games. It's not just about getting matchups. You know, come on stage and use a deck that you are comfortable with, that you know that you can outplay and play well with. And both players did that in game number 1 and then game number 2 with a Guard and Vitor respectively. And now the question is, like, I'm just thinking, what are they going to be playing game 3? It's so tough.
It's so hard. Being an analyst or a coach now in 2025 with Evolutions is absolutely insane. The amount of cards that we have in the game. I love that Vitor never overextended himself. He just got damage where and when he could, and it actually ended up being a great amount of damage so that he had some breathing room late game. We saw that RG break through. That RG did way more damage that I think Vitor was anticipating, but because of the work that he had done earlier, it was still really not that close.
Yeah, the defense was insane, and like you said, the wall breaker connections. I thought there was a chance for Guard. Looking at the deck here, you know, technically there's a chance, right? You have the E-Spirit log to deal with guards. You have the fireball for the Ice Waves. I kind of like how he saved the fireball to the very end to make his opponent think it's maybe lightning and get that breakthrough. But Vitor was able just to hold on to the very last second with all of his Tesla, the ice was slow, etc.
Yeah, Vitor did a great job of covering all of his bases so that Frontier could not do that overwhelming push. You know, like I said, he had some great patience to recognize where Frontier was going to pour things on. Frontier kind of like felt things out a little bit. We saw that Evo Hunter cycled in the back on the right side, maybe seeing if Vitor would bite on it or not. We got the poison down early, so then Frontier focuses back on the left-hand lane, as you said, still holding that fireball for a long time. I don't know if it could have came out earlier just because of how well Vitor was playing passively. So it's just one of those things. Both these guys, it was kind of like, will they, won't they, when will it happen? And Vitor was able to stay out on top.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I really liked in that match was just the fact that Vitor was able to bounce back.
Yeah.
Like after losing first game, you know, like mentally that is just so draining. But once again, that is where 5-time world finalist experience really just comes into shine, where you know you're down a game. It's like, I've been in this situation before. I can do this.
And when I see game 3 here on the horizon, I really want to see Vitor go to what we're just talking about. I want to see him play comfort. I want to see him play control, because from what we heard from coaches, what we just saw there in game number 2, if he just slows things down and makes him play at his pace, if he makes Frontier play at his pace, he should be the one to come out on top.
Right. Yeah, the other thing is like with Roll Giant, I've seen Frontier Guard play a bit of Roll Giant, but overall, Roll Giant is one of the most complicated archetypes in Clash Royale. So I feel like it'd be really tough to play on stage unless you're a Mugi, a Pedro, for example. But you know, another thing about Frontier Guard's, you know, comfort, it's log bait, right? The problem with log bait is that it's very counterable.
Yes.
But I don't know, maybe he's just that good.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we saw Riley do it last year, right? New log bait was coming. Log bait was a bit stronger last year probably than it is right now, although there are new versions of log bait that are getting more and more popular every single day. We're seeing more and more Rascals. We're seeing Bush come out. We're seeing the double small guys, whether it's Princess and Dark Goblin, what have you. Royal Ghost is in a lot of them. So it would be interesting to see Frontier go that way. I would love to see Vitor even play something like RG, where he's talking, he does know how to sequence that way. He does know how to play that patient, pick apart your defense, and break through. Here we go. Game number 3 coming your way. Vitor takes game 2 after Frontier does a dominant game number 1. CRL debut.
Love the graphics here. Once again, guys, this is duels formatting best of threes. Any card that's played previously cannot be played in this match. Cannon card in the back from Frontier Guard and a Furnace Evo from Vitor. Let's watch as these decks unfold to see what these players are using.
Cannon cart and barrel, Evo barrel, we see a lot of mortar. So Frontier Guard might have stolen my heart here and our first boss bandit of the competition.
Yeah, this is an interesting boss bandit bridge spam variation, I assume, but he has arrows as well. Maybe expecting that bait element to come out from guard. And why, well, it is not complete bait. You know, these, wow, Skeleton King ability.
Oh, wow.
Wait, this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, a lot on the board, and Vitor doesn't really have a way to take care of it. He's got to go Spirit Empress up high, and this Dark Goblin should make light work of it, and this is going to be a lot of damage for Frontier Guard. Vitor is very fortunate he got that second shot in from the Empress.
Oof, that Vine spell was amazing. It's really going to stop most of everything, and then a Snowball comes out as well. So once again, before I was like captivated by the Skeleton King ability, this Bridge Spam deck is fairly solid, but the fact that he has 3 spells to be so ready for these bait elements gives him a decent chance of actually coming back here.
Yeah, the fact that he can get on top of that Dark Goblin with 2 different spells is real, and they're both even trades. That's going to be something that's frustrating for Frontier Guard. You got that Evo Snowball to not always the best when you're going up against Mortar, when you're going up against Cannon Cart, and obviously you can get that Goblin Gang down first and then the Skeleton King down second. That's always going to be a great way to clean up those big pushes.
Boss spin in the back. Does very well versus Cannon Card, but not very well versus Skeleton King. And the Gang as well. Wow. And the Skeleton King ability. Maybe 3 spells isn't enough for all of this spam.
Yeah, we'll see how much the Furnace can do against the Skeleton King as time goes on. Spirit Empress could be a bit of an X factor here. The Lightning comes down, though. That's a bit tough. And now we see this.
Yeah,
Ram Rider in.
Vines as well. And big connection with the Ram Rider. Snowball a little bit late. What does clean up the counter push. Skeleton Barrel in. What does Vitor have? There's the Furnace.
And this is a great cleanup here. Evo Furnace, those Fire Spirits going to hop. Arrows have to come down. But now Frontier Guard needs to think about the way Vitor put that push together and how he's going to sequence those spells.
Does he drop a Mortar? He does drop the Evo Mortar. It doesn't connect. It's a good way to bait out an Evo Mortar for sure. Will the Cannon Card go down? No, it's alive for the counter push. And another Lightning is probably going to drop down the Spirit Empress.
And you see that surround there with the Goblin Gang. Going to go Evo Snowball, pull everything back across the bridge, just as you called it, Juice. Lightning comes down on that Spirit Empress, 1078. Boss Bandit here to clean things up. Goblins as well. Cannon Cart still pretty healthy.
But a Ram Rider.
Pretty good push here now.
Arrows cleaning up, but the Boss Bandit 1 HP. It
That's
connects
huge.
the Mortar. Will we see a Vine spell drop?
We need
there
to see it. There's the Vines right on top of Dark Goblin. Does it charge?
Oh my God.
Wow.
It doesn't connect.
90 seconds remain, 1078, 2095. Vitor setting up opposite lane push, trying to make something happen here in the final 90 seconds.
Big pressure bridge, arrows drops, but now the Skelly King ability is full and ready to go.
Bandit doesn't dash.
Arrows onto the Gang in the tower. Boss Man is getting annihilated by these skeletons.
70 seconds remain here. Vitor down by an arm and a leg. 985, 2095. Firmly in control as Frontier Guard. Staying on offense. I really, really like that. He's figured out ways to stop that Ram Rider without needing that mortar.
Arrows drop down as well. Evo Snowball is in cycle. Maybe that's the one thing that could give him a chance to break through, but Frontier Guard is firmly in the lead right now.
And Frontier Guard cycling, you know that mortar's going to be available. There it is, early cycled Evo mortar. That's great against the Boss Bandit too. There you go, see, Goblin comes down, dash to that Goblin instead of the Skeleton King.
Ram Rider in, Vine Spell is strong, but the Cannon Card's distracting. The Gang is there, the arrows are late, and now the Evo Skeleton Barrel. Snowball drops and everything. Only 25 seconds left. Frontier Guard is firmly in the lead.
And maybe the biggest upset of day number 1 is about to happen here. Our 5-time world finalist being sent down to the lower bracket. 1888, 1850 to 719. You can see Frontier just sending that barrel opposite lane. It should be all sewn up.
Yeah.
And there it is. The newcomer takes set number 2.
Wow. Wow, I mean, perfect gameplay. The Lightning, especially at the end there, just not playing around, dropping the Lightning to clean everything up. I mean, This man looks like he might be a 5-time world finalist.
That was absolutely impressive by Frontier, playing all different styles, coming out showing that he knows what he's doing. He goes hot, fast in game number 1. Game number 2, Vitor goes, all right, I can control the pace here. And then in game number 3, it was a one-way street the entire time, Juice.
Yeah, that is the thing about trying to overcompensate and prepare for a deck specifically. Like, those 3 spells, they're strong against these bait decks, but it doesn't do very well synergy-wise.
All right, Josh, let's go down to the stage and see what the rookie has to say.
Okay, it's hey, everybody give it up, come on, yeah! Yo, that is impressive. Look, it's your first World Finals event ever. How were you able to handle the pressure?
这是你第一次打世界总决赛，你是怎么专注比赛，然后顶住这个压力的？
保持冷静就行了。
So I'll just stay calm.
Yeah.
For the whole time.
Yo, whole time, yeah.
Stay calm.
Never a problem. Okay, I saw you smile and nod your head at the end of game 1. Is it fair to say that you might be having fun?
就是我们观察到，就是你第一局比赛之后，你赢的时候你笑了一下，然后点了点头，是不是我们可以说，就是你非常在享受这个比赛？
对，我非常享受这个比赛啊，在国内我也会这样。国内的比赛。
不是，就是这个比赛。
哦，这个比赛，因为之前也在比赛里赢了，我就会笑。享受这个比赛。
Okay, so yeah, I enjoyed the game a lot, and even back in the China like championships, I usually smile when I win. Like, yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, hey, one more time. Congratulations. What a game we just saw. Casters take it away.
I mean, that's what it's all about, playing the game you love in front of a crowd like this, putting more money in the bank, taking down a 5-time world finalist. Frontier Guard comes out and blows us all away. Juicy, what was so impressive to you about the way he played that set?
I think that the biggest thing for me was the fact that, like you said with the Mortar matchup, he just kept applying pressure.
Yeah.
I feel like for me, when I get really nervous, I play too defensive.
Yes.
But he just continued to play his game, you know, like any other match. I'm going to keep pressuring the bridge on both lanes, and more than anything, looking at the deck here, when he was up a lot of HP, he decided, you know what? I'm going to lay off at the last second, the perfect moment, and play defensive Mortar.
Yes.
And if you look at all the spells in Vitor's deck, yes, it's good versus bait, but that Mortar there's no way to take it out on his side of the map.
That is such a good point. When you talk about having to break through, there was no way to make that Evo snowball impactful.
Right.
You can't take care of the cannon card off of its wheels. You can't deal with the Mortar there. You obviously have the Skeleton King as well as just another big tank on the ground to kind of clog up the lane with its density, with its body. The lightning coming out for the Spirit Empress, and that early Mortar connection was just great. Frontier has shown that he is not scared to bring it to you and punch you in the mouth. We saw that in game number 1. You're going to go him up in the back. I'm going to put everything I have at the bridge and take that tower. Such great macro understanding of the matchup throughout that set. So here we go. We've gone to best of 3 twice. We see Mohamed Light versus Sandbox. Now Sub versus Frontier Guard. We're going to another great match between Adriel and Mugi.
Man, that is going to be a really fun match. I mean, what an insane lineup. You know, Adriel, a little bit, what am I saying? He has a lot of experience, as well as Mugi has a lot of experience in Clash Royale League World Finals. They're both really good Royal Giant players. They're very versatile. You know, we talked about it a lot, you know, off stage of like who would win this match. It's very close. I don't know. I feel like it's really going to come down to who can work with their coach the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Coaching is so very important. Obviously, both these guys have great coaches behind them, and both of them are very good at their pressure on stage. We've seen that many, many times before. But before we get into that, let's go back and take a look at what made Frontier Guard have the best debut you can possibly have at CRL World Finals.
What's up, guys? Juicy here. Today we have Adriel with me. In 2024, you took a little bit of a break. What has changed for you since then? And like, what didn't work for you then, but is working for you now?
Más práctica me faltó en el 2024, que este año sí la tuve y por eso estoy aquí.
Is there any competitors that you're most excited to play against? Is there any rivalries out there that we should know about?
Realmente no tengo ninguna rivalidad, todos son mis amigos. Te diría que Mohamed, pero sí.
So when you won the GKR golden ticket, you hadn't lost a single game the entire tournament, but then you lost a set. What did it take for you to mentally reset so that you could win back-to-back best of fives versus Pedro?
Realmente cuando perdí ese set no me sentí tan mal mentalmente. Yo tengo una mentalidad fuerte. Simplemente seguí jugando el mejor nivel de mí y gané.
Do you think that you were born with that strong-mindedness, or do you think that you had to train in order to have that mental fortitude?
Cuando era chico me enojaba más que cuando me enojo ahora, so diría que lo he practicado durante el tiempo y he mejorado esa parte.
I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fans watching this weekend. Do you want to say anything to your supporters?
Muchas gracias por el apoyo, daré lo mejor de mí.
Introducing first, defending the blue tower. He is a golden ticket winner, making his second appearance here at World Finals. Put your hands together for Adriel! And his opponent on the red side, one of the most popular players in Clash Royale history, making his 5th World Finals appearance. He is a 2-time Clash Royale League World Champion, Moogie!
Look, if there was ever a match to be able to follow what we just saw, it's gonna be these two guys. I'm telling you, I spent 20 minutes working on my predictions, trying to figure out, do I want Adriel, do I want Moogie? And then eventually I flipped a coin. I felt so good about that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. I agree. I mean, this match is a powerhouse matchup for sure. You know, Adriel is very confident. You saw him walking up, you know, to the event today, and he's just stone cold. I mean, same thing as in the interview that we just saw. Like, I have a strong mindset. You know, I was born with this. Like, he's got that X factor in him.
Man, I really wish I had that myself. I mean, it is so impressive how he's able to do it. And then obviously, we could talk about Moogie all day. 2-time world champion. He's always here. I mean, both of these players are just so incredible. And I cannot wait to see what the community predictions is. I couldn't tell you if it's going to be 80-20 for either of these players.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, talking about Moogie also, you know, obviously he's a 2-time world champ. On stage, he does it better than anyone. We talk about the fact that he has not only talent, I mean, like, he's just overwhelming talent, actually. Like, he really doesn't even need to practice, I feel like. He just shows up, and he's like, oh, I got #1 in the world in 2024. Like, insane.
Yeah, it's just that easy. Also, I do want to, how do you plan on using your money if you win this World Finals? He said buying things that I like. I saw a couple people saying, oh, buy a house. Who cares about buying a house? I want to buy things that I like. I got to say, I love that. And there we go. We do see the monthly final track record. And yeah, I mean, these two players, it really, you know, when you look at the bracket, you have to think that both of these players were really upset when they saw that their opponent was who their opponent is.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about it earlier, but it's like this World Finals is definitely stacked. I mean, thinking about this matchup once again, we have Moogie, one of the best Royal Giant players, very talented, very versatile. Adriel, on the other hand, like, he just works really well with his coach, Jeebus, and he's like, You know, he's the guy that you do not want to play against if he's got a good matchup. Because he either has one card in his deck that has an advantage, he will abuse that card to the 9th degree.
Yeah, I mean, he's so brilliant, both of these players are. And I do want to take a look at the predictions right now because, oh boy, who will win the match? Mugi at 62%, Adriel at 38%. And I guess that feels fair. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say in this moment. And, you know, let's take a look at these caster predictions. It could be 50-50. It could be 4-0. Actually, I don't even know who I put. I put Adriel. I landed on Adriel.
And let's see what I got. Adriel.
No!
Okay, you got, okay, and then Adriel. Okay. Oh, wait, Andrew went Mugi. I thought we all picked Adriel. Okay, of course Andrew picked Mugi. He's a big Mugi fan. Which, you know, I don't know how I feel about this. You know, we're kind of contradicting the community predictions, but once again, I just feel like Adriel's been putting up a little bit more games in practice than Mugi has.
Yeah, and when it's that close, you have to find a reason to pick somebody. And,
Sure.
and when it comes to the, I mean, both of these players are so collected, so I can't even use that. Yeah, I mean, it comes down to who has played more games in the last week.
Right.
And Adriel has, so I go with Adriel. I think it's that simple.
Right. Yeah, the other thing that Mugi does really well is during these tournaments, there's always a little bit of a mini meta that kind of develops.
Yes.
And Mugi does a really good job of just like adapting on the fly to what that mini meta is. The problem I see for him though is I don't really see that really happening right in this tournament. You know, the decks are like been pretty versatile, and there isn't really one deck that really has been outshining any others.
Yeah, it feels like it's pretty consistent with the 20-win challenge, but over the course of the weekend, we are, I mean, assuredly, we are going to see some new creations underway. And here we go. Game number 1, Mugi and Adriel.
Evo Ghost in the back with the Suspicious Bush. Dash from Adriel on the Golden Knight. Looking like at the top, just 1.9 Hyperbait Evo Ghost cycle. Adriel with a nice tornado, but the Ghost stays locked on tower. This is a big connection for Mugi in the first minute of the match.
Yeah, Ghost gets caught on top of the wall breakers, just a huge interaction mistake. Now he's gonna have to take the entire Dark Goblin to the face, and now he's still not defending. His left tower is at 1816, right tower at 1878, a massive and impressive start for Mugi.
This is a very common idea versus this deck though, this Hyperbait cycle, to basically, you know, pick your battles. You have to take some damage. You're going to take some damage, and being able to stay in the Elixir advantage, especially with this very expensive deck that Adriel has, is important.
Right there, Zappy cycled in the back left by Adriel. Should be able to clean up this bush pretty well, but I'm thinking the right one is going to get a shot. No, instead locks onto the Zappies.
Ghost actually does a pretty good job. A little bit of an Evo Breaker connection. But what I'm really thinking right now is like, what is Adriel's last card? I assume it's a Goblin Drill. And if that is the case, I think there is chances for a comeback here with a big giant skeleton push.
Yeah, you have to assume, okay, and that's what's going to make sense. I was thinking that it was going to be Goblin Drill plus Magic Archer, but Magic Archer, it's always going to be able to cycle so easily, so it makes sense that we're seeing Exy. Last card should indeed be Drill.
All right, the dust settles for a moment. We're heading into double elixir time. Adriel's up a little bit of elixir. Let's see what he decides to do with that. There it is, giant skelly in the back.
So Adriel going to try and defend properly. Mugi going to cycle the Dark Goblin.
Evo Ghost on defense, does a great job. This is what Evo Ghost is meant for. You get in cycle, you make an attack. If they try to pressure other lane, use that Ghost to provide a dual lane pressure after defending. But Mugi's doing actually a really good job. You know, the ghouls do take out the Dark Gob though. The Evo Breaker's on defense.
Yeah,
pressure.
And Mugi's down to almost 0 elixir. The Royal Ghost is going to come down, and it's going to be the Evo as well. And now this Drill, what looked like an offensive push for Adriel, is now becoming just an offensive push for Mugi. The bomb is going to explode, and that is a Ghost not going to get a shot. So just perfect defense by Mugi.
Adriel's locked in too though. Gold 9 to board. The dash really cleans up the left lane. And now once again, the dust is kind of settling. Adriel really needs to make another one of those big pushes and make something happen.
Yeah, so what are we thinking? Are we thinking that he's going to have to wait till triple elixir, or is he supposed to? I mean, he's clearly not supposed to be cycling drills. We should only be seeing 3 drills max in this game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You need to make the big push and use the drill just to supplement that big push. Nice barbarrel to defend. And this is looking like one of those pushes that we're talking about. Giant Skelly, Evo Executioner, and the drill inbound. I wonder if we'll see a Golden Knight as well.
And right there, really nice NATO. The XC is not going to be able to lock just 1/10 of a centimeter. You know, I'm not very good with the metric system. We have been talking about that this weekend. And yeah, I mean, just so close. And that's a giant skeleton on top of the tower.
And the Evo goes on the left lane. Golden Knight connects. Big damage.
303, 142. Moogie doesn't have an answer. Adriel takes it.
Boom! Oh my goodness. And that's what we're talking about. You know, you're taking some damage, you're fighting, you're choosing your battles, and you make the push. He gets the Evo Exi, he gets the Giant Skeleton together, the NATO cleans up almost everything, and then the Giant Skeleton just barely connecting the end. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Moogie was doing an incredible job of not allowing the big push from Adriel. He couldn't have the NATO, plus the Golden Knight, plus the drill, plus the Giant Skeleton. It just felt like he was one step ahead the entire match, but all it takes is just one opportunity. Adriel finally gets the right push, the Evo X, putting in work, and I mean, wow, the brilliance of these players, because they're like 6 seconds in and it's like, this is the matchup, this is how I have to win it, and you know that's just what they're approaching. For 4 minutes, he was trying to set up that one push.
Yeah, exactly. And I liked that in the beginning as well. Like, he gets the King activation. He's got really precise defenses. He's trying to keep both of his towers around about half HP. I mean, looking at the stats here, you can see 1.88 Moogie. Like, this is a real Clash Royale League deck, a super quick cycle deck.
Did you get a 20-win with this?
20-0.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, baby.
Wow. Okay, and yeah, here are the decks, 1.88. I cannot believe it's that cheap. I mean, it really is an incredible deck. It does well against a lot because you have so many different ways to defend, and the Dark Goblin is always the MVP, but Adriel, I mean, just perfection throughout.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, is this a deck that you expected from Moogie to see hyper bait in game number 1?
I really didn't expect it, but it seems like Adriel did. You know, we talked about it earlier. Like, Adriel, he's really good when he has a good matchup advantage, and he works with his coach in order to get that slight advantage. Here, with this deck, it's about the Barbarian Barrel, it's about the Tornado for the King activation, but once again, the Evo Ghost from Adriel was perfect. Literally, he waited to make that push until he has the Evo Ghost in cycle. Then he goes Giant Skelly in the back, any pressure other lane just makes that Evo Ghost so much of a threat.
Yeah, and the Evo Ghost putting in absolute work. I mean, are we thinking it's probably going to be the card of the tournament so far?
Yeah.
I mean, it really does feel like it's by far the best card in the game. It's just so easy to cycle through. It always gets that elixir advantage. I really expect to see it in both of these players and every single player's deck pool throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look at this first match. Both players just run it. And, I mean, I said that Moogie was good at abusing, like, the new cards, but it just seemed like, you know, even though both players brought the Evo Ghost, you know, Adriel had a little bit extra ready and prepared for the rest of Moogie's deck there.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and not show bias, but I do want Moogie to win. I need this to be a 3-game set. That needs to happen.
All right, Barbarian Barrel at the bridge from Moogie, Skeletons from Adriel, and a Furnace as well. Bowler, interesting. Maybe Electro Giant from Moogie here.
Yeah, every time you see Moogie run the Bar Barrel and the Bowler, you're thinking it could be Loon Freeze. It probably isn't. It's probably the E-Giant, but it could be.
Mighty Miner continuing to push forward. And it is looking like E-Giant. Adriel's side kind of just looks like Hog Earthquake. You know, Hog, it definitely took a backseat a little bit after the 3-card cycle change, but now it's kind of deciding to come a little bit more back in the meta here.
Yeah, Moogie going to be running E-Giant for sure. Last card's Lightning, NATO, and what's the other? Oh, it should be the Ghost. But no Ghost, no Ghost.
Evo Valkyrie taking the place of the Ghost here. Tornado does activate. Mighty Miner's still a threat.
Baby Dragon.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, Baby Dragon Evo is definitely here. Lightning, Baby Dragon, last cards. Mighty Miner ability, it locks on. Moogie's low in elixir. It's a really solid amount of damage. Will this E-Giant get anything on the back end? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, Adriel with a very strong push, and now this Goblin Hut, as strong as the Goblin Hut is, sometimes it gets into these situations where it's a little too slow, it's not getting the exact value, all the cards are dead, and so now it's not getting any offensive pressure as well. And right there, Goblin Hut not putting in the work that it usually does.
Furnace in the back. Gonna deal with the Baby Dragon pretty well. Matchup-wise, you know, historically, Hog EQ has done very well versus E-Giant, but with this E-Giant variation with Bowler, Nado, Evo Valkyrie, and Goblin for the Hog, it's definitely not as difficult for E-Giant to win, but Adriel with such a solid lead definitely puts him in a spot where he can try to just defend for the rest of the match.
Oh my goodness, and the Furnace still locks onto the bowler the entire time, unfortunately gets struck by the bowling at the last second, otherwise it would have been able to stay alive in the tower, takes out the E-Giant perfectly, plus the Barb, and the Mighty Miner is going to come down just in time.
Baby Dragon on the board. This Baby Dragon, mark my words, that is the card that will give Moogie a chance to come back. A lot of the time you see a very common sequence where you go Electro Giant in the back, Evo Baby Dragon, and while the Evo Baby Dragon is still on the board, you get to another Electro Giant and you speed it towards the tower to win the game.
Yeah, Moogie just waiting for that opportunity to happen. Adriel just cycling Furnaces, cycling Teslas. I mean, it really, once you get into overtime, it feels like he's never able to go on offense. It's just always defense, 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 and this should be difficult, and it's not going to be Hog EQ. We're going to see Hog Lightning, and I don't know how that affects the matchup. I think it should make it a bit easier to defend.
Yeah, the Lightning is so much better than Earthquake here. Yes, the Earthquake's good for his Goblin Hunt and for chipping, but, you know, well, I just said, you know, Evo Baby Dragon is the way, right? But then a Lightning immediately dropped onto it, and now, you know, Adriel's in a really solid spot. Although Moogie is chipping away throughout the match, all of a sudden it's like very close, or just a lightning margin between the players here.
Yeah, really, really good micro from Adriel. Putting the Ice Spirit down, not having the Bowler target the tower, and not the Tesla as well. It's going to stay alive long enough for it to get value on top of this E-Gen as well. So just one tiny little micro play that you don't really think about, that's going to make this defense so easy.
Evo Furnace is getting cleaned up by the Barbarian Barrel, but the Skeletons are trying to protect. Evo Valkyrie now on the board, and we're heading into triple extra overtime. High anti-lightning Tesla placement, but an E-Giant nonetheless.
Right there, Lightning on defense by Adriel. This Baby Dragon is going to put in quite a bit of work, and that Mighty Miner going to put in all the damage? No, gets the Bowler to half health, but there's a lot of troops that are stacking for Moogie.
A lot of stacking. Tesla does end up taking the Dragon out. 35 seconds. There's the Evo Baby Dragon. Evo Tesla trying to lock onto the Dragon, and he gets it. This Evo Baby Dragon getting taken off the map is imperative for Adriel's defense.
Yeah, and right here, Moogie just placing troops down on the bridge, not using his Lightning, trying to go troops first and foremost. This is the Lightning. This is the push that he was looking for. 15 seconds left. Can he get the Bowler? The Mighty Miner activation, it's going to be able to stay.
Wait,
I think the
Bowler's locked. The Tesla's trying to stop.
The Bowler gets the second shot.
Baby Dragon connects. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. All of a sudden, Adriel, the perfection through the first 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Final 15, can't do enough. Moogie's able to come back, and he's able to bring it to a game 3.
Wow. And that is the difference. That is why Moogie is a 2-time world champion. Unbelievable. Just loses half his tower at the beginning of the game and completely just stays completely calm. He locks it down, ships with lightning throughout the match, and despite Adriel's near perfect defense, he stacks enough troops up in order to get the breakthrough in the final seconds of the game.
You know, the greatest part about Moogie's gameplay is that you can have a one-trick watch Moogie play a deck that he knows how to play, and then they're going to be able to learn from his gameplay. Instead of going with the spells, he goes in with the bridge. He's so creative with everything. This is why we talk about his raw talent all the time.
Yeah.
You know, who cares about practice if you're just going to be clever enough to think of something crazy that nobody else has before? Right. And I mean, wow, 4-card cycle. He goes from a 1.88 average cost to 4.38.
That's the versatility.
That's the versatility that we've been talking about.
Looking at these decks, once again, Hog EQ versus E-Giant. I think E-Giant would have the matchup here. The line does make it a little bit more difficult because the Evo Baby Dragon is not as much of a threat. But Adriel just got such a large damage advantage at the beginning. But once again, Moogie stays calm. gets lightnings on the furnaces and the Teslas when he can, hitting the tower, and then just a big breakthrough at the final seconds. I would honestly, like, I'm definitely watching this later tonight.
I was gonna say that too. I cannot wait to watch that replay once again. I mean, and I can't say once again, I'm gonna say 4, 6, 8, 20 times, because I just don't know how it happened. I thought the entire time Adriel was gonna be able to go away with it. It felt like he was doing everything right. The furnaces were played because this was jumping and this was gonna be able to target this. I mean, it was supposed to be perfection, wasn't the case, and now we're going to a game 3.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the Tesla placements were well done. I mean, the whole time, like, I'm an E-Giant player, right?
Exactly. Take it away.
But I really never understood why Valkyrie makes sense in this deck. Usually it's a Golden Knight, a Dark Prince, an Evo Ghost. But now we understand. This Valkyrie is just so tanky. It allows for some splash damage. I think at the very end, you know, he tried to go for a skeleton surround the bowler in order to try to delay the attack, but the Valkyrie swings, takes out immediately as one of the best first attack speeds in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it took it off the board before we could really see.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if it was the skeletons. That's the only thing that really makes sense. But I couldn't believe that it was able to reach across and take those out. And I mean, wow. We are seeing some incredible Clash Royale today.
Doesn't just make you speechless. Like, it is truly beautiful. This is why I love World Finals.
Dude, there's literally nothing better. My favorite time of the year is just whatever date World Finals is.
I love it, man. And we're gonna be hopping straight into game 3. Whoever wins this match continues in the upper bracket. Super exciting stuff. Spear Empress from Adriel and a Evo Skeleton Barrel for Moogie with the Mortar Evo as well.
So technically we could be seeing a repeat of what we saw with, I believe it was Vitor and Frontier, but already looking a little bit different. So there is a Mortar deck. Okay, so Ice Wizard as well.
Miner, tanking for the Flying Machine. Minions are gonna clean up pretty well. Looks like Adriel's got like a Lava Miner deck, except Mookie has a lot of air defense, honestly. He's got the Ice Wiz, he's got the minions, he's most likely going to have arrows. He did not use arrows previously, so yeah, arrows to clean up lava pups as well. The big question is, like, what kind of spells is Adriel going to have with this Lava Miner deck in order to try to break through these defenses?
Yeah, I think I'd like to see. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about Lava. You know, if there's anybody that's going to be running it, I guess I want Adriel. It's clear that they have a plan. They know what they're supposed to be doing, but Lava just scares me in these kind of competitions.
Mortar is going to get one hit. Spear Empress continues to get value. And then the Flying Machine as well. These air units on Adriel's side of the map are getting quite a bit of value. But the cannon card does lock as well.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 shots right there. Empress on top of the tower. Can it get 3 shots? It absolutely will. 2131, lowest tower for Moogie, 2150. I mean, this is, all knotted up, and there we go.
Oh, the Goblin Curse comes out. You can hear the crowd, like, really just astonished. This card was really strong a month or two ago, and after the nerf, we don't see as much anymore. But if there's any use for it, it's in this game versus the gang, versus the minions, and versus that Evo Skeleton Barrel.
Yeah, it's like they drew it up perfectly. Adriel finally still not going to set up with the lava. All right, he's clearly had a ton of practice. A lot of these pros, especially in these like big competitions, you're not able to think as well as you usually would. Okay, do I lava now? Do I lava then? When do I do it? He's decided that in this matchup, it's all about the defense. Wait until overtime, wait until double elixir. I love that he has such a clear plan in mind.
Big counter push. Spear Empress staying for the Miner. Flying Machine plus Ground Empress in the left-hand lane. Trying to take the Ice Wiz and clean up the counter push. Goes the gang. Does he go for Curse Zap? No. He goes for, he does go Curse Zap.
He has no elixir, 3 elixir, arrows come out. He gets the tower all the way down to 428, and oh my, all of a sudden, Adriel's in a commanding lead.
This is unbelievable.
What just happened?
He's playing Lava Miner, and he has not played Lava on a single time. Instead, abusing the Spear Empress, abusing the Flying Machine. This is what I talk about. This is what Adriel does best. He finds the weaknesses in the matchup and then uses that to the perfection.
I mean, just beautiful work by Adriel. He's going to be able to clean up the Mortar easily with the Flying Machine. Mortar does get a shot, but at this point, I mean, it's It's just a matter of time.
What, the machine's off?
The machine lost.
The machine
It's
lost.
over.
And Adriel takes game 3. He takes the best of 3. It's over. Oh my God.
How? Every single game, it felt like it was just one little interaction.
Dare I say this is why we clap?
Oh, you
Dare I say?
Somebody had to do it, right? So I'm glad it was you. I got to do it last time, you know?
Right. Wow. Impressive stuff from Adriel all around. I cannot wait to see what he has to say in this interview.
All right, I'm here with Adriel. Adriel, game number 1, you go with this Drill XE NATO deck with the giant skeleton, facing Hyperbait against Mugi, and near the end you were really behind. Tell me about your feelings as you were going into those final seconds trying to play catch-up.
Bueno, en el primer game te enfrentaste contra ese Hyperbait deck. ¿Cómo te sentiste en esos momentos considerando tu mazo, llegando en la mitad del mapa y después al final?
En el momento que activé mi Torre del Rey, sabía que iba a ganar, solo tenía que esperar al por 2 de Lizzy.
Yeah, I just planned ahead, so we applied the strategy well.
Well, speaking of planning ahead, I sat in on practice with you and your coach, Jebas. I know that getting ready for deck picking here on the stage is something you drilled over and over and over again. And then in game number 3, we have the minor deck, assuming it was Lava there's the last card, but the Zap Goblin Curse pick ended up winning the game for you. Talk to me about the deck picking as you got into game number 3.
Bueno, y hablando de preparación, estuviste preparando, estuvieron hablando con tu coach acerca de las preparaciones de tus mazos. Cuéntame sobre esta tercera partida, sobre el deck que estuviste preparando. Ya sabemos un poco lo que elegías como tu carta final, pero por favor, ¿puedes contarnos un poco de la preparación?
Puse el Goblin Curse porque sabía que iba a jugar Bait, así que sí, por eso.
Of course, yeah, that was the last card. You said it right. But yeah, basically the preparation was on point, so I'm good.
Well, preparation good, first round done. One more time, give it up for Adriel.
So he did answer that interview question with probably about 20 words, but when it comes to showcasing charisma with 10 words or less, Adriel is at the top of the mountain. I've never seen somebody show so much charisma with so little to say.
That's actually really well said. I mean, I totally agree. I mean, he's very likable, and his gameplay really speaks for itself as well. And this is what we talked about, right? You know, Adriel, like Rich said, he's been working with his coach. One of my favorite things that I learned from Rich while he sat in on that practices is that Jebas was, you know, basically picking for Adriel's opponent in order to get him ready for picking on stage. Which is just insane. I've never heard of a practice regimen quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that him and his coach, it's clear that Jebas is easily one of the greatest coaches to ever coach in this game.
Right.
And, you know, he's picked a powerhouse player as well. Just what a phenomenal set we just saw. And we're going to see more all day today.
Look at these decks, you know, once again, it's about the Evo, or it's not the Evo, but the Evo Zap plus Goblin Curse combo. You know, when he went for that minor and the gang dropped on defense, I was like, wait, he has Curse Zap in cycle, right? Yeah. Wait, he has it in cycle, right? And then he didn't play it. Like, maybe he did that on purpose, but that was honestly genius. Mugi was like, okay, he's not gonna do it. I'm gonna start defending other stuff. And like you said, he ran out of Elixir at the perfect moment for the Curse to really connect for insane damage.
Am I really gonna have to replay this game as well? I cannot believe it. There's so much to learn, guys. This is fantastic. Let's take a look at the bracket and what we've seen so far today.
All right, so now we have Moline Sandbox in the upper bracket. We have Sub versus Frontier Guard, and now also Adriel advancing to play against Ian77. But our next match, we have one last first round match. We have Lucas X Gamer versus SKOP Sam. What is your first thoughts on what's going on here?
I mean, both of these players are just so lovable. You want both of them to succeed. Lucas, he's one of the funniest guys in the community.
Yeah.
I really want to like get on the mic and just ask him a question about the meta and then take it away so he can't do anything. Sam, on the other side, I mean, he's been a phenomenal player his entire time playing in CRL. He's one of the OGs, one of the legends of the game. He's one of the most creative and impressive players to watch. This is just going to be an incredible set.
Yeah, and then Sam, on the other hand, you know, like Golem is just super strong in this meta. He's really really both these players are known for making some really interesting decks. I believe these are two of the only players that actually don't have a coach for this weekend. Instead, they are just kind of, you know, Sam is the mad scientist, as we say.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are ready to go, and yeah, let's take a look at some of these highlights.
My name is Joshua Sharon, and joining me right over here is going to be Lucas X Gamer, one of the most talented players inside the arena. What does it say about the skill level of Brazil in its entirety? The fact that you guys keep coming back, it's 2, 3, 4 different players.
That is a really good question. This is the second year in a row where we have 3 Brazilians. Last year was even more impressive in my opinion because it was 3 out of 8. This year's 3 out of 12. I'm just proud. I'm just happy to see that my country thrives in the competitive scenario. That helps all of us. We can just be here, we're all friends.
This is now your 5th World Finals appearance, and I really believe that in doing so, it truly cements you as one of the greats inside this game. Now, saying that, do you personally believe that there's anything within this game, whether it be physical, mental, any side of this game that you are truly the best in the world at?
I feel like I'm really smart, I'm really creative building decks, but mostly I feel like what I'm the best in the world at is just no-win interactions. I think I know a lot of them, especially King Tower activations.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your supporters?
To the fans in general, I want to really thank you guys for staying with me. I'm just really thankful to be here, to still be competing, to be among these guys. And it's been a blessing to have these guys and my fans along me in this way. Really thankful for that.
All right, Atlanta, to round out the first round of our upper bracket, we've got a treat for you. Introducing first, the best hair in Brazil, the only man to win back-to-back monthly finals without a coach, making his 5th World Finals appearance. Give it up for Lucas! All right, you know him, you love him, representing SK Gaming, making his 3rd World Finals appearance, the Mad Scientist. Give it up for OP Sam!
Josh, I could not love this matchup more because this is one of the rare opportunities we have to have a face-off between players who were both here as part of the team's era. Of course, Lucas played in 2020 as a part of Pain Gaming. That was his first World Finals appearance. On the other side, though, from the original CRL season, part of TSM back then, forget OP Sam, it's OG Sam.
OG Sam. You know, I like to think that we used to be rivals. I'm not sure if he thought of me the same way. I mean, he is easily one of the best players to ever play this game. I mean, he's been brilliant from the beginning, and you know, 2v2, we have to talk about how talented he was with that just because of his deck creativity, and he's been able to implement that. He's been able to bring it over to the 1v1 side this season. He's showcased a ton of skill, a ton of talent so far this year.
Well, that's the big question for Sam, of course, right? He's been known in his historical career for CRL as a 2v2 specialist alongside of Morton. They were absolutely dominant as a 2v2 pair. On the other side, Lucas started out as a Hog 2.6 player early on in his career, and then was supposed to be the head-to-head star of Pain Gaming and became the 2v2 specialist. Of course, since then, Lucas has gone on to be a 5-time world finalist, win the monthly finals multiple times, and of course, grow that hair to an unbelievable length that we all appreciate. Now the question is, can Sam step up here in this matchup of two guys who are both here without coaches, without analysts? They are all by their lonesomes.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible matchup. I mean, look, when you look at Sam, you expect something great from him. I know he was kind of worried, kind of nervous, but at the same time, he's confident. He's ready to go. I mean, when it comes down to a 50-50, you know, I feel like Sam has the upper hand when it comes to the deck picking, so maybe he can get away with some really solid decks.
Well, let's see what you have to say at home as we get our predictions from the community on who's going to win this one, and looks like it is pretty close to 50-50. 54% for Lucas, only 46% for OP Sam, and of course we have our picks. Let's start with you, Josh.
All right, let's take it away. Who did I choose? Lucas X Gamer. I thought it was close. It took me a while to think of it. I had to go Lucas.
And you know what? Same thing here. I'm also picking Lucas, and it's not a slight on Sam at all. It's Lucas, 5-time world finalist, and more importantly, multiple times here solo on the world final stage. And even with Sam's experience in CRL, in person on those big stages for years, he wasn't in that solo spot on the tower by himself very much. And so I am curious about the nerves for Sam, mixed in with he's been primarily a streamer for the last couple of years. Does that translate to success here in CRL?
Yeah, we see all these streamers all the time, and it's because you have the pressure of Twitch chat, of YouTube chat. They say so many mean things sometimes. So if you can get over that, you can get onto the live stage. I'm not really all that worried about Sam. Sam is one of the few players that we actually get to talk about his stage presence as well. He's so big, he's so large, he's a looming figure. And so I wonder if that's actually going to play a part in this match as well.
Let's go ahead and jump in. Game number 1, Lucas and OP Sam. And Sam opening up with Royal Ghost, both directions here. These two did face off in 2 duels this year, splitting it 50-50. Sam taking one, Lucas taking the other.
D-Spirit able to allow the Ghost to wake up. Ghost takes out the other Ghost from Lucas's side. So a strong start. Both players pretty much playing the exact same card so far.
Yeah, looks like it might be a full mirror match. We'll see if Lucas is also going the log variant or if he's going with the bar barrel. Getting aggressive early is Lucas.
Hunter plus Fisherman plus Skellies, all 8 elixir, going to be able to clean it up. Only 1 shot from the RG on Lucas's end.
Let's see how cheaply Lucas can handle both the Hunter and the Fisherman here. And so far, pretty inexpensive. And he eats 1 shot from that Hunter on the left-hand side, lead ever so slightly to the OG.
And right there, Prelog trying to catch something, and that's going to be an Evo Ghost, allowing the Ghost to get to the tower, and he's going to try and set up with an RG push, RG in front of the Evo Ghost, and this is a lock coming down the lane.
Fish go boom on the side of Lucas, and old school combination, here we go.
I mean, that was perfection from Lucas. He's able to bring the RG in. Hunter stays alive, takes out the RG, and now Sam is going to have to defend again. and that's going to be a little bit of damage. I mean, this is close. Both players are building completely different pushes, and yet it's still as close as it is.
And the Evo Ghost causing problems on both sides of the board, Josh.
Yeah, it's so tough to stop. It's such a good card right here, going in all in with the Bridge RG, Evo RG as well. Fisherman going to yank it inside, and he doesn't have enough for the Hunter. Instead, going to elect to just defend with the Fisherman plus log. RG only gets 2 shots.
And Lucas playing that Fisherman, knowing he wanted to get enough DPS to let the Evo RG knock the Fish Boy off a little bit. And that has worked out for him. 13:07 the mark on Sam's top left-hand tower, about a 700 and change lead right now for the Brazilian.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. Both of these players have not used their spells. Usually we expect to see the fireballs get cycled. Even the lightning is getting cycled because of the Hunter and the Fisherman together. Instead, both players not doing that whatsoever.
And this could turn into a lot the opposite direction. Here we go. Evo Ghost has spawned.
We've been waiting for that the entire time. Hunter does not get the shot off, so a really solid defense, and that's going to go invisible again. No, beautiful E-Spirit by Sam. That should have gone invisible. Instead, perfect timing, allowing the Ghost to start its swing. It stays alive, and I mean, as good as that was, Lucas still up quite a bit.
And nobody here able to really shut down these RG shots. They keep on chipping away, and as long as this goes this direction, Lucas is in a great spot.
Can he protect it? E-Spirit is going to be able to stop the Skellies, the Fisherman against Fisherman. RG should get only 1 shot, I believe, and that's exactly what's going to happen. This might be game if he isn't able to defend properly.
And 1 shot from the Evo RG. Does it get a second? And it does get a second!
It's just going to be a fireball log away, gets the tower down to 15 HP. Sam is going to try something, anything. I don't think it's going to matter. Lucas already stepping away from the screen.
And there you have it. Lucas takes game number 1. The mirror match here, Josh, so much of it comes down to the management of the troops around that Royal Giant. The Fisherman versus Fisherman play, how well you keep that DPS on the Royal Giant. We saw the pre-log there from Lucas, and so far, so good for the Brazilian.
Yeah, it really felt like he was kind of 1 step ahead the entire game. Honestly, when you look at the players and you compare them side by side, I feel like if you're obviously he doesn't have a coach, but let's say he did. If you're the coach of Sam, you don't want to see mirror matches. You want to see creativity be able to allow him to get ahead. And right there, we didn't see it. A mirror match. Lucas just played better the entire game.
And this is one of Sam's most used decks in competitive. So with this deck out, I'm very curious to see where he goes next. He has played a lot of E-Golem Monk with the Baby Dragon and Electro Dragon, both in the Evo spots. But this is one of those ones that he was 3-0 in during regular season play, and now that's out with the L in game number 1.
And I mean, it's 2 things. One is that, it's his best deck, he's 3-0. But the other thing is you have to take a look at the Evo Ghost being out. It feels like you need to win when you have Evo Ghost in your deck.
And looking at some of Sam's previous battles, he has gone to that E-Golem deck directly after playing this Royal Giant deck before. I don't know how much time Lucas has spent. Obviously, again, we're talking about 2 players who aren't working with coaches. I don't believe Lucas has an analyst. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But the big question is, are you actually seeing that progression here? Sam, of course, spending so much focus and time on becoming a big content creator alongside his friends back there at SK Gaming. Does that translate to being flexible here, or does he get stuck in kind of a comfort deck progression?
Look, when I think of Sam, I think of creativity. I think of a never give up, never surrender kind of mentality. I'm not worried about him. Let's say he goes 0-2. Am I worried? No, he's going to win that next set. I've got complete faith that Sam is going to be able to turn this around, make sure that he's ready for that next game. I think you just have to be okay with that opening game. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. It's all right.
And take a look at the difference on stage right now. Lucas with his patented big kiss to the crowd. Let's get into game number 2. And you also see, you don't forget this, I think Sam is like 6'7". He and Morton are both 2 towers. And I remember Sam complaining about having to crouch down on the towers back in the CRL teams era. And you see that big man get down low here. Is that affecting his gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you have to assume it is. It can get kind of uncomfortable, but you know, that's the price of fashion sometimes. You got to look good. It doesn't matter.
And here we go, 4 bait cards in a row for Sam. Lucas with NATO and Barb Barrel.
Plus the Knight as well. We sometimes see Graveyard. We sometimes see a little bit else. I honestly do not like Graveyard in this meta right now, but I guess if there's one player that's going to still always do well again, it's Sam, but you know, the first 5 cards are all bait. Okay, he is just gonna go with E-Giant. It is just the normal variation, not the Valk, gonna be running the Knight instead.
Look at all the bait on the board here. Now you have the Rascal Girls, so many targets, and of course they'll all charge up that Skeleton King. And solid DPS, able to take down the Electro Giant.
Dark Goblin, Dark Goblin putting in a ton of work. Skeleton King, you could activate the ability, but it does feel like an overspend, and so he's going to just take a break, relax, try and get into double elixir, try and get that, probably try and get a surround on top of the bowler, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Skarmy surrounding the bowler, and still a little bit of a counter push, so like how he's approaching this.
And NATO pulls just to reset. Vines put the dragon on the board. First 2 minutes away. So far, pretty even, slight lead for Lucas, crosswise, top left, down to your bottom right.
Yeah, there's 2 reasons why that Vines was amazing. You force out the Knight because you're just trying to make Lucas have to overspend as much as possible. But the other reason is you're going into double elixir. You get to spend more because you're going to make more. So I like the awareness of recognizing what time it was and that he was going to be able to do it. Beautiful Evo Skarmy cleans up the E-Giant easily.
And puts that pressure on the left-hand lane as well.
Yeah, really expected the Dark Goblin to be able to snipe the Baby Dragon. Instead, the Knight gets played down just in time. Mother Witch puts in a lot of work against the Evo Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon not going to have any sort of counter push whatsoever.
Keep in mind, everybody, as you're watching at home, Sam does not have any way to get direct tower damage. No spells except for the Vines, which is a minor amount of damage onto that tower. So you might see him get some chip, but if he gets down, he's going to have to get on tower.
Ooh, and doesn't get the right timing. The Skarmy is before the NATO. We see Lucas shake his head. It looks like he thinks he has this confirmed.
E-Giant going to work on that right-hand tower. Now Lucas starting to pour it on. 2 bowlers and a Baby Dragon.
Beautiful bowler right there. It's able to get on top of that. I don't even remember what the first card was, but it's able to take out the second. I mean, just beautiful positioning. Gets the tower down to 1270. A huge lead for Lucas, and he looks so confident right now.
And this is where Sam gets into a lot of trouble. He has to get on tower, and as we get deeper and deeper, and that elixir flows more and more. Let's see. Will those activate? Nope. Good touch here for the E-Giant.
Yeah, he just has no answer. He has no building. I mean, it really comes down to that one massive mistake. The Skarmy is played too early. The Vines are too late. But this is also just a brutal matchup in general. And right there, you know, with everything not going his way, good job with the wall breakers. It's able to connect with both of them because of the placement.
Lucas opting to eat those 2 final minute triple elixir. And as I was saying before that last push, this is where Lucas can put on whatever he wants. He can slow down if he needs to, just one more lightning away. And this is where Sam gets into a lot of trouble, where he has to break through, has to get on tower. So you see the full send, the full sellout here. Evo Baby Dragon slowing everything down. Wall breakers trying to get through. Skarmy trying to do it, cannot get it done. No lightning block, and Lucas will take it in 2.
Beautiful job from Lucas. I mean, no mistakes whatsoever. You know, usually we can point out a mistake or 2 by both players. Right there, it was just perfection. Game 1, RG mirror. It's just who can play it a little bit better. He was able to do that. Game 2, it was just recognize the matchup early on. Okay, he has no building. He has no big spell. As long as I make it to OT, I should be able to take the win, and that's exactly what we saw.
And I'm very curious about the interview after this as they go in and break things down with Lucas, because the deck picking obviously worked out very well for him, and in that last moment there for the E-Giant matchup, he knew he had that one sewn up. And we're gonna go ahead and get a few words in just a moment down on the floor and jump down with our interview with Andrew Guy.
All right, let's hear one more time for Lucas! All right, man. You got the first sweep of the day. You got the first match under your belt. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. I think starting with a win is really, really good overall for competition.
So you guys, game number one, we run into the first true mirror matchup of the entire tournament. Talk to me about the thought process and kind of how you were able to stay in control for that entire game number one.
Okay, so I've played RG for quite a while. I've noticed OP Sam has been doing too, so I thought I could just start with comfort. I think it's scary to kick off a competition, just kind of shake the nerves off. I've played that matchup so many times. Of course, the Evo Ghost is new. The Evo's warranty, but I've been playing that deck since 2020, so this is like 5-year experience of that matchup, so I think it really paid off.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. 5 World Finals appearances, back-to-back World Finals appearances. What's different in 2025 for you?
I think, even though I think I used to be just, I think better compared to the competition. I'm not saying that I was better than everyone, but before, I think now I feel more comfortable and less nervous on stage, so I think that can help me a lot.
All right, let's hear it for Lucas!
And Lucas talking about how many times he's played that mirror matchup. And I can't remember the name, and sorry for you on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, who made that post. But someone posted a list of all the games played this season by the 12 finalists, and Lucas was #1 at about 1,600 games played in this last season. So you talk about the grind, and you know he saw a variation, maybe even that exact Royal Giant deck over and over again in that ladder push.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to him. Okay, so when he says so much, I've played this mirror matchup so much, I played it for 5 years. When you think about a regular Clash Royale player, one that doesn't take it as a job, you think, okay, maybe they're playing it for an hour a day, 2 hours a day, a normal amount. These pros are playing 8 to 12 hours a day. They're practicing matchups for 4 of those hours. I'm sure he's played that matchup, that mirror matchup, over 1,000 times. That's what I think he meant by so much, over 1,000.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you obviously know the grind of playing the same matchup over and over and over again in practices. And that's one of the big questions we had, right? What has Sam's preparation been like, because he has a pretty hefty streaming schedule? That's where his Clash Royale career has moved towards. He's also able to still get here to World Finals, but I think we saw the result of that out here. And let's take a look at our bracket, where Lucas will be moving on to face his countryman in Pedro in one of our matches coming up later, and Sam will drop down to await his opponent and potentially face elimination.
Yeah, I mean, we have Mohamed Light, Sandbox, Sub, Frontier Guard, Ian, Adriel, and Pedro, Lucas, X-Gamer. The upper bracket is going wild. And look, even when it gets to the lower bracket, it's still gonna go wild. These pros are here for a reason. They are all phenomenal. One mistake, one poor set, that's not the entire tournament. That's not the weekend. They can come back, they can figure it out, and I expect that from Sam. I expect that from all of our players. We haven't seen them at their best so far.
Well, recovery is so critical, right? We saw what happened with Igor in that first one, where he had a couple timing mistakes, and now he finds himself in the lower bracket. We'll see him in an elimination matchup, and then now same thing with Sam. That timing with the Skarmy not working out well, the NATO pulling it together, GG well played. You have to sew those things up, and most importantly, go back there and let that match go and be done with it. But that's the past. Now we've got the future. Coming up next, it's the Pharaoh himself against Sandbox, Mohamed Light, and Sandy. Rich Slayton here with the 2-time and defending world champion Mohamed Light. Tell me about this year for you and how you view coming into World Finals.
This year, I think it was probably the most difficult year for me because I think I did not do as well as I did in previous years, and hopefully I can defend my title this year.
You and Mugi have traded off world championships, but you have a chance to be the first one to go for 3 and back-to-back. Does that change how you view things at all? Do you feel the pressure of that mounting?
Coming into this event, we both have 2 world championships. Well, I hope I can win my 3rd one.
Some people, maybe most people, consider you the greatest of all time in Clash Royale. What does that make you think, and what do you think sets you apart from everybody else?
It makes me happy that there are some people who consider me as the best in the game. At the same time, with that, it comes a lot of expectations from people, which can be difficult to manage sometimes.
You are rapidly approaching a pretty big number, the first person to ever hit $1 million in total prize money from Clash Royale. Do you ever think about that number? That's kind of crazy from a game you play on your phone.
To come to this day and think about that, it's really amazing because I never thought I'd come this far, honestly, this game. So it makes me really proud and happy of my work throughout the years, and I'm hoping for more.
You might be the most well-known name in Clash Royale worldwide. Is there anything you'd like to say to your supporters, people watching at home?
I'd like to thank everyone for supporting me over the years, especially my family, my mom, my brother. I love everyone, and hopefully I can make everyone supporting me proud this year.
Thanks a lot, Mohamed. And I know I speak for everyone when we're very excited to see what you do this weekend.
Hopefully I can win. I'll do my best.
Introducing the 2-time world champ, the Prince of Egypt, the best Clash Royale player in the world, Mohamed Light! And his opponent, he knocked Igor down to the lower bracket in the first round. The best Splash Art player to ever do it, Sandbox!
Okay, go with me here, Andrew. Imagine you've spent so many months preparing for Clash Royale League World Finals. You get there, you're the opening match, you beat a former world champion, and then coming up next, you got the 2-time Mohamed Light.
Well, I sat down with Sandbox and for our interview, and it's be careful what you wish for, right? He was saying, what I want is Mohamed Light in the finals. Well, my friend, you're getting him just a little bit sooner than that. When you talk about Mohamed Light coming off of his 2024 World Championship victory, this is a guy that lost one game last year at World Finals, and it was to a former World Finalist in LCOP. It was game 1 out there. Other than that, he ran the gamut, undefeated all the way through. Now it's just about how hot is Mo coming into 2025 World Finals.
And the big question here is, can Sandbox send this one to game number 3?
Yeah.
Because that's where he needs to get. I don't think he gets this one done in 2. I think it's a 3-game situation, and then we'll think about what kind of picking does Mo do, because typically he has a plan for game 1 and 2 that he's worked out with his coach Alan, and then game number 3, he's out there flying by the seat of his pants.
And you know, Mo is sitting out there in the crowd, watching everyone, looking at this kind of competitive meta unfold. We've already seen a good amount of Royal Giant. We have seen a lot of Royal Ghost Evo, no surprise there. A decent amount of Mortar. There's been some minor control, so I'm curious to see what the Pharaoh wants to come out with to start his campaign off here in 2025. As you can see, there's only 2 people in the world that have ever been 2-time champions. They've been trading off for the last 4 years, which is absolutely absolutely incredible when you talk about 4 titles and 2 players. Sandbox has a lot on his plate.
Sure he does, but of course, he's already gotten past that first one. Here's the hard part about coming from that first round, is you then go to the second round of the upper bracket, and if you lose there, it's almost the same as if you lost in the first time. You go back down to the elimination bracket. So you got to imagine, of course, that nerves is a thing he wants to hold on to here. And let's see what you guys think about this upcoming one. I think I have an idea, and 15% for Sandbox is pretty good.
I mean, honestly, it's a little higher than I thought it was going to be. Maybe it was after that great run in round number 1. And if you talk about it, you know, our predictions are probably, I'm going to say 100% for Mo Light. I don't know that for sure. Okay, we got 1.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the bigger number. We got 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. No surprise there. And this is where being the underdog is actually not a bad spot to be in. Everyone expects your opponent to win, but he's riding that wave of confidence from the first match of the day, where I think he was the underdog there in some people's minds, mine and yours as well.
Of course, let's all acknowledge that the Pharaoh is also the king of drama.
Yes.
And the lower bracket runs of Mohamed Light are legendary. So who knows what direction we go here. Sandy, of course, a very live dog in this one, but we know that Mohamed Light, the preparation level between him and Alan, who worked together to win a world championship last year.
Yes.
Again, I'm spending so much time with these coaches through their process, and I know that they have a very specific game plan for Sandbox.
And when you talk about Mo's practice schedule, his work ethic, you know, we got in on just a few days ago, Tuesday, and we got there. Mo was in the players' practice room for 3 to 4 hours by himself, just grinding. Better Ethernet in there, he said. And he's just in there by himself, just putting in the work that you have to do if you want to be and maintain being the greatest of all time.
And that's the truth. Every time you and I have walked into that practice room,
he's there.
He's there. And now he's here. Mohamed Light, Sandbox, game 1.
Sandy going fast here in game number 1. Love that confidence.
And doing the Mo Light opening. That was not a thing you did with split wall breakers behind King Tower until the man on the left invented it.
And Momo looking like he might be going to E-Giant. Also parts of Graveyard here.
Certainly smells that way. Miner there to hold everything together, and a NATO to clean it all up. Mohamed Light, maybe not totally happy with the way that went.
Either that or he was like, that is exactly what was supposed to happen. I'm in my zone right now. Cleans it all up. Baby Dragon gets on top of tower. He's got the lead early here in a match where your opponent is the one looking for more damage in single elixir.
First minute away. Sandbox opting not to eat that one. Had the skellies ready. And I love that we're seeing Sandbox confident playing bait or playing a cycle deck against Mohamed Light to open.
I like it. I mean, we've talked about outplayability for years now. Give yourself a chance. The other part of that, though, is when you have a deck that moves a lot faster, when you have cards that are a lot cheaper, if you make a mistake, it's very, very costly and hard to bounce back from.
And Mohamed just slowing things all the way down.
Sandbox making sure he's not going to give away that King Tower activation. NATO was completely out of the meta for quite some time, just came back in a couple months ago. That nerf was brutal, but now the coupling of units on the board and what's actually working in the meta as we're seeing right now with Baby Dragon, that was not exactly what Mo wanted. Baby Dragon still should get one little burp on tower.
Plenty for the Evo Ghost. Bowler picks up high. Wall breakers don't get touched by the bowler, and that forces out the hut.
And Minions doing some work here. Evo Knight, though, should be able to clean most up. Man, that Royal Ghost just does so much damage. And as we saw in that last matchup, as actually we've seen all day, you never want to let that Royal Ghost go invisible again.
This time switching sides. Miner to the back for Sandbox.
And there's the E-Giant.
E-Giant's not going to touch the breakers, though. NATO for King Tower activation.
Cannon going right into a Baby Dragon, though. That is not what Sandbox wants. And Minions putting in work. That range buff so effective against the E-Giant when before it was completely useless to play Minions on top of an E-Giant. Or near it, I should say.
And at the moment, as we are getting into sudden death overtime, it is Sandbox with this critical game 1 lead, 17-31. to 23-13, but we've seen this song play out before.
Yep.
Sandbox playing cycle, we're in double, we're getting closer to triple against E-Giant.
Well, what's really important for Sandbox is he's got to keep up the dual lane pressure. As you can see, and as you all know, when you're playing against E-Giant, the last thing you want is that perfect push to come together. And the best way to do that when you have a deck like Sandbox's, rely on your opposite lane pressure, rely on your cannons, your high DPS units, and just control the board, control the pace.
Bar barrels have been really nice for Sandbox so far. Mo sets up Bowler one more time to the left.
Baby Dragon has to get kited by that miner. Minions come down. Minions going to get cleaned up for the most part with that Baby Dragon shot. And Evo Miner in front. There you go. An odd high cannon there. You think that's going to be sniped off the board. And Mo can see a big opening.
Second cannon to pull. Not enough for Lightning.
The double bowlers on the board, cleaning up that Royal Ghost. Now we got the lineup. Bowler very healthy.
And what a save.
What a bar barrel. You are so right, Rich. Good damage on the right-hand side, though. Tower's basically even all across the board. Sandbox in the lead with 1584 being the lowest tower on Mo's side.
Mohamed changes lanes, goes to his strong side with the E-Giant, 40 seconds-ish remaining.
Rich, for how insane of a matchup this is, this room, you could hear a pin drop right now.
I mean, it's absolutely silent. Damage continues to stack up for Sandbox. Now E-Giants in both lanes.
30 seconds remaining. Sandbox is going to have to play the best defense of his life. Baby Dragon there. Lightning comes in to clean things up. Second cannon comes down. 1391.
Lightning wanted to predict.
Oh, the bowler lines up. The overwhelm. Mohamed Light endures.
All it takes is one.
Yep. That is the thing when you play decks like Sandbox. We talk about it at the top of the day. It's great to be able to control the pace, to set the tempo, to get that early damage in. But you need to be perfect defensively throughout. And Mohamed Light saw exactly what he needed to do. Didn't let the time get to him, knowing he still had more than enough time. When you see 1 minute remaining and you're running that heavy of a deck, that means that's your best minute of those 5.
Yeah, and that... You saw there at the end just the downhill, and when the Lightning didn't get on the cannon up high for a second, I thought maybe Sandbox's gambit had worked there and Mo had fallen apart, but again, you also have that cannon just getting absolutely evaporated by the troops on the board, and now that 3 elixir that didn't suck out 6 for that purpose.
And it's so hard. You saw Sandbox trying to place those cannons up high to avoid giving Lightning value, but the problem is you've got a Baby Dragon right there. You've got so many ways to get on top of that cannon. Sandbox just trying to figure out, how do I defend this? Where do I play my buildings? Where do I play my units? I can't play the building in Lightning range. I can't play the the units within bowler range to line up on top of tower, and I need to keep this all away from the E-Giant. I love this for game 1 for Mo.
And now when we look at what Sandbox doing in game 2 and game 3, and this is the dangerous thing that Game Saver, as a coach, has worked on with his players, coaching both Vitor and Sandbox, and that's the single card swaps, right? So you see Bar Barrel out. Normally you think Graveyard not possible. That Snowball in is a Game Saver type of move. I don't know if we'll see that here in game 2, but keep an eye if we go to game 3 for that kind of little bit of trickeration being a possibility.
Yeah, and one thing I really don't want to see from Sandbox is him going back to Royal Giant. I just don't want to see it here in game number 2. Mo and Alan, they work very, very well together. They never lean on beating a one trick, but they like to cover their bases. And that's one of those bases you really have to think about first and foremost.
Well, of course, they are in the mix right now, not able to work with their coaches. 2 of the guys who've done very well, of course, Alan working with Mo last year for a World Championship. Game Saver getting Sosa to World Finals in 2023 and now has 2 players in this mix this time around. So this is where you see has the preparation paid off.
Yeah, and this is where Sandbox needs to lean into that confidence that he's been talking about, lean into what he wanted. He wanted Mo in the finals. Well, you're getting him when less is on the line. You still have a life to give. This is actually a better spot to get that first game in against Mohamed Light. So let's see if he can bounce back here. Game number 2, Sandbox, the Pharaoh, coming your way.
NATO out for Mo. Sandbox already played Miner. Let's see if he goes something else that would have kind of that NATO gone value.
And a little little smile and look up there from Mo, and if you guys are familiar with watching him on broadcast, that is a horrifying smile. It looks sweet, but you know when you're playing against him and he's vibing, it's not a good place to be in. And he's playing Mortar. He's got my heart.
A lot on the board for Mohamed Light to deal with. Valk, Baby Dragon, Bowler on that left-hand lane.
That Ewiz is such an interesting pick. The stun ability is going to be very, very impactful throughout this matchup, and I think Mo's feeling good about what's happening.
Perfectly timed log. An ability to, maybe Mo didn't expect to go all the way past the bridge.
But that Bomber just walks off into no man's land. Cannoneer going to clean things up, and that Boss Bandit putting in some nice work. Going to be a good King Tower activation here from Sandy.
You see the little nod from both, the happy version from Sandbox, the slightly frustrated version from Mohamed.
And that's what Sandbox got to do. You spent your 10,000 hours playing this game. Make the interactions that you know, take the wins where you can get them, stay in it.
First 90 seconds away. So far, a little bit of chip damage on the right-hand side. Cannoneer for Mohamed Light, so it doesn't have the lead despite the damage so far.
And Berserker, such a great card in the game. So strong defensively, has enough HP to kite units like this Baby Dragon away. Mo's happy to take that fireball damage, and now we've seen the full deck come together here for Mohamed Light.
And very interesting, kind of this Mortar spammy combination. Dash 2 gets on the Valk.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You can get the Boss Bandit to come in and create space, get some damage in, and right there, huge damage.
Boy.
And that's exactly what I was just about to talk about. As soon as it starts, it's over. 204 remains. He's got Fireball, he's got Log, and if anyone can defend for 40 seconds, it's Mohamed Light.
Yeah, trying to break through against a Mortar on top of all that. The E-Wiz for the stun. And you kind of think you see Sandbox recognizing that, as we talked about, going from preparing for Igor to, oh my, I have to face Mohamed.
And he's going to take that fireball damage right there. Evo Mortar comes down, and this game happens so quickly. Obviously not a great matchup. Mortar matches up very, very well against E-Giant. He's got the E-Wiz in there to stun and slow it down even more. Boss Bandit to tank on the ground. And what I was going to say about the synergy of the deck, the decksmanship, if you will, I love about it is that the Boss Bandit comes in and creates space. Then you drop the barrel behind it. Then the Boss Bandit comes back, barrel crosses the river, and they've traded places in tanking, and now the Boss Bandit's tanking once again, but it's dashing. So that synergy is absolutely insane. And Sandbox just didn't know what to do with it.
And you gotta love the deck pick here in game number 2, going with a Cannoneer-based deck.
Yeah.
Pretty much a hard snipe on that E-Giant in game 2. And, you know, Mohamed is up there on his own making that pick. You know they have to have those progressions ready, and they nailed it.
Yeah, I am so excited to hear what he has to say. Juicy, what does the GOAT have to tell us here in the audience?
Mo, what a fantastic first performance. Once again, I just want to ask you, how are you feeling after the first game? And do you have any nerves, anything like that?
To be honest, after I saw the stage for the first time, I knew like, you know, it was not that good. So I wouldn't have nerves from it because this crowd is right in front of me.
Right, yeah, awesome. Do you have anything you want to say to all of the people cheering for you, any fans in the crowd?
Thank you everyone for supporting me, and big shout out to Alan. Where is he?
Shout out to Alan. There he is over there. Just give it up for Mo, guys. There's nothing else to say. He's the GOAT.
You know, the great thing about Alan is if you can't find him, you can always hear him at World Finals.
Yeah, that's very true. Just here for the guy yelling his head off. Both Mo's biggest fan, or maybe second biggest fan after his mom, who's here, of course, but also definitely excited every time Mo takes one step closer to that $200,000.
Yeah, and what an emphatic start there for Mohamed Light. Comes out 2-0, the fastest set of the day, fastest game of the day, absolute dominance. Felt like it was over before it even started. And Sandbox, who had a great showing, finds himself, as you said, Rich, you can win game 1 in round 1, but once you get to that second round bye and facing those players, your head's on the chopping block just like that.
Yeah, I mean, back to square one, essentially, or almost square zero to a certain degree. And you see that tower damage number, a big bagel, unfortunately, on one side. Mohamed Light shut it down. And you look at this matchup, right? The ability to go, okay, what did we see from Sandbox number 1? we're going against Beatdown in game number 2, so he has the mortar there, which would have done a great job covering a lot of different things.
Yep.
Think also about the DPS he would have put on a Royal Giant if Sandbox had gone to that comfort. So a good job getting the read here on Beatdown for game 2.
The Cannoneer does so much damage. You got the Ewiz there for the stun. You got the log there. You got the Boss Bandit out putting in insane amount of damage. As now we are into round number 2, where we're going to see the 4 players who have been sitting back with their first round bye. Mo Light makes it a quick 2-0, starting off his 2025 campaign just as he ended 2024. Next up, we got Sub versus Frontier, Ian versus Adriel, Pedro versus Lucas, and we are starting to see the elimination bracket come together. We'll see Sandy going up against OP Sam later on.
I mean, that's going to be a fascinating matchup, and one that I do think Sandy would feel pretty confident in. My big question for that will, of course, be what kind of game plan does Sam develop? Does he move away from the stuff that people are really prepared for? Because I know that the analyst working with GameSaver for Sandy has got his eye right on that deck pool.
Absolutely, and you know Sandbox wants to fire back with a vengeance after dropping that set 2-0. Same with Sam. Sam going down 2-0 as well. But we are only about halfway, literally exactly halfway through our day. A lot more of the CRL 2025 World Finals coming your way. And remember, you guys can get in on the action. We're giving away badges. We're giving away rewards. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. It's a great place for you guys to get in your predictions. And that's exactly what I did this morning, was get in all of my predictions.
Yeah, got them all done. And we have another matchup coming your way in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Andrew Guy here with Cal Sub, who is making his back-to-back World Finals appearance 2024, 2025. Welcome back. Good to see you. First question right out the gates. You and Pedro, you're best friends. How do you prep for a match like that when you guys know each other so well?
Acho que a gente sabe separar o profissionalismo do Clash, então a gente só vai se enfrentar na final. Então eu espero que a gente é amigo, então outro brasileiro no final de brasileiro seria ótimo. E eu acho que vai ser bom jogo se a gente se enfrentar.
That's the dream scenario. A lot of the players had golden tickets or last chance qualifier. You were very consistent all year with points. Do you feel like that gives you an advantage coming into the tournament?
Eu acho que sim, por causa que ano passado eu passei pela última Qualify, eu não estava garantido, então eu joguei a última Qualify, me classifiquei pela última. E esse ano eu tive top 2 nos 2 primeiros meses, então fui bem consistente. E eu acho que foi ótimo, por causa que me dediquei bastante nos primeiros meses. Então acho que isso foi uma grande vantagem para mim.
We have new evolutions, brand new balance changes, a new meta. Do you feel like this strengthens or weakens your gameplay?
Acho que favorece que com o Fantasma no meta é um meta skill, e eu gosto, eu prefiro assim, então tem vários decks que exigem habilidade.
Great, good to hear. We love a good meta for World Finals. Best of luck, always good to see you. We'll see you on the stage.
Look, I'm telling you, if you've ever seen a Clash Royale tournament ever, you are gonna see this guy's name pop up. He is the consistency king. He is Sub! He may have surprised some in that first set, but not himself. He was ready, he knew it, and he's ready to do it again. We have Frontier Guard!
Now this is such an interesting match. You have one of the first players out going up against someone with the first round bye. As you heard AC, the king of consistency all year long. Sub was stacking points. He got second place in monthly finals twice. And then again, we go back to Frontier Guard making his, for us, CRL debut, and he had an exceptional showing.
I know. I was really surprised by his gameplay. You know, we didn't know much about him coming into this, but he really did well. And then Sub, like you said, king of consistency. I really liked the part of his interview that you did with him where he talked about how this new meta really suits his playstyle more as well.
Yeah.
I think that's really going to push him forward here in this set.
Yeah, he's a guy that, you know, is known for bridge spam. We all know Royal Ghost is in bridge spam, but he's also a very versatile player. I mean, that's how you end up being the king of consistency. That's how you end up getting 4th place back in 2024, which I think was a huge surprise for most of us. I mean, you never really know how great someone's going to do their first time at World Finals, and Sub really impressed us last year. And yeah, you talk about the meta, he's feeling good. The confidence, it seems like he has more confidence than he did last year. And then he's going up against someone who I'm sure he felt a lot different about a couple hours ago in Frontier Guard.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that Frontier Guard, he really showed up. He's also, I did a little bit of studying on his decks. He does also like bridge spam, which will be really interesting to see if we do see a mirror there. But whether it be log bait, drill, hog, RG, he's really versatile as well. Like, I actually see a lot of similarities in playstyle between these two players.
And one of the things that I'm always curious about, one of the things I'm always talking about is nerves and how you feel going on stage. Obviously, Sub just coming out for the first time because he has that first round bye based on points. Frontier Guard, he's already felt the crowd. He's already felt the best of 3. He's already gone the distance, and he already eliminated someone who was favored over him. And as you can see right here, he's ended more monthly final runs among all world contenders, number 2 and number 2. He almost made all 4 of our monthly finals, but was not able to do it, but had a lot of great points that he stacked throughout the year.
Right, and on the other side of the coin, when it comes to, you know, the benefits of being in that first round bye, you kind of get to start seeing what your opponent's play style is, what decks they're going to be bringing out, because, you know, a lot of practice, you know, back in my day, practice was very secretive, so it'll be interesting to see, like, what he's going to bring out and see if he can surprise Sub here.
And I'm so curious to see what the fans at home have to say and what we all decided to pick in terms of predictions. I thought it was going to be pretty even. This is what I'm saying about Sub. He's a guy that's been so consistent and done so well. Remember, this is number 4 in the world just last year. 2 monthly finals in 2nd place this year, but he only gets 58%. Frontier Guard won people over in that first set out there, or his first set out there. Now to see what we said, and you know what? I had to go with the guy that I know well in Sub. Boom, right there. Juicy, where did you go?
I'm pretty sure I also picked Sub. You know, I did this prediction a little bit earlier. You know, if I thought about it more, maybe I would give it more to Guard. But once again, you know, we're across the board. We're going with Sub. He's not only the king of consistency, but, you know, he has a first round bye. He was in the top 4 points this year. Not only is he consistent, but I feel like for the first time, I can say with my chest, Sub has a chance to win World Finals.
100%. I think he's been an underdog for a really long time. Even though he's put in a ton of work, it feels like people still aren't giving him his roses, and they are not giving him his flowers. And right now, he's going to show everyone why he got that bye, why he's back here in 2025, why last year getting eliminated by Lucas was probably a little bit of a sore spot, but they're both back here again in 2025. Cal Sub versus Frontier Guard as we start working our way through the 2nd round in the upper bracket. Remember, we will be saying goodbye to 2 players today. We'll see if one of these guys find themselves on that chopping block.
And then the last thing to really talk about is demeanor, right? You know, Frontier Guard definitely saw some nerves. He dealt with them well. Sub, on the other hand, every time I talk to him, he's like, chill. Like, he's like, I don't know, he's like a complete different person.
Here we go, game 1, set 2 in the upper bracket, round 2. Sub versus Frontier Guard.
Favorite card, Marcher, Frontier Guard. That is really interesting. I don't pay too much attention to these side stats, but that is definitely one to really look at because Magic Archer is really not used at all by any of the other finalists. So
yes, this is why we're buddies. I was thinking the same thing earlier when he was on screen and that showed up, and I didn't mention it, and I'm very glad that you did. Magic Archer just not very popular right now. We saw a couple Marcher decks that kind of showed up before the 20-win challenge very recently in the meta, but they haven't been really anywhere.
Right. Yeah, and both players kind of leaking some elixir, waiting for the opponent to make the first play. This is very common in Clash Royale. Your towers, I always tell people all the time, your towers are the only thing in the game that do not cost elixir. You want to make use of them as much as possible by luring your opponent to your side of the map.
And in case your memory is as bad as mine, remember Frontier Guard did hold for pause game number 1 of his set number 1, but he was running a fast deck, as you can see already with Knight and Barbarella. Definitely going to go a bit heavier. Juicy, this feels like pieces of Graveyard, but not a lock.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be Graveyard. It's most likely Graveyard. There are definitely chances for other things. Sub, on the other hand, looking like an Electro Giant deck, honestly. Electro Giant Evo Cage. Matchup-wise, I would say usually Graveyard can win this because it's really solid control, but it really depends on what building Frontier Guard has.
And there it is. Graveyard comes down right away. Early Graveyard pull. We see the Evo Cage come out. That's not usually the way you want to defend.
Yeah.
And you can see Frontier Guard with a big smile on his face. The aggression pays off once again. And that's one thing I've loved about watching this guy play today. He is not scared to bring it to your door.
It's true. He's really aggressive playstyle, and I think that really works out in World Finals, where there can be a little bit of nerves. And once again, Sub on the outside, not showing many nerves, but that cage, the common idea is to pull the Knight into the cage so that your Princess Tower can target the Graveyard skeletons. And I'm just seeing a little bit of mistakes here from Sub.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about with nerves beforehand. Sub has not been out yet. Frontier Guard has already played through a match that people thought he was going to lose, and he goes right back to being hyper-aggressive. Bar barrel through, ice was down. Great poison value here for Frontier Guard, and he has locked that defense down, 24-44 to just below 2,000 on Sub's side.
Cage once again trying to get the Evo in cycle, and it's actually not E-Dragon, it's Golem.
It is Golem.
Golem from Sub. That's interesting. I honestly think you'd rather an Electro Giant.
And it's so interesting because in our player interviews, we talked to them, we sent out a questionnaire. He said he'd want to remove Golem and Goblin Machine from the game. That is what Sub said, so maybe thinking his opponents did a little bit of homework, some trickeration, as Rich said before.
Okay, Golem, Evo Baby Dragon on the board. The lightning drops down, hits the Ice Wiz, the Goblin Hut. The Evo Witch is on the board. It's going to do a decent job. Tornado? Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. NATO does clean up a lot of stuff there. Not going to take care of that Evo Witch, though. Although Baby Dragon does retarget on top of her, I think she's going to stay alive.
Wow.
And that is a bit frustrating if you're Sub. You know the Graveyard's coming down instantly.
But the Witch Evo does get taken out, and the Barbarella kites the Knight forward, so the Princess Tower is targeting the skeletons on defense. That was one skeleton for that entire 5 elixir. And look at the Golem at the bridge.
Golem at the bridge, Golden Knight behind. Sub now in the lead, 1896, 1372, 80 seconds remaining.
Lightning, boom, boom, boom.
Beautiful lightning.
Everything on the defense, and this Golem is still held.
Oh, and now the dash! Oh! It just misses it.
I can't believe it doesn't reach. Wait, the Goblin Hut will get death damage? It does. That's big death damage here, Andrew.
And you got to remember that the Golemite's doing a little bit more damage now, too, all the way down to below 400 HP. This is one of those I can defend in cycles, so we're going to see Frontier Guard switch lanes.
Knight, Witch, Evo, Cage pulls in.
And this is exactly the defense you talked about earlier, Juice, and that's what I love about Sub. He recognized the mistake early on, he fixes the mistake, and now he's firmly in control. That's what consistency is all about.
Yeah, with 35 seconds left, Sub just needs to cycle back to another Graveyard. This is last chance from Frontier Guard to make a Graveyard push happen, but I just don't think it's enough.
It's definitely not going to be enough. He'd need a freeze, he'd need vines, he'd need a miracle. Lightning at the bridge, and that again, that is such a smart play. You might just think, oh, why doesn't he take the tower? He's already won the game. If somehow there's a lightning block that comes in, I mean, honestly, near impossible, but if somehow it happens, then Sub loses. He's not going to lose this way.
Yeah, the Baby Dragon's just cleaning up. The Golden Knight is there. This is the experience that it takes to be a champion. Sub taking game number 1.
Honestly, you can't see me, but I'm clapping right now. That was such a beautiful bounce back, Juice. When you talk about the matchup, you were saying E-Giant may be better, maybe not. As it went on, do you think Golem was the better choice?
Okay, so the only reason I think E-Giant is good there is because of the building choice. E-Giant does really good versus Goblin Hut specifically, but still, the Golem is just so much more forcing, and like you said, with the Golemite buff, it just seems like it's always getting damaged.
Yeah, so much damage came in. It felt like Frontier Guard was really in control. It felt like we were going to sit up here and say, wow, another player sent down to the lower bracket by the rookie, but you saw Sub kind of lock everything down. He kind of felt things out for the first couple minutes, took the damage where he was, obviously didn't lose his tower, and he goes, I know exactly what I need to do to beat you.
Looking at the stats here, you know, not too much to look in this. You know, very similar average elixir costs. You know, Graveyard, it's known to be a little bit of a heavier control deck, but once again, Sub's defense was just so locked down when we look at the decks here. You know, the Golden Knight for the Witch, chaining through the skeletons, the Lightning really cleaning off the Goblin Huts, and the Ice Wizards off the board, as well as the Evo Baby Dragon with the Evo Cage, not only defending, but offending perfectly. Like, this is just such a well put together deck.
Yeah, it really is, and I love that we were all thinking that, you know, it's probably E-Giant, feels like E-Giant, ends up being the Golem, and I also love that if there are mind games out there, and the other players know maybe how much Sub hates Golem. It was actually something I was going to comment on before the match, but we hopped right into it, but I was going to say, you know, he said he doesn't like Golem, but right now you might need to lean into it. It's in the meta, and that's exactly what he does here in game number 1, and so far, the guys with the first round bye have not dropped a game, Juicy.
Wow, yeah, it's true. It seems like maybe that, you know, being able to study your opponent first kind of like is really helping out. I mean, I really like this matchup for him, especially the Golden Knight. You know, you don't see a lot of Golden Knight Golem decks, but it really played its factor here, not only versus the Witch, but on defense as well.
Yeah, it almost felt like that was even another way to make you lean towards E-Giant. And, you know, one thing, just as kind of a tangential thought, that I'm actually happy we don't have to have the conversation about having champions in a deck this year. It was always like, why don't they have a champion? 3-card cycle is so strong. You get to see more versatile decks out in the world because you're not forced to always play a champion, so you can take advantage of that 3-card cycle. So we saw one deck with one deck without. The deck without did lose, but I don't think that's exactly why.
No, yeah, huge shout out to the Balance Changes team. This game is more like balanced than in a long time. World Finals here is amazing.
Yeah.
We have a lot of cycle, a lot of OG decks. The Evo Ghost is just enough like OP to add some spice, and then even Beatdown is viable. We've seen Lava, we've seen Golem really do well today. I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen a lot of Mortar, so you know that I'm very, very happy, and I will continue to be happy as we hop into game number 2. Frontier Guard trying to keep this rookie run going, bouncing back against Sub.
We're into game 2, and you can see the previous battle decks here. None of these cards can be repeated by that player, and we do see another Mortar. I think he heard you.
I know he heard me. He can hear this room. My voice is echoing. Thank you, Frontier Guard. Wow. I hope it pays off.
Okay, a Vine spell, not quite quick enough. The Kingdom Card taking on the Witch. This counter push is definitely threatening, and he used Barbarrel previously, so he doesn't have... Oh! He gets the Valk down in time.
And you heard the crowd gasp there. Valk comes down after one shot in from that cannon cart. It ends up being a pretty clean defense here for Sub as they both basically reset. Elixir slightly in favor of Sub just because he has a building on the board.
So Sub with Graveyard, Frontier Guard with Mortar. You know, honestly, when I look at a matchup like this, I just see Evo Valk value and Evo Witch value. That is unless Frontier Guard has Lightning. We've seen Mortar decks like this with Lightning previously. If he has it, it's going to be a game changer.
And we saw this deck run earlier by Igor without Lightning, and he was really wanting for it. And then when you talk about this matchup, it looks like Sub is probably running Graveyard with Evo Witch with that Vine spell, which is basically a freeze now. And when you're going up against Cannoneer, you got to be feeling pretty good when you're running GY.
A Mortar at the bridge. Let's see if it can log. The skeletons from the opposite lane will distract, and then a Gob Hut. This is the one thing in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
Talk to me about
please,
it.
No, go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, when I am playing Gob Hut, the last thing I want to play against is Mortar and Expo. You know, those siege units are really a struggle to deal with.
Yeah, and I was actually just going to say, if we were going to gush about the balance team, I think they did such a great job with the rework of the Gob Hut, a card that was basically dead and now has found itself incredibly competitively viable. And we see a Valkyrie plus Vines at the bridge to try to clean everything up. Does a pretty dang good job of it, too.
Okay, Guard does get some early damage here in this matchup, but what Graveyard is all about is just defending, waiting for that correct moment to get the counter push and go all in with the Graveyard, the poison, everything.
Now, I don't think this is a lost matchup by any means. One great part of it is that you have the Cannon Cart to do some great damage up at the river, but you have the Goblinstein to kind of set the line against a Graveyard. But Juicy, when you talk about matchup, do you think that this is still in favor of Graveyard just because of Cannoneer and Vines and all that?
Yeah, and then with the Miner, we're not going to be seeing Lightning either. So this Evo Witch is going to be an absolute menace, not only on defense, but on offense. And here comes the Graveyard, Andrew.
Yep, first Graveyard in. There's the Miner coming out defensively, poisoning again on top of that Goblin Stein Doctor, not the monster.
Witch, once again, just healing herself.
Yeah.
Blocking the Mortar with the Valk. Witch does go in front. Will the Cannoneer lock onto the Witch? It does not. On the Skeletons, it's getting distracted.
Wow.
This Witch is a threat.
And now it's going to get on top of the Berserker, and then it gets on top of the Valkyrie.
Wow.
This Witch is still alive, and Frontier Guard having to spend an arm and a leg to defend.
And he finally gets it down, but now he's just down so much elixir. The Graveyard comes through, and the ability does defend. Kind of a nice gang in the other lane to kind of like force out some elixir.
Yeah, that way you're not able to drop the poison on top of the Goblin Doctor once again.
Well done from Frontier Guard. Once again, it seems like his playstyle is about aggression.
Yep, and that was a great way of recognizing what would I do if I was in his shoes. I would poison out again, let me get aggressive, let me pull some elixir to the opposite lane.
But still, it's Sub up in the damage lead. And in Triple Elixir, it's only going to get more difficult for Guard here. Graveyard is known to thrive in the Triple Elixir overtime.
Goblin Gang plus Miner. Witch going to come out to clean things up. 2 Witches on the board, a lot of Skeletons to gain health from. That's a pretty decent poison at the bridge. Doesn't even need to do it. The Witch stays alive so long, and this Goblin Hut does great work against that Goblinstein.
Evo Valk at the bridge, Evo Witch at the bridge. So the next card will be a Graveyard.
This is a scary
And after that, a poison.
Juicy's calling it right now. There's the Graveyard. He got it. There's the Vines coming in. Doesn't even need the poison.
Wow.
The Skellies take out the Doctor, and that's going to do it. 2 up, 2 down. 4th place in 2024. He's back.
Wow. I'm literally clapping my hands. Sub, once again, just showing up and saying, you know what, I'm not just consistent. I can also get a 2-0 sweep whenever I want. I'm going to walk on stage, use that first round bye to my advantage.
I mean, he just did such a great job of recognizing the matchup in both of those games. Josh, let's pick this man's brain. Let's go down to the stage.
Give it up one more time for Sub! Okay, Sub, what did you learn from Frontier's first set that allowed you to beat him and look so good?
O que você aprendeu sobre o Frontier Guard nessa primeira rodada e o que fez parecer tão fácil ganhar dele?
Eu acho que eu fiz boas escolhas de decks. Eu já treinei com ele, ele é um bom jogador, um ótimo jogador de ciclo, então eu acertei. A minha análise foi muito boa em questão das matchups, então eu fico feliz com isso.
I did a great job doing the analysis with him, and I practiced with him a lot in the past few days, so I choose the right cards and the right deck.
Okay, you got it in his head. That was well done. How did it feel to have to wait so long? You had to wait 6+ matches. You finally get in the stage. How did it feel to wait so long and play so well and be so successful on this day number 1?
Como que é para você ter esperado tanto tempo para entrar no palco para fazer um bom jogo?
Eu fiquei nervoso, eu estava nervoso esperando ali. Eu até cheguei antes do meu horário, mas eu fico feliz que eu consegui fazer um jogo tranquilo. Eu fiquei nervoso, mas o nervosismo não tomou conta, eu consegui controlar, então eu fico feliz.
I was so nervous that I just got earlier than my time slot, but I'm nervous and I know that I did a great job. So,
thank you, Sub, and congratulations once again. Casters, take it away.
And just an incredible showing there from Sub. You know, again, you saw the audience vote. You saw our vote, which was, we all thought Sub was going to take it. Everyone, it was a 58-42 split between those watching at home and here in the crowd. And Sub probably put all those naysayers to bed right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I'm really impressed with the Guard. I love his aggression.
Yep.
I love his play style. But when you're going in Sub, whose like bread and butter is like psycho control, like I'm going to defend perfect and you will not get damage, sometimes that super aggressive style just doesn't work out.
And we saw it last year at World Finals too, just the calm, cool collectedness of Sub where things might be going awry. He might have taken a little bit more damage than he thought early on. But as I was saying before, he really just looked at the macro matchup in both those games, locked things down. And Juicy, talk to me a little bit about this matchup. We talked about it a good amount throughout the entire set. But was there really a way to get through it, or was it just bad?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the offensive potential for Sub using the Graver and the Witch, but also the Valkyrie is one of the best cards to defend Ghost.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got our two people that have played, or excuse me, our two players of the first round bye getting 2-0, 2-0, Sub and Mo Light untouched. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. See if one of them has to take their first loss. Next up, we're going to Ian versus Adriel, then Pedro versus Lucas. And as you guys can see, we got Mugi Frontier Guard, Sandbox, and Sam as we round out this lower bracket. We've got a very, very exciting one coming up next. Honestly, this is one, kind of like I heard Josh talking about earlier, I can't pick. I just had to pick. You guys made me pick, and I don't want to.
Yeah, I won't spoil it. We're going to be showing some caster predictions soon. But I agree, like, this is a really tough matchup. You know, like, we saw Adriel really perform well. And then the big question is, can Ian perform on stage? You know, he's been doing really well in practices, but it's his first World Finals, and we've seen him struggle with nerves in the past.
Yeah, so we'll see if those nerves are a factor today as we take a look at what just happened between Cal Sub and Frontier Guard.
Rich Slayton here with a bit of a rarity at this World Finals, one of the only two players to make their first appearance. Ian, you've been so close so many times, and you finally made it to World Finals. What changed this year?
I knew I always had this skill, but I just got a lot more confident in like putting myself in like risky situations, I guess. I just took it, I just trusted in myself and my plays, and it just worked out so good that I got like the first golden ticket, so secured my spot right from the start. I
know you do some pretty big runs. What's the longest ultra marathon distance that you've run?
So far it's 52 miles, or like I think 80 something kilometers, but I do want to do 100 miles at some point, 160 kilometers, so hopefully I could get there.
What's harder, running 50 miles or getting first on ranked?
For me, running 52 miles, but for the average person, I guess #1 on ranked. I feel like just getting mental strength in general in life has helped me in Clash Royale too. I think that's actually been like a big difference this year, is just getting mentally strong, even from things outside of Clash, it helped me in Clash.
We have a lot of big names here. Who do you think would pull the most views if this tournament was just about trying to go as viral as possible?
Maybe me and Mohamed Light, I think I would say, because I mean, everyone knows Mohamed Light. That would be a game of all time. Maybe not quite like the Surgical Goblin 1 HP game, but it would be up there.
You're a very large content creator with a kind of rabid following, especially here in the States. What would you have to say to your supporters?
Well, I just want to say thank you all so much if you're watching this event. It's really an honor to finally live up to their expectations, you know, because I feel like back in the day I would be like kind of really struggling and competitive. You know, it's nice to finally actually make World Finals and be a top player that they've always knew I could be.
That's it for Ian77. I know I'm excited, and so are you, to see what he does at last here at World Finals. Next up, this man has over 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. And after years of coming so close but falling short, he's finally here today. One of the most anticipated Clash Royale League World Finals debuts, Ian77! And his opponent is quiet, but absolutely dangerous, and just got a loud win over a 2-time world champion. Make it loud right now for Adriel!
Ian versus Adriel. Look, Ian, I'm so happy to see how much fun he was having on the stage. You have to wonder, is the nerves going to get to him? I mean, really, even if it's not going to get to him, are we going to like enjoy seeing everything? It looks like he's having a lot of fun. Yeah. I love seeing that.
Yeah, no. This is a really big moment for Ian, right? Like he said in the interview, you know, it's very anticipated. His community has been supporting him. We've all known that he has the potential to be here. And I've been watching and like basically really tuning into a lot of his practices throughout this year leading up to this event, and he's done really, really well. You know, beating most players, even sticking in there with Mo. The question is he prepared for the bright lights? Can he keep back his nerves on stage? Especially going up against Adriel, one of the biggest contenders in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the people back home might not know this, but with the lights going on, your hands start to shake, you start to sweat. I really hope we don't get a close-up on my shirt because I am sweating. I'm not even playing, so it just gets ridiculous with all the competitiveness about it. It's really a joy to see. And okay, we can talk like for 5 seconds about how jacked Ian is. I mean, it is incredible. It's really inspirational almost.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree. And once again, going back to his interview, I really like what he said about, being disciplined, whether it's running, hitting the gym. I've talked about it a lot with him, and it is inspirational. And I love how he's using that discipline and applying it to Clash Royale to get to where he is today.
Yeah, I mean, you have to approach it just like a job. You want to be the best in the world. You have to use it as a 9-to-5. You have to be able to wake up, practice with the right set of people. Then you have to be able to take a break, get that workout in, go back in and play your game. A lot of people don't realize it, but, it takes a lot to be an esports pro.
Yeah, let's check out the chat predictions. Let's see how you guys, thought about this match. Also, if you haven't got your predictions yet, go to I almost said store.supercell.com. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. And you guys can get some nice emotes and stuff, or not emotes, but you can get a badge, which is legendary. Get that spectator badge. Here are, almost 50-50 here, Josh.
Dude, perfect. I mean, congratulations to the community. This is why I love the community. They know ball. It is clear right here. This is going to be a 50-50. Anybody could win it. Let's take a look at the caster predictions because this is going to be insane. I took Adriel. I was too impressed. I mean, he just looks good. He looks ready for the stage. And you took Ian.
I took Ian. We'll see what the other predictions are from the other casters are as well. Looks like it's split down the middle.
Is this the first one?
I think so. It's split down the middle, not only with the community, but with the casters as well. So, talk to me about why you took Adriel. Maybe I'll talk about why I took Ian.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, Adriel has performed on the big stage. He's showcased greatness. I mean, we saw him have a wonderful first set. The only drawback that I could even really have for him is that he's shown his decks. He's shown what he wants to come out with, and that does ding him a little bit. But for the most part, I was too impressed from his first set to go any other way.
Man, I mean, you're making me second guess my pick here a little bit. But, Ian, on the other hand, once again, he's been performing really well in practices. I'm a big fan of his coach, Ismail. I think this is honestly like one of the big matches where it's like there's a lot going on in the background. Kind of Jeebus for Adriel, Ismail for Ian. There's a lot of mind games going on. And we'll see kind of where those matchups are going to end up, because these are, once again, both two players that do really well at really, taking the nuance of the cards that do well in a certain matchup.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, there's pretty much like 3 phases in Clash Royale. There's the physical, the mental, and the coach. The coaches for both of these players, incredible, and the physical and mental are incredible. And I got Juicy pointing to it, so I will call it out. We do have the Chef Tower coming out from Adriel.
No, yeah, I can't believe this. I think this is the first Chef Tower of the day, and, I don't blame him. But Ian is so prepared for it. Oh, my goodness. So Chef is definitely going to be a Golem deck. But Ian literally has Evo Valkyrie and Evo Goblin Cage in preparation for this golem, for this beatdown deck.
Okay, so it looks like Ian's taking a page out of Adriel's book using Lava. We'll have to see the rest of his deck, but I believe it's going to be Lava. We could see maybe E-Giant, but with the Arrow showcase as well, I think we're seeing a Lava versus Golem matchup right here.
Lava versus Golem is interesting. I mean, usually, this, I don't know, I'm not really sure, but basically, the way I look at this is that neither player will be able to break through very easily. Adriel's got the Zappies, the Spear Empress, and the Furnace for air defense, and Ian, on the other hand, with the Evil Valk and the Cage for the Golem pushes, I don't really know. Maybe I'd give a slight advantage to Adriel even.
Yeah, I think I have to lean towards Adriel's way, but I mean, really it comes down to, can you use the Evo Cage, get it to work like it needs to? The Bar Barrel early plus the Vine should be able to take it out quickly, and that Golem is full health. That is a wonderful job, and yes, all your support troops are going to be dead, but that's a Golem on tower. We'll take that if you're Adriel.
Yeah, he does get quite a bit of because I thought that Cage, getting taken out so early would be a struggle, but that's why they call Spear Empress the mini P.E.K.K.A of the sky, really putting out mad DPS.
I didn't know that. I think that's a great name, yeah.
That's what I call it anyways.
Okay, all right. I'll allow one of those. So yeah, that's your coin's turn for the tournament.
Okay, Lava in the back, in the left, and then we see on the right, Adriel with the Golem in the back. So we're going to see two big lanes either side.
Yeah, trying to get that knockout blow. The Golem going on the right side, the Lava going on the left. It's interesting, Adriel played it late. He wanted to defend with the Zappies, plus the Bar Barrel. Beautiful perfection, almost perfection. If that timing would have been just a little bit better, those Skeleton Dragons would have been gone, but instead they follow behind.
Wow, and the Lava in front protects and tanks for the Spear Empress. Zappies on defense once again. It's really close game right now. Arrows coming through, and the Lava Bones are trying to chip. I mean, Josh, this is wild. This is insane. It's like two beatdown decks, but really good defense on either side.
Yeah, and right there, gets the interaction correct. The Lumberjack goes to town on top of the Empress, and right there, Valk plus Empress, a little push. It's one of those weird pushes.
Definitely going to be fairly useful. Spirit Empress connects. The crowd is roaring. They know that little amount of damage, it might seem like a little, but that is a huge difference maker throughout a match like this.
Yeah, and right there, Adriel playing the Golem first, and then Ian responding same lane. So it's clear that the Lava player wants to go same lane, the Golem player wants to swap, and both players are aware of that.
Lumberjack is going to go towards the cage and not to the tower. The vines do prevent the Golem from getting pulled. This Golem is looking like it's going to connect for some mad damage. Ian kind of scrambling to prevent the damage, but he doesn't have enough elixir to go Lava in front here.
Yeah, good arrows getting a ton of value, and we see the angry face. This is also why Ian is so appreciated amongst some. Some people don't like it. I love it. Yeah. He is not afraid to emote, not afraid to have fun with it, and right there, showing his anger, but still in this game.
Spear Empress from both players. Another Golem push from Adriel trying to extend the lead. We're into triple elixir overtime, and an Evo Valkyrie is in cycle to try to deal with this, but a Vines taking off the board immediately.
Yeah, only gets one swing. We do see the defensive lightning, and it was well timed, but it doesn't feel like you're getting enough value. It feels like Adriel is just totally running away with this.
Lava Hound plus Skeleton Drags at the bridge in the other lane. Zappies and Vines plus Bar Barrel is a solid way to defend, and it's looking a little bit like Ian's chances are dwindling.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. The Evo Furnace in cycle is always going to help him out. We do see a Lightning. The Rage should be able to help out. 1492, 1142. Ian trying to get himself back to another Lightning. Adriel just going to cycle. Both players at this point, it's either you got the spells or you don't.
The Lightning, seconds. Will it drop on the last second? The Zappies, and it doesn't get down in time. Adriel taking game number 1 by the skin of his teeth. To be fair, I don't think the Lightning would have done enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. Whew. I'll look that up tonight. All right, we're ready for day 2. I promise, guys.
Wow, okay, so Josh, we just witnessed the first game of such an important match. Ian, I honestly was pretty happy with how he played. I didn't see the nerves getting him too much, but a loss after, that first round bye has got to be fairly devastating.
Yeah, look, you know, some of these other opponents, when you look at it, you know, on paper, when you take a look at who your opponent is, Frontier Guard or Adriel, like, you know, some of the other matchups on paper are going to be a lot easier. Adriel is just not who you want to play against. He is so calm, so collected, and right there, the matchup felt like it was 52-48. Who could figure out how to play the matchup exactly correctly? And look, both players figured it out. Ian trying to go bridge lava at the very end, trying to swap lanes. He was doing everything that he could, but Adriel just figured it out maybe 3 seconds faster, and that's why he was able to walk away with the win.
Yeah, and looking at the decks here, perfect timing from the production. I mean, I'm just gonna try and walk you guys through what I see here. So number one, I saw Evo, Valkyrie, and Cage for Golem, really strong. But then on the other hand, Ian has Lava and Adriel has Zappies. And Zappies are the best anti-lightning and really good lava counter as well. So it really is fairly close, but once again, I think Adriel just had that slight advantage, and I also really like the usage of the vines to really kind of stall the Evo Valk, stall the Skeleton Drags, and combo the Barbarrel. Like, he did really well with that.
Yeah. I don't want to call him out, but, you know, there was one missed Barbarrel in one of the situations.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, I expect even better gameplay from Adriel in this upcoming game. I mean, wow, that was a phenomenal set number one, and that was Ian's first game on the World Final stage. I think he has to feel pretty good about what he just did.
Yeah, but the question is, do you have the mental fortitude like Adriel? Do you have the ability to shut down those nerves after a first loss and bounce back for game number two to stay alive in the best of three? We're gonna find out very shortly. You know, the players kind of building their decks, you know, waiting. Huge shout to the crowd. Look at the crowd. Yeah, let's get hyped, guys. I mean, this is Clash Royale League World Finals. I love this community.
Yeah, and right here, okay, I've got a question for you. Do you think the nerves are stronger from being at the World Finals, or knowing that Riley was able to finish so well last year and he might not be able to repeat that process?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mix of both, right? It's like, you know, he's got a lot of people. I don't know. It's the term of heavy lays the crown. And Ian doesn't have really the crown per se when it comes to competitive, but when it comes to, you know, being a very known person in the community, like sometimes it's a blessing and a curse when so many people are rooting for you.
So game number two underway. Adriel took game number one, and no way are we gonna see another Lava Hound deck. We are seeing the guards and the Valk get cycled, especially the Evo Valk as well. Ian on the other side could be running the Giant Skeleton Drill deck that we've seen earlier today. Still a few more cards to go, and there we go. Giant Skeleton in the back by Ian.
Interesting. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Adriel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Adriel who won with this Giant Skeleton Evo Ghost deck in his first round. He was playing against Mugi using Hyperbait. So Ian kind of taking a page from Adriel's deck picks, and looks like Adriel doing kind of the opposite as well. Looks like a lava deck. And once again, the Zappies are going to be really strong here.
Yeah, I mean, Zappies are just kind of a wonderful surprise. I really enjoy metas that have Zappies in it. I feel like I don't know why. I feel like it's a card that I shouldn't like, but, you know, the stun, 4 elixir, it feels like a healthy meta whenever the Zappies are in the meta.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at this matchup. I mean, this is going to be a really, you know, kind of grindy matchup of making pushes, defending. We see a nice drill placement from Ian to the back of the tower, and it actually pans out for some solid damage.
Yeah, right there. Baby Dragon was actually a great response as well. Zappy's low to be able to take out the Valk plus the Baby Dragon, and still should have a little bit of HP left, especially when he plays the Golden Knight to protect him. And we should potentially see a dash. No, just gonna wait just a second and not gonna dash. Just showing some patience right here on the grand finals, or the world final stage.
Adriel does find a time to go for the lava in the back, and Ian's only air defense, or might just be Zappies. I'm not sure what the last card is going to be, but it has to be another evolution. So I don't know. I feel like once I see it, it's going to be like a no-brainer. Yeah. There it is.
And right there, it is the Evo XC. XC coming down. No Evo in cycle just yet, but this is a pretty big push We should be able to see
What, the lightning?
a NATO.
Okay, NATO. Arrows get down a little bit late, but the Lava Pups and Baby Dragon do get on the tower. Adriel getting some big damage, and Ian throwing out his classic good game. He's trying to play some mind games here.
El Clasico using the good game. It's not over just yet. Don't believe him, even if he is saying that.
GoldenEye on the left with the Evo Exi. I mean, yeah, it's still very possible for him to win this. We saw a similar situation when Adriel's playing this deck. Oh, wow. The lightning arrows from Adriel knowing the tornado comes out was impressive, though.
Yeah, tower down to 19-18, but a lot coming down the left lane. Ian going to be forced to respond to that, and now no Evo Exi in cycle. So the next lava could put in a lot of work from Adriel.
Giant sitting in the back. Evo Ghost trying to get some value on offense. But the Cage and Baby Dragon do a great job. Adriel continues to apply pressure in the other lane. And honestly, that is the biggest play that Adriel's made this game. You do not want to go same lane versus Executioner deck.
I mean, I just wonder if Adriel is somehow a one-trick. Did we not realize that this entire time? He is playing lava absolutely perfectly, but this is a pretty massive push. Exi doesn't shoot on top of the tower like I thought it would, but does get the tower down to 1196. This is a big push.
The Lava Pups are getting lots of damage as well. We finally see the GoldenEye dash. It's big damage. Ghost doesn't connect, and Ian takes the damage lead for the first time this game with 45 seconds left on the clock.
Baby Dragon Splash saved his tower right there. Lightning coming down, 357. Drill gonna go on offense. It's just who can win this game right here. We should be seeing a dash. The guards do protect.
Oh my God.
273.
The NATO.
The arrows come down in time. He does protect the tower. 145.
The Giant Skelly doesn't hit. The lightning.
The Cage
gets
is
the
in
lightning
time.
block.
92.
The Executioner.
Can he protect? He does.
Oh!
Adriel gets it. Adriel gets it.
Oh my gosh. And it's going to be a victory for Adriel.
How does he do it over and over?
Oh my goodness.
Celebrating, showing the flag.
Wow. The lightning dropping down. The lightning block from the Zappies just weren't quite timed correctly. It hit one Zappy first, almost buying enough time for the Executioner to lock into the town left-hand lane, but it just wasn't quite enough time. Let's hear it from the man himself. Let's send it to Rich. I want to hear this interview.
Adriel, 2 up, 2 down, and you had that game locked up, and then it got very, very tight at the end. Talk to me about what you were thinking and feeling in the final moments of Game 2.
Dos partidas, dos victorias. Pues dime cómo te sientes y especialmente cómo te sentiste al final de este último segundo juego que parecía que tenías la victoria, parecía que se te iba a escapar. ¿Qué pasaba por tu mente?
Realmente empecé jugando bien, luego tiré un mal lava que me complicó la partida, pero logramos recuperar.
Well, at the beginning I was really confident. Unfortunately, a little misplay in the middle of it, but I could recover from it.
So here we are, 2 matches in. You've taken out the 2-time world champion in Mugi. Now the most anticipated guy in Ian. What are you thinking about your chances for this world championship?
Bueno, y los oponentes que has derrotado, pues Mugi el primero, 2 veces campeón mundial, ahora Ian, una aparente promesa. ¿Cuáles sientes que son tus posibilidades en esta competición?
Realmente no me importa contra quién juegue, daré lo mejor de mí y sí.
It doesn't really matter who I will be up against. I'm here to win and to prove it all.
He's here for it. Let him hear it one more time. Adriel!
I cannot stress it enough. I will pay so much money to be the one commentating his games for the rest of the tournament. I don't. This needs that. Please, please, please. I will work with whoever I need to work with. Let me get more Adriel games.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. I mean, that game was the closest one of the day so far. And the whole time, this is why we need heart rate monitors. The whole time, Adriel's just there like, this is normal.
Yeah.
This is normal. Bro, you like the Executioner was literally about to hit your tower.
Yeah, I made a mistake, but it's all right. I actually cleaned it up, and then I didn't make any more mistakes. Are you kidding me? What are we talking about? That was just incredibly impressive. Let's take a look at Battle Deck number 2, and just walk me through it, because he has the Evo XE, he has the Drill, the Giant Skeleton. Looking at it on paper, it looks like Ian should walk away with this.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that Adriel did to win this game is to switch lanes. You know, with Ian's deck, it's all about defending with Executioner, defending with the Zappies, and then counter-pushing off of that in a matchup like this. But Adriel with the lane switch, forcing out Executioners, allowing for lightning value, while also using his cards like Guards, Cage, and Valkyrie to have cheap defenses in order to get that spell damage on tower. Like, it was really a masterclass.
Yeah, and you know, back in the days, it used to be a thing where, like, when you were trying to become a pro player and like doing all of that, you would practice with the one tricks. You have to assume that Adriel has practiced with every single one trick that runs lava. He is running it to perfection.
Right, wow. Okay, so Adriel is now advancing. He will play the winner of our next matchup. We have Pedro versus Lucas. And look at the lower bracket as well. You know, Ian gonna be going down to play against Vitor. Overall, just really exciting stuff. This bracket, once again, is just so stacked. I just love the world. I just love it. I love this. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the World Finals, there's no better place to be. You have to be here watching the action. I mean, Adriel has been phenomenal, but all these players have as well. And Battle of Brazilians, that could be pretty interesting. Let's take a look at
highlights.
Highlights, that's what it was.
Let's go! Let's go! Go!
What's up, guys? Juicy here. We got Pedro with us coming into this tournament. You know, there's going to be a few players from Brazil. We have Lucas, we have you, and then we also have Sub. Is there a rivalry going on there? And how important is it for you to be the best in Brazil?
Eu não acredito que imagine uma rivalidade entre a gente, porque somos amigos, mas eu gostaria de me manter como o melhor brasileiro, até porque até o momento ainda sou o único que chegou em segundo lugar.
Since getting second place at the World Finals in 2023, how has your life changed since then?
Eu pude começar a investir mais na minha carreira, então comprar dispositivos novos, inclusive comprei um iPad, comecei a jogar e esse ano eu estarei jogando no iPad depois de ter começado a me acostumar no início desse ano.
It's your third consecutive World Finals appearance. How do you feel that you've grown over these years?
Eu acho que eu vim crescendo principalmente nas escolhas de decks, que agora vem sendo melhores para eventos online. Acho que isso vai ajudar muito mesmo e tô vindo bem confiante para esse terceiro ano consecutivo.
Before the interview, you said that this will be the first year using a tablet instead of a phone. Talk to me about the differences between those two and why you think the tablet's better.
Eu acredito que jogar no tablet seja melhor para o campeonato presencialmente, porque a gente acaba jogando em um suporte. Então, o tablet no suporte é melhor que um celular.
You're going to have a lot of fans watching, including me, and I was just wondering, like, do you have anything you want to say to your supporters?
Eu gostaria só de agradecer a todo mundo que sempre acaba torcendo para mim e eu espero muito poder ganhar esse ano, porque eu venho muito confiante.
Let's go.
Let's go.
And our last player to make their 2025 World Finals debut, making his third consecutive World Finals appearance, our 2023 World Runner-Up,
Give it up for Pedro! And he'll be looking for some revenge against his opponent, who is the one that sent him home in 2024. Lucas started our sets today going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Can he keep the trend going? Let's give it up one more time for Lucas!
Here we go, Pedro and Lucas, and one of my favorite things is seeing the comfort level that Lucas has now on stage. So loose, so confident, and we've really got to watch him grow up here in CRL.
Yeah, I mean, it's always amazing to see the evolution. Wow, the evolution of these players, not just the cards.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I mean, Lucas, he certainly loves the spotlight, and, you know, the spotlight really does love him.
That's very true. Now, you know, when we look at this matchup between him and Pedro, I love that answer. It's all he wants is sushi. Favorite sushi, more types of sushi, other types of sushi. I'm going to buy sushi. All right, so we know what's in store for Pedro with his money. And, you know, when you think about this matchup, Pedro is a guy who's purely from the solo era against Lucas, who's been here since the teams era, even played in 2019 in some of the semi-pro teams leagues. He might have, I don't know which team he was on, might have been LA Gaming. I think everyone played for LA Gaming at one point in 2019. But he's up against Pedro with one of the most experienced coaches who coached in both teams and solo, former Tribe coach for teams, Jose VTS.
Yeah, I mean, Jose VTS, one of the greatest coaches to ever do it, absolutely. And I mean, he's been so consistent. Like a lot of these coaches, we talk about them and it's like, oh yeah, you know, for these 3 years, he was great. But I mean, it's been what, 7, 8, 9 years, and he's still in it, still doing so much work. It's clear that he has every single player that he coaches ready to go for the monthly finals, world finals. You know, a lot of props to his coach.
And taking a look at what we might have coming forward here in a little bit. This is interesting because as we've started to see, we have players who have already come out and played a match, who had to prep for that match, and had to have their second match ready to go versus the people who are all fresh. Didn't work out for some of them, obviously. Some were able to shut it down. But in this one, you have an interesting situation where you look at what Lucas has planned. We'll get to that more in just a moment. First, let's look at your predictions here, what you have going on, and right now, 58-42 going for Pedro at the moment, which, you know, this is, again, I think pretty close, but Pedro lately has been one of those big guys. Let's look at what you've got here, Josh.
All right, let's see what I have. And I have Lucas X Gamer. Look, I saw his first set. I thought it was wonderful. Very few mistakes. And once you win a mirror matchup, you have to feel good for the rest of the tournament. You have to feel like you're the better player every time you step on the stage.
I'm doing the exact same thing, going with Lucas. And again, this for me, this comes down to deck pool.
Okay.
Lucas has a tremendously deep deck pool. And Pedro is very, very good with a very specific deck pool. He might be one of the best players here who leans heavily on comfort, and that's a big concern for me here in game number 1 and game number 2, is does he go too much to comfort? I don't think we have to worry about Golem or E-Giant from Pedro at all.
Yeah, and when you can eliminate even two, I mean, even just one meta deck away when your opponent just isn't willing to play it, that makes your life so much easier. Instead of having to worry about, you know, 150 combinations, you only have to worry about 120. So that is absolutely massive. And Lucas, no coach, doesn't matter. He's born for this.
Bored for this, indeed. First made his debut with Pain in 2020. Brought that team to a wonderful World Finals. Might have knocked out a friend of mine standing next to me along the way. But, you know, you do have to look at Pedro and look at what he's done coming almost out of nowhere. His debut season in 2023. He's one of the few other people besides Mohamed who puts 3 accounts in the top 10 on ranked.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's just, I can't even use the word unfair. I mean, really, it's just super impressive, super cool, but, you know, it does actually make you feel bad. I think that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. All right, you did 3. All right, let's try and reach Ultimate Champion with an 80% win rate. I didn't do it. Oh man, look at that.
And we're just moments away from this second round matchup. Pedro and Lucas, 2 of the 3 Brazilians here. You've already had some success, and Josh, I'm gonna go on a limb here and guess that someone from Brazil is gonna win this match.
Yeah, that's a, yeah, you know, in fact, I will guarantee that one of these 2 will qualify, and here we go. Game number 1 underway.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, and I'm so glad to see it. I was expecting Pedro to potentially go either RG game 1 or Minor game 1. Instead, he goes Hog, a little bit different. Lucas playing Royal Giant again here. I think he's running back the exact same deck from before. I think he was looking for potentially a mirror matchup one more time.
Yeah, definitely could see that. Lucas, I mean, it's clear that RG is his bread and butter, and, you know, he talked about it in his post-game interview. I've played the mirror matchup 1,000 times, and if you've played the mirror, you've played against this deck, you've played against Hog, you've played against all these, and right here, I mean, the question is, does he feel comfortable? We'll have to see as this game goes on.
And we're gonna see this a lot, the Hunter behind the Hog. Hog gets a couple big shots, plus the Firecracker splash. Big opening here for Pedro.
Yeah, Lucas has to be upset beyond belief. I have no idea. I think the Hunter forgot how to shoot or didn't shoot or something went wrong, and the Hunter put in absolutely 0 work.
First minute away, massive lead for Pedro, 18:04 on that right-hand tower. Just a tiny bit of chip for him on his side, and Lucas sets up his Royal Giant. Now, Josh, talk to me about this dichotomy here where, you know, one of Lucas's best ways to deal with that Hog Rider, obviously going to be that Fisherman, but he also has to contend with the Mighty Miner working on that Royal Giant. Yes, he has the Electro Spirit here. How's he going to be able to do double duty here?
Yeah, it just gets interesting. You're trying to wait for double elixir, trying to get the multiple RGs. It just gets super awkward for both of these players because, yes, you can defend with any 2 troops. You can defend with the Hunter plus the E-Spirit, get 0 damage. But at the same time, if you place the Firecracker behind him, right here, Pedro,
wow,
too late with the cannon. The RG is going to lock on. This is just difficult for both players. That's why this matchup gets so interesting.
And just more than happy to go ahead and take that Fireball onto the Firecracker, get the Evo off the board. And after 2 minutes, we're pretty much all square.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this is, I mean, this is a game. And here we go, Hunter plus Log going to be able to clean that up. And he does protect the Hunter from allowing the Firecracker to splash, gets the E-Spirit off. Beautiful job from Lucas, incredible micro.
And slowing down a bit now is Pedro. He does have a slight elixir lead when you don't count the troop on the board, and able to cover, does not get a shot. King Tower activation playing a critical role there.
Wow, and Hunter learned how to you know, prioritize. His Hunters have been absolutely perfect as this game has gone along. After the first one, it's just been gorgeous work from Lucas.
Here we go, sudden death overtime on its way. Pedro ahead by 3 and change.
And right there, Cannon going to be able to defend the first RG, but you know there's a second one coming along soon, and there it is at the bridge. Evo Ghost on the right side, going to clean everything up and take it out while protected. And this second RG should be able to get a shot. It does not, so perfect defense from Pedro. And now 120-ish HP separating 2 players.
But you think about the quality of that defense, Josh, and you're still giving up a couple hundred damage. This time, Fishboy should be more than capable. And with the stun, still gives up a hog shot. And you see Lucas very unhappy with that.
Yeah, very frustrated. The Ghost doesn't get down in time. Yeah, just doesn't get down in time, really. And right there, the Hawk does get 1 shot. Fisherman cannot get the pull. Beautiful. You know, we talk about the micro of Lucas. That micro right there from Pedro was amazing.
Firecracker goes back behind. Hog should still get 1, and it does.
The Evo RG placed into the Mighty Miner, a huge mistake, and Pedro just licking his lips. That was way too easy. That should never be happening on the World Final stage.
High Hunter plus E-Spirit. Tries to pull the Mighty Miner over. Hog is running, E-Spirit stunning. Able to stop it this time is Lucas, but time ticking away, only 45 to get that damage back.
The Evo Firecracker not going to be able to lock on right there. That Fisherman, a beautiful E8. Can it get another one in time? It doesn't. Hog gets a shot on top of the tower.
It was the E-Spirit just completely shutting that whole thing down, and now it's last gasp for Lucas.
Yeah, and right there, 2 Mighty Miners on the board. This is one of those matchups where you don't need the 3-card cycle. You love all the Mighty Miners as if you can. Pedro, what does he have for this?
Evo RG on tower, Cannon comes down to hold. RG in one more time. Lucas has to get so much done. Fishboy trying to pull. He needs to get one shot, can't get it done. Fireball in, won't be enough. Game number 1 for Pedro.
Well played coming out from Lucas, the emote, the hog emote, and the Barbarian Flex coming from Pedro. And look, this is one of the few matchups that we can look at and say, who played better? Who made less mistakes? It felt like both of these players might have been nervous. It felt like, something was kind of off, but Pedro able to do just enough and walk away with a win.
Got a very important win here too, right? You got to get those first round jitters kind of out of the way. And, looking through some of their previous matchups here, I don't know if I've seen anywhere Lucas played Royal Giant, at least in this configuration. In fact, the only matchup I see where he played RG against Pedro was a loss back in GKR, one of our older golden tickets, against the Lava deck. So now 0-2 with Royal Giant against Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, you can be the best player in the world, but sometimes a player will just kind of have your number when you're using a specific deck. Pedro's deck pool is, the Mortars, the Hogs, all these, even if they're not great matchups, he's so clearly practiced in them, and he's always going to be able to get that 50-50 going, and he's going to be able to win those tiny little interactions that other people aren't. I'm not sure how I feel about RG, but at the end of the day, if you want to be comfortable, if you want to play your best, sometimes you have to make the tough choices, and right there in game number 1, it just didn't work out for Lucas.
And Pedro here, again, not going RG game number 1, not going Miner game number 1. That does raise the question, do we see one of those two in game 2? He could play the Bar Barrel version of Royal Giant in one of these ongoing games, and of course, Miner has so many variations.
Yeah, absolutely, and I gotta say, I was getting a little bit distracted. I always gotta appreciate Halloween, always gotta appreciate, the cosplay and setting everything up. Beautiful, beautiful costume. Right over there.
Yeah, goblins on stage, goblins in the crowd, goblins everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a good time. I feel like goblins are fun to party with, so yeah.
Yeah, sure, and happy Halloween to all of you at home. I guess you're not trick-or-treating, but maybe this is your Halloween party, and you can celebrate and join us at event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. Go ahead and get your picks in for these matches, and of course, we still have 2 more days. So if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel, like this stream, and make sure you come back, set that notification, hit the bell so you don't miss day 2 and day 3 action. Day 3, we have best of 5s for that upper, lower, and grand final.
Yeah, I mean, best of 5s, it's been a wonderful addition this year. It is so cool to see, everything you have to think of. Instead of, I don't even know the combinations and stuff, but, instead of 24 total cards, you're looking at 40, that's, a million, billion, whatever it is, a lot of different combinations and a lot of just trying to outthink your opponents, outsmart your opponents. It creates just a whole new way to play this game.
And this is where it gets interesting because I know the players who have coaches have really planned deck progressions, where I know that Lucas has an idea, was kind of looking at game number 1 a lot, and then had some notes on what his opponent might play in game number 2. But there's a difference where a lot of these players are coming up with full sheets that have, hey, if these 2 or 3 or 4 cards are out in this combination from your opponent, this is where you go next, right? So it's a little bit more, I guess you have maybe something to hold on to more in that situation on stage.
Yeah, I wonder, the benefits and the negatives of everything, because at the end of the day, you don't get that coach on stage. So being able to know everything you really want to be doing, it's such an interesting conversation to talk about having a coach, not having a coach.
So here we go, Miner from Pedro in game number 2, going to Comfort after getting the win outside of his normal set. And Electro Giant for Lucas.
Good placement on the E-Giant. Not going to allow a ghost shot. And then Pedro Is this Mortar? No, gonna be the Goblin Hut plus the minions. We're probably looking at Minor Poison.
Ice Wiz plus minions, pulls it all to the middle with a NATO to get them off the board, but not gonna get much more than that is Lucas.
Yeah, really do not like that NATO from Lucas. I think it's a pretty massive overextension right there. Forces out the Barbell as well. And Pedro up 2.5 Elixir. And just, you know, he's cycled his Evos. The Ice Spirit easy to cycle, Ghost easy to cycle. So just a really great start for Pedro.
Lucas did play Electro Giant in an in-game duel, not an out-of-game duel, so preset decks got the win over Pedro. Slightly different variation, didn't play the Golden Knight.
And I was just waiting. I'm telling you, the worst interaction in the world, the one that makes me throw away the game, I'm not playing this for one more second, is missing a minor when you have Skarmy. That is the worst interaction in the world. But he got it, he got it.
He got it, yes. Barbarrel takes a swing, and the Evo Ice Spirit forces out 4 Elixir from Lucas. You don't want to take those little extra tips.
Yeah, Lucas kind of okay with cycling the Baby Dragon, trying to get to the double Elixir, triple Elixir. And then Pedro, this is what happens. We see Minor Poison, and he's going to start to get really aggressive. These minor placements are so interesting to look at from Pedro.
Yeah, in that anti-NATO spot to the outside. Lots of damage here. Minions able to really put some work on that right-hand tower, and once again, Pedro opening up the lead early.
Yeah, right here, the E-Giant just not putting in the work that needs to be done. The Ice Wizard spread out to the side plus the Goblin Hut. It's just too easy for him to defend every single time. Never going to be an opportunity for his opponent to NATO it to the King Tower. I mean, this is just picture-perfect play from Pedro.
That was a lot altogether.
Yeah, I cannot believe I got it done correctly.
E-Giant set up. We are deep into double. What do you think of the chances here of Lucas actually breaking through against, we have the Hut, we have the Ice Wiz, the ability to shut things down with the Ice Spirit as well?
I mean, I don't believe in 0% chance, but I do believe in 0.1, and that's what it's really looking like.
And this is what we were talking about, right? The deck progression stuff where you go, hey, here what we think we need to cover after game number 1. And so far, Pedro and Jose looking like they have got Lucas's number.
Yeah, right here, 1:40 seconds left. We're seeing him poison nothing, so you have to be a little bit worried about the big push coming in from Lucas. If Lucas doesn't get it here, it's over. He needs to get it here, in my opinion.
90 seconds left. Baby Dragon puts a little bit onto the Ice Wiz.
Beautiful.
Lightning clears.
Yeah, beautiful timing right there with the Ice Spirit, trying to keep the Ghost alive. Minions trying to stay out of range, forces out the NATO from Lucas.
And Lucas just can't get that much out of the NATO, right? He's not using it to be able to get a big Golden Knight combination. He's not getting the breakthrough on the E-Giant. This time it picks up the minor, having to mitigate some of that problem. And at this point, Lucas opting to go into the weak side.
Yeah, and I almost want to point out the first mistake I've seen from Pedro. I would like to see him switch up the minor placement. NATO out of cycle. You've been playing it there every single time. But yeah, both of his towers are basically at 3K. You know, I don't want to get too nitpicky, I guess.
And these minions have just been absolutely shredding these Electro Giants. You know, and we talked about it earlier, the extended range now making it so that they can do a whole lot of work. And Lucas has been trying to find a way to break through with the NATO. Hasn't done it yet. 30 seconds left. You talked about do or die, Josh. This is the one.
Yeah, E-Giant on the left, E-Giant on the right. Baby Dragon just dead. It's gone. It's finished. That is massive for Pedro's defense. This shouldn't even be a struggle. The Ice was going to go to both lanes, and there we go. We finally do see a push.
Golden Knight in. Minor able to hold here, and that's not going to be enough. Golden Knight dashes. Electro Giant will not be quick enough. And Pedro comes out and does it the easy way. 2 games up, 2 games down.
Yeah, brilliant job from Pedro. I mean, the entire match, he just dominated the minions. Look, you talked about it a little bit. The minions were beautiful. You shouldn't be able to stop an E-Giant with minions. It shouldn't work. That doesn't make sense. My brain doesn't allow it, but we just saw it right there. The minions putting in work every single time. Ice Wiz off to the side. Goblin Hut perfection. I mean, just a beautiful set from Pedro.
And crowd certainly having a good time here. We are live at Atlanta DreamHack. people from all over coming together to enjoy their favorite thing. We've got lots of esports here, lots of gamers, and one who just got a big time win. Let's go down to the floor where Andrew is standing by.
All right, so Pedro, Lucas sent you home in 2024 World Finals. You come out game one, you run Hog Rider, which Lucas is known for. How does it feel to get your revenge?
Você acabou de se vingar de ter perdido para o Lucas em 2024 usando a carta favorita dele. Como que isso significa para você?
Cara, eu acho que é muito legal poder estar aqui de volta e ter a revanche. Infelizmente é triste por sermos dois brasileiros, mas pelo menos ele não está eliminado, então ainda tem muita chance Brasil aí.
I'm glad to beat him. I'm sad to be a Brazilian team losing for me, but I'm so glad that I bet.
Yeah, it's kind of a win-lose situation there. You've been sitting backstage for 3.5 hours waiting to make your 2025 debut. What have you been doing and how have you stayed locked in?
Você ficou preso lá atrás por 3 horas e meia esperando para o seu jogo. Como você se preparou para estar aqui agora?
Então, acho que eu estou bem tranquilo, na real, por ser o meu terceiro Mundial, mas eu fiquei acompanhando todos os jogos, também joguei alguns jogos antes de começar o campeonato, então estava realmente bem focado para trazer essa vitória.
Actually, I'm chilling right now because I practice a lot between the games and other matches, so I'm just relaxing to be a good day.
Well, practice pays off for Pedro. Let's hear it one more time.
Practice indeed for Pedro, and if you're in the crowd and you were sitting stage left with the stage on the right-hand side from your perspective, right behind me over here, if you were walking around, I know what Pedro was doing because I passed him multiple times sitting on the ground over there on the concrete with his iPad, getting practice games in while he was watching the other matches. So Pedro, like many, the grind never ends.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that I think both of us kind of forgot is that once Pedro is at the World Finals, he just gets that buff. He just wins everything. Oh, this is actually a bad matchup. Oh, I actually just learned something. What I thought was a 40-60 is actually a 70-30, and now I get to go home and probably play it like a 50-50, but it used to be 40-60. Pedro is just phenomenal.
And looking at this one, you know, Lucas going heavy 2 games in a row, right? He went with the RG game number 1, goes to E-Giant game number 2, and the cover here from Pedro is amazing, right? You have the Goblin Hut, you have the Ice Wiz, you have the Evo Ice Spirit, and then the minions, and just the E-Giants were going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, he just dominated the game throughout. I loved how he was placing down the miners. I mean, it felt like it was always forcing out something. You talked about it during the game, the Evo Ice Spirit forcing out the Baby Dragon. It just is so clear that he has such an incredible understanding on both the Evo cycles, how much elixir your opponent has. He's just on top of every little thing, and it just shows in his gameplay.
And let's take a look at the bracket. We now have our top 4 on the winner's side. Mohamed Light and Sub, Adriel and Pedro. That's gonna be one heck of a matchup tomorrow. We also have our elimination brackets completely set for the first round. Lucas will be facing off against Igor. That's gonna be an absolute banger of a match. Ian and Vitor, Frontier Guard and Mugi. And coming up next, we're gonna have Sandbox and OP Sam. So we're gonna be eliminating 2 players today. 2 people are out on day number 1. And Josh, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, all these players, it is such a joy to see them, meet them. I hate the part, I hate the part of competition when you gotta send people home.
We have 12, we're about to have 10. Don't go anywhere. Elimination bracket coming up next.
Andrew Guy, and I'm here with Sandbox from South Korea, of course, a guy that doesn't really need much of an introduction, but you are part of the CAL organization. So you guys are the organization with the most representation here at the tournament, with Sub and Pedro. What kind of prep have you done with them? And have the three of you guys worked together to get you prepared for World Finals?
칼 서비랑 페드로 같은 팀이기도 하고 최근 들어서 연습도 많이 하고 저보다 지금은 더 잘하는 선수들인 만큼 연습하면서 더 많이 배우고 있는 것 같습니다.
That's a great answer. That actually leads into my next question, which is, you know, since you are on such a strong team of strong players, what do you feel like you bring to the table as an individual and as a teammate?
2022년에 제가 월드 파이널에 이 팀에서 했지만 그 다음 년도 2023년, 2024년에 팀을 떠나면서 성적이 안 좋아졌. 그래서 다시 복귀해서 성적이 좋아져서 월드 파이널에 복귀할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
That's a very good answer. I like that. That's a good confidence. Since it has been a couple of years since you've been at World Finals, what do you think has changed from 23, 24 to now coming back in 2025?
확실히 그 전 연도보다 자신감이 더 얻은 것 같고 현재 최고의 선수 모하메드 라이트 선수와 연습을 하면서 그 선수한테 많이 배웠던 것 같습니다.
And you said that you wanted to face off against Mohamed Light in the finals.
Sure.
How come?
그와 붙게 되면 다른 선수들에 비해서 워낙 저보다 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 게임을 할 때 워낙 재밌기도 하고 그와 플레이하면 약간 웃음이 나는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, to be the best, you got to beat the best. So is there anything that you'd like to say to the people supporting you back home?
응원해 주시는 만큼 기대에 보답해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Well, good luck. 감사합니다 for the interview, and I'll see you.
See you.
He's trying to keep his golden run alive in 2025. He's got the best reactions on stage. Everyone, give a round of applause for Sandbox. He's the mad scientist. It's his first World Finals since 2020. He's come here to prove that he's still got it. Give a big round of applause for OP Sam.
And a big breath from Sam as he enters onto this stage, maybe now kind of starting to realize what he's gotten himself into. And Andrew, when we talk about this matchup, the really interesting wrinkle here is these two guys were on the opposite sides of the bracket.
Yep.
I don't think they realized the path it was going to take them on because this week they have been consistent practice partners. They have dozens of duels they've been doing in the practice room, and now they're going to go on and do this for real on the big stage.
Now Sam is in a very different position though. He comes out, he gets 0-2'd. It was the first sweep of the day. We've had pretty much sweeps since then. Sandbox on the other side of it, while he did get swept by Mo, that's Mo. He's still alive, and he started his day off by taking out a former world champion. Now when you look at Sam, it could have been a matchup conversation, right? He gets like a near mirror in game one, or a straight mirror in game one against Lucas. Lucas ends up taking that. You heard him talk about how much work he put in with that specific matchup, that specific mirror matchup, and that deck that he was running is RG. But then game number two, you're talking about Baby Dragon, you're talking about Knight, you're talking about E-Giant, Bar Barrel, all that when Sam is running a pretty bait-heavy deck. So maybe it's just a matchup conversation. Sam's been here before. I think he's ready to bite back.
And this is really telling here. Who do you consider to be your biggest rival?
Burgers.
Sam putting Burgers. Sam putting himself on that one, although Burgers might be my biggest rival. Sam putting himself on there, and you have to think that's about how do you quiet the noise when you get ready for these moments.
Well, it's so difficult because Sam, he had such a successful career in the teams phase, right? And then he comes here in 2025. A lot of people, they all blame it on the meta. They blame it on other outside factors, not the fact that he's been doing this for as long as they've been playing the game.
Sure.
Right? He was there in the inception of CRL. We've been watching him for a very, very long time, or near inception. But that being said, he made it. They didn't. So you can try to take all that you want away from him, but he's still here, and I think he can still prove it.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing for him is going to figure out how to be a little bit less predictable as we get into a situation where he's up against one of the best live deck pickers we have here.
Yeah, and you know, Sandbox with his confidence and his personality, it's a lot right now. I think Sam is feeling the pressure, and I'm curious to see what you guys at home said and what we said. I actually haven't looked at the predictions in a little bit, and there you go. Sandbox taking 76% over Sam's 24. Makes sense. Sam has had a much less fortunate day. Sandbox, again, was able to take out a former world champion. I'm curious about what we said. I honestly don't even remember what I said. Actually, I did. I said Sandbox.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, I got to go with my Korean brother, you know, half Korean, and also what he's done throughout the day. Okay, all right. We all did it. Us in the audience are in agreement. Now it's time for Sam to prove us all wrong.
And I'm a huge fan of Sam. And
we love
Sam. And SK Gaming, I mean, for season 1 of CRL when he was a TSM, I had that team over my house for dinner.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I've known these guys for a long time. Sam and Morton, one of the very few shirts, I have 2 shirts and jerseys from that era. I have one from Team Queso, and I have one, the SK Gaming t-shirt with that full team in pink. Those are the ones that I have. I love this squad, and I would love nothing more than to see Sam put a great showing up here today.
I had to stop wearing that SK shirt because I wore it so much. It was getting worn out, and I wanted to keep it as memorabilia. I mean, here's the thing, man. You and I, this is our 8th World Finals together.
Yeah.
We know these players inside and out. All the OGs, all the new guys, we've seen them grow up. We have an affinity and an affection for all of these individuals that come on stage, and Sam is no different, just like Sandbox. So here we go. Game number 1. First elimination of 2025. Who will survive? Sam versus Sandbox.
Zap for Sam to open things up.
And Sandbox going to Mortar. And bam, Boss Bandit. Maybe he saw the success that Mo had with Boss Bandit earlier today. And he goes, all right, let me see if I can put my own deck together. Mad Scientist gets in the lab.
Yeah, I'm curious where he's going. And the only Zap deck I think I've seen him run as of late is maybe a Sparky deck, which I obviously don't expect to see here.
Yeah, maybe some sort of Ram Rider or Bridge Spam.
And a little slowdown here. Cannon Cart comes out in response to the Furnace.
And it's always nice to have Cannoneer when you're going up against the Furnace. It's never nice to have Cannoneer when you're going up against Graveyard, and that is part of the journey, we'll call it, with Tower Troops.
Indeed, here we go. Goblinstein in the back.
Stein.
And you got it there, Andrew. Ram Rider. So a little bit of spam here.
And having so many ways to control this Ram Rider. You've got the Goblinstein stun, you've got the Icewiz to slow, you obviously have the Mortar, and of course you have the Evo Valkyrie. So many pieces come together here for Sandbox when you talk about defending. Now, how will he get this Spirit Empress taken care of in the skies? That's another question I'll have to answer in just a little bit.
And you think about this too, Sam, for a long time, known for being a Piggies player. This would also have some good coverage on Piggies as well. So good broad pick from Sandbox.
And not going to pop the ability here. I think worried maybe where that Boss Bandit dashes on top of the Goblin Doctor, and if that happens, it's game over.
Should not make it. There we go.
Really nice cleanup there. Gets the value of that 3rd card coming down. Sam not happy about it, understandably so.
But despite kind of getting stymied here, Sam has not given up damage. He's still holding on to that lead. With the difference in starting HP between classic Princess Tower and the Cannoneer. And the curse doesn't actually curse anybody.
And should be nice to be able to defend this without having to use lightning on the right-hand side. Although, wow, Ram Rider connects. You could see Sam right there, a little nod, going, finally, something's going my way.
Yeah, he's got to find ways to buy that little bit of extra time and get those connections. Going into sudden death overtime, Sam has taken the lead in game 1, that right-hand tower down to 21-15.
And Curse plus Zap, so fascinating. The Spirit Empress plus the Evo Furnace is going to be such an interesting thing for Sam to play with. That lightning is what Sandbox is going to want to obviously get on top of both of those units, but You know how it is in Clash Royale. You got to get that lightning, you got to bait it out somehow, and then take advantage of the other card.
Big, deep breaths from Sam.
Feels like both these guys are playing with just a little bit more pause than they were earlier today, knowing what's on the line. $10,000 is not a bad way to go home, but it's not what you want when you get to World Finals.
Needs to cover the mortar. Goes with the Skellies.
Would have loved to see that mortar come down after the Boss Bandit dashed on top of the Valkyrie. Just a small mistake there from Sandy.
And this is going to be a connection.
Yeah.
Boom. It touches. But now on the right-hand side, look at this.
Yep, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this Goblin Doctor. Will he, won't he? We've been playing that this entire game, knowing that his opponent is going to be focusing on that. Doesn't pull the trigger once again.
Final minute. Comfortable, but not completely insurmountable lead for OP Sam.
42 seconds remain, 19:08 to 24:90. Spirit Empress over the middle, right next to the furnace. Fascinating there, almost asking for the lightning to come down.
Dash will hold the cannon cart on the opposite side. Mortar getting picked up by the furnace.
And gonna need a little bit more love on top of that mortar. And he just goes curse. And that's a perfect defense from Sam. Lightning comes down. Sam still in the lead.
And I don't think that we can see another lightning here from Sandbox. That's going to be very hard. He might be able to get down to one. Curse for some more damage. Zap for some more damage.
Can he stop it? It's not enough time. And you see right there a huge sigh of relief from Sam.
And look at the elixir for Sandbox. I didn't see the count on the cards, but I have a strong feeling that that lightning was keyed up.
Oh yeah, I think it was right back in cycle. Just putting on enough pressure did Sam to make sure that Sandbox's attention and elixir was spent elsewhere. A great game for Sam, who, you know, we talk about it all the time in sports. You just got to get that first one in the bag, and then you can start rolling.
A lot of fans.
Me playing disc golf today.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of trees on that course there. I think we got a little shot. Was that Oxlet out there in the crowd? Lots of former CRL pros here. I don't know if we'll get some hero shots of some of those guys, but a lot of Clash Royale League history in the room today.
Talking about old pros, Sergio Ramos very excited to see OP Sam. Obviously, former teammates ran into him yesterday. I'm sure he's rooting for his boy from back in the day. Right here, you see a very Sam deck, and he ends up taking home the W. Love to see it. Sandbox goes right down the line, right in the meta, doesn't work out for him, and here we go. Sam needs one more to stay alive, keep the dream going, and Sandbox, crazy to say it, ends up taking out Igor to start the day, and now he finds himself on the chopping block at the end.
Well, and now we get into the place where Sandbox takes a deck typically from his coach in game 1. Now he's picking by himself for game 2 and game 3. So you're off the tracks. You got to figure it out yourself right here, and you know one wrong pick is the end of your World Finals.
And when you talk about choosing a deck against someone like Sam, trying to put your number on what he's going to play, it's near impossible. When you talk about the deck versatility of players out there, there's some guys with incredibly deep deck pools, but then when you talk about Sam, it's not only does he know how to play with different archetypes, he creates his own. So then when you're talking about how do I pick against that, you really have to just go for what maybe win condition you think he's going to lean towards, and then build around that, question mark, but it's pretty dang tough.
Well, a couple of things from Game Saver's kind of things he likes to do as you get into game 2 and game 3. Well, he loves to, when down a game, go to beatdown. Right, so that's one of those things that I'm imagining Sam, I don't know if he has that information, that he's done that research, but this is a place that Game Saver likes to go in game 2 when he's behind, go to beatdown. Alternatively, he might try to cover RG and likes to play Inferno Dragon decks that cover that.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about RG. You really got to wonder what you're going to do as a player when you have such a rough showing with RG earlier in the day, but you know you can play it well. Do you lose your confidence in your play with that? Like if he runs into another mirror matchup, is he in trouble, especially against a guy like Sandbox who loves RG?
Here we go, Sandbox going minor.
Oh, there we go. Beatdown like you called, Rich. It's very rare we see E-Dragon with anything other than beatdown. Usually Golem, could be Elixir Golem. Might make me sick if it is.
Well, Sam certainly has gone that direction many times. Elixir Golem in the mix, and he has played that now with the Monk. It's very likely he's playing Elixir Golem here.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he's got the delivery. Plus, Evo Tesla is one way to take out an Evo E-Dragon. Curious what the spell's going to be.
Yeah, this is a deck that Sam went 4 for 4 in competitive this year. So E-Golem, Battle Healer, we'll have the NATO out there. He might be going Dark Prince, and there we go, the Bomber.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for Sandbox. You know, we saw it happen earlier against Mo, where he was able to lock down the game playing a control deck for 90% of that 5 minutes. But it only takes one big push, and Sam already starting to think about what that push might look like.
This is interesting because Sam typically runs this with Dark Prince, not with the Berserker. So the Berserker does give him a faster way to pick up those miners, but now you have the problem of the guards.
That is just a little bit too much damage to take, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He hasn't created a push. He's going to try to turn this into something. A delivery should come down after that shield goes down. Should be pretty easy cleanup. Actually, you know what? The Tesla's going to get involved. There is the delivery. I don't love how much damage he took that early on.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
And you know what? As we've all seen against E-Golem players on ladder, they just ignore that you're playing the game, and they just play their game down one lane. So, he didn't just sacrifice the tower and put that E-Golem push together. He's paying attention to Sandbox's pressure. We'll see if he needs that elixir later on.
And Bomber going to the opposite lane here, so he has some dual lane pressure. Sandbox, lots to contend with.
And Monk does not get the aggro from the Tesla to use that ability. And Battle Healer has no targets to heal up the E-Golem. Sandbox then decides to go right back with the Miner. I actually really like that play, late guards.
Yeah, very smart from Sandbox. Now he's going to get a little juice back in the Collector.
And Rocket, that's such a good Rocket. You see Sam, I mean, he was maybe hoping it wasn't Rocket, but we all knew it was Rocket.
1188, Sam hanging on.
Yeah.
This deck can get annoying very fast. Sandbox cannot get complacent.
My least favorite deck to lose to. And I lose to it a lot.
And still building up dual lane pressure. Now he knows he has to deal with delivery and Rocket. So that does really kind of take the wind out of your sails for a big single lane downhill push.
I just wish earlier on he would have either committed to defense or committed to offense instead of playing the half and half game. Now he finds himself wanting this entire game. He cannot afford to lose a tower now. That's what all E-Golem players love to do, is lose a tower early in single and then destroy you in double and triple in a 2-tower game.
And you see, the sweat starting to build on the brow of Sam as he's pretty sure he has to come up with a third deck here.
Yeah, absolutely. Miner goes in, does get the activation, but now the Battle Healer isn't even close to the E-Golem, so something that was supposed to help him out ends up hurting him. And playing some Sim City as Sandbox, why not? Get as many buildings down as he can.
Yeah, it looks like Austin with all the new construction. It's a joke for a very small number of people.
The 12 of them loved it. And Rocket in, 470 down to 421. And as quickly as this game started, I know it took 4 minutes to get there, but it felt like the writing was on the wall the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, especially once he went down, once you talk about really not making a choice of which way he was going to play. I know, there's a lot up there.
And that delivery comes in, Tesla down. Sam knows it. He even got a smile on his face. He's like, all right, let's just move on. This is painful. Let's get to game number 3.
I mean, but this is one of those things we're talking about, right? This is Sam's most played deck. And look at Sandbox. Tesla, delivery, Dark Prince, guards, Rocket. I mean, this is just tailor-made to shut him down.
Yeah, and I love the push that we saw earlier, Miner plus guards. That is such an incredibly brutal offensive push that is so cheap. That's why Sam was caught picking and choosing what he wanted to do. Did he want to sacrifice that tower that early on? Yeah. And now, obviously, that hindsight's 2020, he probably should have, looking at how the rest of this game went. But that doesn't even mean that push takes the game.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's the risk reward of playing the high stinky cheese.
Yeah.
Is you might end up with the stink on you rather than the other side of the board.
Yep, and Sandbox just completely locked in. I think a little handshake there on the paper, as you guys understand. This is an elimination game. Both these guys want to stay here. Sandbox, after taking a couple years off, he's back. He's ready to go. Sam, obviously taking 5 years off, first time in the individual phase, wants to stay alive. Like I said, one going home with 10K, the other one stays alive till tomorrow.
This is interesting now because OP Sam has not played a building yet. So you have Monk out, right? But you have NATO out. Those things help out Royal Giant a little bit being gone. You have the Ram Rider out. So a lot of the beatdown that you would think we would have seen from Sandbox, those things are away, but still every single building on the board, which does give me some pause for a beatdown call.
Yeah, that's a good call. And then with Sandy here in game number 2, I really enjoy that he just went straight up control the beatdown, have the rocket for the pile up at the bridge. You know, you talked about that deck. You saw his win percentage with it. It makes sense that you got to cover that.
Yeah, and now you're taking a look at what you have left for him, and this starts to get pretty tight for Sam. Yeah. And his #1 win deck is out. He's already had trouble with Royal Giant coming into the day so far. So now I'm sitting there going, well, what do you have left, Sam? Are you gonna get predictable? Are you going pigs? Or are you gonna come and do something that nobody expects?
And I think that's what he's got to do, right? It's it's potentially your last game of 2025 competitive scene. Just throw it all at the wall, see what sticks, go for broke, don't be predictable. Yeah. I think if he goes RG, it's a little predictable. You don't want to be caught being predictable in the last game of your run in 2025. Let's turn this thing around. I mean, we've called you mad scientist for so long for a reason, almost a decade now. Let's earn that title.
Yeah, let's see that one come out. And you think about spells that are gone. Lightning, Barb Barrel out.
Sorry to cut you off.
Hey, there you go, Oxalate. See some other familiar faces in the crowd. There's Drex and Adrian Piedra in the building.
There he is.
The Aztec Eagle. Yeah, I remember that nickname. Don't you worry.
I forgot about that nickname.
You came up with that one. It's okay.
So great to see all these old
Boff
pros
there in the crowd, too.
In the crowd. You got as many stars in the crowd as we do on stage.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of fun. I mean, look, we're 9 years into this game, right? There's been so many people who've come through the gates, if you will, of Clash Royale, and we don't get to be here very often. It's been a few years. It's been 6 years since we've been here in the States, and now we all get together again. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd has been absolutely incredible here today.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go. Last match for one of these guys in their 2025 run at CRL. Who stays alive, Sam or Sand?
Evo Valk out. Yeah, here we go. Bait for Sam against Hog. So interesting, with Tesla out, with Mortar out, Sam's seen an opportunity. Sandbox other side going some pretty classic Hog Rider.
Rascals have been showing up everywhere. Last little bit, Vine's coming down, take care of that Princess. Nice 3-for-3 trade. And saving the OP card does OP Sam do for game number 3.
I like this. I like this pick a lot from Sam here with both the delivery and the log out, you know, opening up some good opportunities. Barb Barrel gone too. The question here is, what else does Sandbox have? Was he trying to cover bait here, knowing that a lot of his bait counters were gone?
And Skelly's plus E-Spirit doesn't get cleaner than that. Perfect predictive play there by Sandbox.
Man, imagine making that kind of traffic jam and the Hog still hits.
Yeah, crazy. 24-18, 28-84 is the only damage Sands takes so far. And maybe some, oh wow, I'm gonna have to use the Vine. Still has 5 Elixir in the tank. Does take a Prince shot there. Not ideal.
But no charge, and that was the big thing you wanted to avoid. You know, it's interesting seeing the Firecracker in this one. It makes me think back to the introduction of the Firecracker in that 2019 season when so many of the pros were so annoyed by her presence.
Yeah, well, she's stayed pretty annoying since then, but obviously she's become an integral part of the game and gonna have to be something that Sandbox is very, very aware of. And you saw right there, Evo Skeleton's doing such a great job. Evo Firecracker getting just 1 shot on the tower. Oh no! Oh no! Evo Skelly! Evo Skelly, we're gonna do it!
Stop! They can't stop! Never stop! Oh my word!
Wow, okay, he's still in it, but that is absolutely devastating. Those Evo Skellies were a talking point for defending against the barrel. I did not think they were gonna take almost Sam's entire left-hand tower, and now Sandbox gets to sit back and play defense for the next 38 seconds to 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
And we were sitting here looking at, hey, what are Sandy's options for really shutting down the bait part of things, and it's Sam who gets the eye off the ball here.
And Sandbox looking to get that damage in. Curious what that last card's going to be. We've seen a lot more Hog Lightning these days. It is Earthquake. And now we're just in a cycle situation. Anything can happen in CRL, but it's starting to feel like lights out for the German.
Yeah, it's just a waiting game. Sam, big sigh. Sandbox gets it done and stays alive in CRL 25.
The dream run for SK Gaming in 2025 comes to an end. We'll send him home with $10,000, 1 game win, and hopefully a great time in Atlanta.
Sure, and this is, what a wonderful city that we're in here. It's been so welcoming, so fun, but you want to be here on the stage, not out there seeing the sights.
So Sam gonna be able to sit back for the next couple days, watch his compatriots duke things out, and I'm so curious to hear what Sandbox has to say, starting his day off so well and barely staying alive. Juicy, take it away.
What a match. My first question is like, just what was going through your head when you played that vine spell on the left-hand side?
왼쪽에 있는 바인 스펠 쏘실 때 어떤 생각하셨는지.
반대쪽 호그라이더를 상대가 막을 거를 알고 있었기 때문에 만약에 저기다가 바인 스펠을 쓰게 되면 무조건 못 막는다고 생각했습니다.
다시 한번 말씀해 주시죠.
반대쪽 호그라이더를 뛰면 상대가 엘릭서가 없는 걸 확인했기 때문에 반대쪽에 바인 스펠을 사용하게 되면 상대가 못 막는 거예요.
Okay. He thought that in the opposite side he was pretty busy on the opposite tower, so he thought that he didn't have an elixir and got the timing that he should just put the vine spell right away.
Wow, 1 Evo skeleton, that was nuts. The other question is just like, what was your thought process when going through with your deck picks?
데크 피크하실 때 무슨 생각하시면서 피크했는지 한번 물어보시는.
저의 코치가 픽을 잘 해줬기 때문에 마지막 픽에서 무조건 베이트가 나온다 생각해서 호그라이더를 픽한 것 같습니다.
My coach is the one who took the best, and I think like he did a perfectly good job in it.
Awesome. I mean, what a match, the Evo Skeletons. That was crazy. One more big round of applause for the Sandman.
And one of the most positive presences in all of the Clash Royale competitive scene. You know, we don't have as much English in person, but in the group chats, and we're in a few of them, he's always so effusive, such a fun guy to have around. Glad to have him here for at least one more day.
Absolutely, and you talk about, you know, being able to battle back to getting to the World Finals stage, some of the struggles he's had in past appearances, the confidence, the decks, the skill level, whatever you want to call it. We saw him put all those conversations to rest today. He was able to stay alive, he did it with class. Again, taking out a world champion to start the day off. Going up against Mo, he's got another chance to do it later on. And then, of course, surviving an elimination match, which you know that pressure has to feel absolutely insane. You're looking here at this, 4-card cycle. A lot easier for Sandbox to get back around. Those Evo Skellies plus the Vines, those stole the entire game. Things weren't looking super bad for either of them.
Sure.
You know, we were still wondering, which shoe was going to drop or what was the other shoe going to drop. And those Evo Skellies were absolutely insane. 1 elixir, 1 more day of championship competition.
We talked about the damage on the right-hand side and maybe Sam getting a bit distracted, thinking about that tower, focusing on that one, and then just the Skellies and the opportunistic Vines to shut that down, open up the explosive level of damage. You heard the room go out, you heard us go crazy with that one. And the most important thing here, Sandbox doing it, 3 games, 3 cycles.
Yeah, you know what? And I absolutely love that Sam did decide to go to something a little bit different. It didn't work out, but a great deck pick there in his final game of the year. Here we go. 1 more match on the day. And of course, 4 more players with their backs against the wall. Ian, Vitor, Igor, and Lucas all facing elimination. But right now, we're either going to send home a 2-time world champion or the rookie.
And this is fascinating, right? The preparation for Frontier Guard, very difficult. You have to rely on a little bit less information than some other players that you do. And, you look at this, the idea that Mugi's in this position, very, very difficult for him. And I know that he and Tight back in there working very, very closely trying to solve this thing. But it feels like one of those almost inconceivable moments where this guy we don't know very well might come and knock off one of the most famous players on the planet.
I mean, we've said it forever. Heavy lies the crown. The pressure is all on Mugi to stay alive. Everyone here expects him to continue this tournament. Can Frontier pull off the upset? We'll find out in just a minute.
I'm CRL caster Rich Slayton here with the two-time Clash Royale League world champion, Mugi. Mugi, there's only been 2 solo world champions in CRL history, you and Mohamed Light. Why do you think that is, and what sets you two apart?
モハメド・ライトと僕はオフラインでの勝負強さとかもそうだと思うんですけど、やはり常に冷静でプレイできるのは個人的には強みかなと感じてます。
Mugi, you have the chance to be the only 3-time world champion in the history of this game. Do you give any thought to your legacy in Clash Royale?
自身が初めての3度目のチャンピオンになるために、すごいやっぱそれは個人的にも大きなものだと感じるので、絶対に取りたいと思っています。
You have a reputation amongst other pros for grinding the least out of all the top players. Is that true, and how do you view that?
最も練習が少ないという噂は昔は多分本当だったんですけど、今は自分的にはすごい努力をして頑張ってると思ってはいます。
Do you have anything to say to all of your opponents?
対戦相手に対しての一言は絶対に勝ちます。
Thanks, Mugi, so much for being here, and we can't wait to see you compete.
He's the rookie. He's the man we knew nothing about previously, but now we know everything. He's ready for it. It's a Frontier Guard! Two-time world champ. He's one of the most skilled players to ever touch this game. His name is Mugi!
A story of David versus Goliath here when you talk about the history that these two players bring to the game. The only other person in the world other than Mo Light to have 2 championships, going up against, as Josh said, the guy that we knew nothing about before this week even started. This is such an incredible juxtaposition of history between these two, and I can't wait to see how it plays out, Juice.
Yeah, truly, truly. I saw Frontier Guard walk up on stage. You can definitely tell he's feeling the nerves. You know, it's his first World Finals appearance. He's going against not only a 5-time World Finalist, but also literally a 2-time World Champ. It's definitely a big gap here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you talk about who he's faced off today, I mean, that's what CRL is all about. You know, going from someone like Vitor to Sub, now to Mugi. That's what happens when you want to be the best. You got to play through the best. And as I was talking about before we went to our package there and introduced everybody, was that, you know, Mugi is in a situation, we always talk about when you're the guy that has nothing to lose, that's when you're at your scariest. You know, Mugi is a person where everyone is expecting him, hopefully to repeat this year. They want to see him and Mo in the finals. He should definitely survive past day 1, but he's in the same boat as a lot of other guys. 1-2 game losses, and you're sent home until 2026.
I know, wild. Yeah, I feel like this World Finals, you know, we've talked about it being so stacked, but also like I just am a big fan of all of these players, and it's just insane that we have to like say goodbye to not 1 but 2 players on the first day.
I know, it's always heartbreaking. Let's see what you guys at home think about this matchup between Mugi, the 2-time, and of course the rookie, Frontier Guard.
Okay, wow, 75% for Mugi. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, 25% for Frontier Guard. There's definitely some Frontier fans out there trying to see that rookie go far here.
I mean, he's definitely impressed people today, all of us casters included. I'm sure the other players out there. Juice, what went wrong in Mugi's first set today against Adriel? Was it just that he ran into Adriel, who has been a force? Or, you know, okay, fine, I'll do my predictions just because you told me to. What did we predict? I think we probably all went with the former 2-time world champion. I got Mugi, you got Mugi. There we go. Boom. Makes a lot of sense. Now back to the question, what went wrong for the guy that we have on the screen?
You know, it's a great question. I think that, you know, I think the biggest thing that Adriel does well, we talked about before, is that he gets good matchups and he really puts pressure on that. And the Clash Royale is a game, no matter how good you are, no matter how well you play, if you're playing against a player of a similar skill level and they're really just driving that stake of that good matchup into you, it's really tough to come back.
You know what I would love to see? After we saw Frontier Guard go up against Sub, and that was a surgical performance by Sub.
Yeah.
When you talk about looking at what the matchup was, looking at where your weaknesses are, where your strengths were, and then putting that to the test and taking those games, Mugi is the best RG player of all time. Right. Don't at me, he is.
True.
When we've seen him do it in CRL, he is able to pick his opponent's defense apart. I don't know if he comes right out the gate with it, but if I'm him, I'm definitely running it at least in game 1 or 2 of this set to make sure he takes one of those two.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And then on the other hand, Frontier Guard played RG in his match as well. And it seemed like he really struggled just because of the complexity of the game. But let's just hop into the first match here and let's see what these players got for us.
Here we go, our final match of day 1. Will the two-time world champion stay alive, or will the rookie pull off the biggest upset of the day and be back tomorrow?
Skeleton King versus Evo Ghost.
And there we go. Gonna start right out the gates with Royal Ghost.
You're right.
And Hunter, he wants to run Royal Giant. He wants to take control of this set.
Wow, and I saw the Skelly King, I was thinking, okay, classic Frontier Guard with the Mortar Bait again, but after a Fisherman, is this just this is an RG mirror matchup, except Frontier Guard has the Zappies, which is actually huge for this matchup, especially if Mugi doesn't have the Fireball.
That was such a beautiful recognition of the fact, I mean, he's played this matchup and these interactions so many times. He logs that Fisherman back to get off of the Hunter to focus on the other Skeleton so it can take out the Skeleton King. That is how precise he is with these cards.
Big Royal Giant push at the bridge. Skeleton King trying to cover, but the Fisherman is going to pull. Fisherman pulls the opposing Royal Giant, but that Ghost is still alive at 1 HP.
Ghost is alive, goes invisible, has to log. Now no support for the RG in the opposite lane. Mugi's going to let the Royal Ghost Evo do it. Hunter gets on top of the tower. Fishboy gets on top of tower, and now a counter push opposite lane.
And this is why you do not play against Mugi using his best deck in elimination match.
And look at the prediction on the Skarmy. Beautiful stuff from Mugi.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, Frontier Guard, RG in the back, big pressure other lane. Evo goes perfect on defense. And like you said, the pre-log is just the icing on the cake.
You can see Mugi taking those deep breaths just like Sam was, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. And Frontier Guard does not have that same jolly disposition we saw earlier. RG in the back, RG at the bridge once again. If there's a fireball there, that tower is going down.
Wow, no fireball, so it is going to be lightning. That actually gives Frontier Guard a chance to win this game. These Zappies are so... No! The RG gets 2 hits through the Zappies Fisherman. That's wild. I don't know if there's a chance for comeback.
Fisherman pulls it just far enough away from the Zappies, so the stun isn't in play.
Wow.
Now, Frontier Guard is firing back here. You can see a little tilt of the head there from Mugi. 1210 to 596. Right back on offense, right into a Fisherman.
The log is valuable. Will the RG connect? Fireball drops down, and it gets 2 shots, and all of a sudden we have an even game.
Frontier Guard in the lead by 41 HP. 24 seconds remain in regulation, and it was a fireball, but Mugi had to hold it earlier because it would have been too much elixir spent with that Evo RG already on the board.
And Frontier Guard's going for it. Skeleton King, Royal Giant the bridge. The Fisherman's lock, though. The Fisherman's lock to Evo. Ghost is connecting. Oh my God.
Double Fishboy, 335, just needs 2 fireballs.
Another RG the bridge from Mugi. Zappies on the board.
Fisherman blocking the Zappies. There's nothing to stop it. And the shot's in!
Oh my goodness. What a crazy match, but Mugi takes game number 1.
And that's exactly what I was saying he has to do. You gotta come out with your comfort. You are the best in the world with RG, and Frontier Guard made him work for it, but now you control the set. Now the pressure's on the rookie, and now you get to take that pause, that breath.
Wow. I mean, that's what we talk about when we talk about Mugi. It's like, he really struggles to get those good matchups sometimes, but he's just so good. He just powers through sometimes, and I can't believe he had the fireball too. The fireball for the Zappies really helped out as well.
Yeah, such a great job to not use that earlier, recognizing the Evo RG on the board. He would have just needed way too much to defend. It would have been a tower trade situation, which is not what he wanted to do. He would have found himself in an even game then going into overtime. You never want that.
Yeah, we'll be showing you guys the decks real quickly as well. Another interesting thing about this specific matchup is a lot of time Frontier Guard's version will use a building instead of Skeleton Army, like a Tombstone. And that can really help out as well. Instead, the Evo Skeleton Army is taking that place, which I think Mugi did a great job of handling in this match with the Log and the Electro Spirit.
Yeah, that Log was just so good, whether he's looking for Skellies or an E-Spirit, or, you know, I don't think all the cards were out on the board yet, but that Log was absolutely brilliant. Ends up being a Skarmy, which is even better. You get the +1 trade, you get those extra shots in, and also you put your opponent on notice. You know what it's like when you get predicted, right? It does not feel good, and it kind of takes away just a little bit of your confidence. Yeah. You're also going up against the 2-time world champion whose best win condition is RG, in, you know, not a mirror matchup, but a win condition matchup, or mirror, and just absolutely tough stuff for Frontier. Love what Mugi did there.
Yeah, the other thing about a prediction is, like, you know, the mental stuff, but also you just start to, like, second guess every play you make. Yep. Right? It's like, okay, should I play the Skarmy now? Should I wait? You know, and Mugi just continues to press the advantage. I loved, honestly, the one of the best plays I saw that game as well is where it's like literally 500 on both sides, and instead of RG bridge, you know, Frontier Guard expect the RG, he goes pre-Zappies, but Mugi's patient. He waits and he plays a Fisherman in middle, takes out the Zappies, and then goes RG. That is why he's so good at that deck.
That is such a great call, because we're all sitting there at the end of the game going, how are you going to stop this push? You can't. Mugi takes game number 1 as we hop into the final game, maybe, but definitely the final match of the day. Can Frontier push this to 3? Let's find out right now.
Ooh, and we're in. Both players, nope, drill right away from Mugi, trying to press the advantage further.
Both of them going hyper aggressive.
Ooh. Fascinating. Okay, so Drill versus Miner. A lot of the time, the Miner is just going to win this matchup because the Ghost and the Barber are so good versus Drill on defense, and the Miner just simply a little bit more consistent on tower.
Get that Ghost out early, get those extra Evo Ghosts on the board, get the Bar Barrel in second on that Evo Snowball. We'll see if Mugi can play through this.
Tesla does a good job to control here. Fire Spirit as well, but the minions take out a lot of the Tesla here, so there's not much on the board for Mugi. Both players just saving up their elixir. Dust kind of settling. Frontier Guard has a slight elixir advantage, so he will be making the next play. Let's see what he's got for us.
And just a snowball to cycle. Get that Evo Snowball involved in this game as soon as possible. If you don't know what to cycle, cycle one of your Evos, unless they're super expensive.
Such great advice. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why Frontier's playing the Ghost here. You know, that's the second time he played the Ghost. He'll have the Evo next in cycle. He can use that on defense at some point, but Mugi wants to go and drill while the Ghost isn't there.
And Wall Breakers, they're going to tank. Bar Barrel going to clean up. Perfect. Nice defense, yep.
Wow. Yeah, Bomber going to drop down on defense. Does splash the Spear Goblin. And the other big question, the final question, is what are the last cards? So Frontier Guard, most likely going to be Poison.
Yep.
If Mugi has a Rocket, that could be a difference maker.
Very interesting. You get that Rocket out. Pre-Rocket when you send in the Drill, takes the Ghost out of the conversation.
Right.
Panic Bar Barrel, then Evo Snowball. I don't know.
I think Andrew might be cooking. He might have just predicted how this game could end, but let's see if Frontier Guard can realize that and adjust his gameplay accordingly.
And nice use of the Drill there to stop those Evo Wall Breakers from being a threat. And it is Rocket.
Oh.
Great call, Juice.
Wow. And the Rocket damage is just one of the things in Clash Royale. Unless you have a Monk ability, my chat was always like, oh, if you had Monk, it's like, what do you want me to do? Hack into the game and get my Monk mid-game? The Rocket is just guaranteed damage here.
And then early cycle it, know that you're going to immediately hit the ability. Yeah, there's a lot more that goes to that conversation, but no Monk in play here for Frontier.
Yes, sir. Instead, another Ghost trying to cycle to the Evo. Now going other lane, doesn't want to give the Rocket value, but Mugi continues to pressure.
And that's a good Evo Snowball on the Wall Breakers. Bar Barrel misses. Goblins get on tower, and now a pretty useless push on the right-hand side. All going to get cleaned up by this Bomber.
Wow, and Mugi is just in perfect form here, and he continues to apply pressure. And once again, no Ghost for defense. Let's see if the Bar Barrel's enough. But look, the Fire Spirit.
Fire Spirit jumps. Decent pressure here on the left-hand side.
Oh my.
How's Mugi going to stop all this?
Okay.
And still gets a wall breaker connection. Frontier Guard still in this. 1985, 1358 for Frontier. A minute 45 remains on day one. Maybe can Frontier keep this to game 3?
Will he play the poison? He decides. Okay, he does go for the poison. The minions are a slight threat. Will the bomber get a hit on the wall breakers? They don't, but the guards are defending. Mugi, I mean, Frontier Guard is still up some elixir though. He's doing a great job of pressuring.
17:03, 13:58, 80 seconds remain.
And he just continues to throw ghosts, minions to bridge, forcing out defensive Evo snowball. But man, in 15 seconds, we're going to triple elixir though.
And the Royal Ghost, you have to spend on it. You can't let it get on top of tower. Nice, fortunate interaction there as Frontier Guard narrows this gap by quite a bit. Mugi doesn't like that, sends in the rocket. How's Frontier gonna punish? He's got the Evo Tesla. Wow. Beautiful play.
Yeah, the Evo Tesla takes out the minions, but also the Evo Ghost ghouls. And now Mugi continues to increase his damage advantage.
I enjoy that we get to say ghoul now.
W. Yeah, I agree. I mean, great card. It's not doing the work for Frontier Guard though. Mugi, this is his adaptability, right? Like he knows how to counter the new cards in the game always.
I love that he sent in the rocket to make his opponent want to sell out left-hand lane, baits it out, gets the Evo Tesla in, and he's back in the driver's seat. Unless that wall breaker, oh my goodness.
Another rocket in, but the Evo Ghost is back in cycle, and I don't think there's an Evo Tesla here, so this might be his one chance to break through.
Evo Snowball gets on top of everything. Fire Spirit gonna clean everything up, and that is the hero Fire Spirit.
The Ghost is dead, the rocket is in, and Mugi with the 2-0 sweep sends Frontier home.
Our two-time world champion stays alive in an incredibly close 2 games, but it's still a sweep. Mugi will be back tomorrow. Frontier Guard will be sent home. $10,000 and a big pat on the back and a great showing for his professional career here at CRL.
Yeah, I'm very happy with what he did. You know, it's a stacked CRL this year. He showed up. He didn't let the nerves get to him. He played well. Yep. Even in this game, man, I'm so impressed with what he did.
I mean, even though it's a 2-0 sweep, that's what you're going to see in history. But in terms of gameplay, RG so close. That second game was so freaking close. I'm so excited to hear what Mugi has to say. AC, take it away.
Give it up one more time for Mugi! Okay, how much of a relief is it to get that first set win?
最初の勝利をつかんでどれくらい安心しましたか？
まずは最速敗退がなかったんでとりあえずすごい安心してます。
I was quite relieved that I was able to win the first match.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, and then obviously you're a 2-time world champ. You have now survived day 1. How does it feel knowing you get to reset, you made it to day 2, and you still have a shot?
2回世界チャンピオンとして、最初の日を、勝ち残っていまして、今の感情をちょっとお願いします。
まずは嬉しいです。まだ優勝がなくなったわけではないので、全力で頑張ろうと思います。
I still haven't won the entire championship yet, so I will continue to do my best and go forward.
That's a perfect answer. You knew it was coming from him. Give it up once again for Mugi. Take it away.
And probably feels a lot different at the end of the day than he has in the past. Just barely staying alive, but alive is the most important part.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I totally relate with the feeling of relief. It's like, wow. I mean, he probably worked so hard for this moment. He got up there, he got the job done, and now he's able to sleep a little bit, continue to prepare for tomorrow, and I really liked his answer of, the job's not done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are in a sport where relief is the name of the game. I'm so relieved I made it to monthly finals. I'm so relieved I got that golden ticket. I'm so relieved I survived day 1. It is brutal until you're the one holding the crown, and of course, that $200,000 check. Juice, talk me through these decks.
Yeah, so once again, we mentioned the fact that the Evo Ghost and Barbarian Barrel are really good versus Mugi's win condition, the drill. But what we didn't really take into account at the beginning is the fact that Mugi has a secondary win condition in the rocket, which, like what you said, when paired with the drill, can really do a great job of eliminating possibilities for defense, which is why Frontier Guard started using his ghosts on offense. But once again, the king of adaptability, Mugi adapts his gameplay, sends rockets on their own, and focuses on defense.
Yep, baits out the big offensive push that you know is coming. Anytime someone just naked rockets, you know, you always feel like you need to fight back, you need to attack back. Mugi relied on that human in all of us, and he took advantage of it. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and that just comes with the experience that Mugi has. You know, he's able to think that far ahead, think about things like that on the biggest stage when he's facing elimination.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's the two-time world champ. It's just the experience. But I don't think this will be the last time we see Frontier Guard.
Absolutely not. I mean, he was so impressive throughout the day. And again, the level of competition that he ran into, of course, in Mugi, in Vitor, and in subs. So congratulations to Frontier. Congratulations to Sam. Let's take a look here at our bracket. There is so much more story to be told here at our 2025 World Finals. And as we take a look at our bracket, we'll see we've already said goodbye to two players in Frontier Guard, in OP Sam. But tomorrow, we're gonna start our day off. Lucas X Gamer, Ian, and Vitor, and Igor, all of them on the chopping block to start day 2. And by the end of day 2, we will be set with only our upper, our lower, and our grand finals, all best of 5s on day 3. So don't you guys go anywhere. Remember, we'll be right back here, same time, same place at Atlanta DreamHack to see how the rest of this bracket flushes out. Sub, Mo Light, Adriel, and Pedro all sitting pretty. And what's so crazy is you look at our round 2 in the upper bracket, every single one of those matches was a 2-0 sweep. 3 of them going in favor of our players with the first round bye. Only Ian was the one to drop that set.
Man, so well said. I'm so excited to start tomorrow with 2 elimination matches. That's gonna be wild. Make sure you guys get your predictions in at event.supercell.com so you can get that CRL Spectator badge.
That's right. Juicy, any final thoughts to wrap up day number 1 for you?
Man, just crazy games, great gameplay. So sad to see some players go, but so excited to see who will win tomorrow.
All 3 of our world champions are still alive. We've got 2 more days of competition. We're going to start tomorrow off with eliminations and, of course, day 3. All best of 5. So make sure you are here. Make sure you're subscribed. Turn those notifications on. Or come and join us here at Atlanta DreamHack one more time for our CRL 2025 World Finalists. We will see you tomorrow.
Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. Beat slapping, gotta keep up cause there ain't no lagging. Settling into the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up, pump. we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like
I know they know who I am now. Got the hustle, flexing muscle, count the money, eat the truffle, beat yourself, they gonna love you. Foreign car came with the sunroof, not the drive-through, fine dining, perfect view with divine timing. Your highness, you can call me. I got it, it's all me. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. They know me. Oh yeah, they know me. They know me. They know me. Now we vibing, getting louder. I'm the one day after. Break a sweat now, don't be boring. I'm the one day, they adore me. Name branded, yep, it's a passion. Lights, camera, action. When the plane landed, all my men hands are begging and crawling. I got it, it's all me. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. Come on now, let's roll out. My outfit hits kapow. Got all them saying wow. I know they know who I am now. They know me. Oh yeah, they know me. 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 Oh yeah, they know me. They know me. They know me.
Cause it takes a little time, takes a little time, takes a little time to put things on. It takes a little time, takes a little time.